Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 5 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a Prodigy half Yuki and Kaguya. Let the tale begin. Chapter 104. I understand it has been a long time since this story was updated. I want everyone to know I am in works to get it back up and running after some bad news and poor health. Fingers crossed I can start writing new chapters and get back to work on this amazing story again. Thank you to everyone for the support. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 104. With the death of Danzo, Fiona and the Hokage returned to his office. Fiona could sense that Hiruzen had a heavy heart with the death of his friend, even if he was committing treason against the village. Fiona had no real reason to stay in the leaf any longer, knowing that with the death of Danzo, the Hokage would most likely be able to come to an arrangement with the Uchiha now that Shu would remain alive. The two Kage sat in the Hokage's office, remaining silent for the time being before Fiona decided to break his silence. I am truly sorry for your loss, Lord Hokage. I know Danzo was an old friend of yours, he said as he crossed his legs. Hiruzen remained silent as he struck a match to light his pipe with, taking a large hit on it before he blew out the smoke. Danzo and I didn't agree on much. In fact, we fought for the title of Kage back in our younger days, many times even over the years. Eventually, we came to the agreement that I would become Hokage and remain in the light, while he would retreat to the shadows and protect the village in ways I couldn't be seen to. The Hokage said. Fiona nodded. I understand, he said, already knowing most things that Danzo would do that the Hokage would not. It works a little differently in the Mist Lord Hokage, but I understand the necessary arrangement. The only question now would be if killing Danzo would turn Hiruzen softer, or turn him cold, possibly affecting his decisions made in the future. However, only time would tell, but Fiona would simply have to wait and see what happened from here, having decided that his meddling in the Leaf Village had come to an end. Once again I would like to express my apologies for your loss. I know as I am the one who brought his actions to light and caused this whole mess. Yet, it was only right that I take responsibility for what happened, Fiona said. No, Hiruzen suddenly said, cutting him off. This is not your fault, Lord Mizukage. You did what you had to, protecting everyone from Danzo's final attempt to take us all with him. Frankly, I am more disappointed that is how he chose to meet his end, Hiruzen said with a sad expression, not expecting that of him at all. Fiona nodded before he slapped his thighs and stood to his feet, knowing it was time to leave. As I said, Lord Hokage, you have my apologies for what has transpired. But, I am afraid that the time has come for me to return to my own village and take care of business, he said, looking Hiruzen in the eyes. Of course, Lord Mizukage, I understand completely. Indeed, you have been away for quite some time now, Hiruzen said as he took his pipe out of his mouth. Once again, I thank you for everything and I look forwards to our alliance bringing a bright and prosperous future, Fiona said as he took his Kage hat from the desk in front of him. And of course, I look forward to our next meeting, Fiona said as he smiled and nodded to Hiruzen, who returned his nod. Me too, Lord Mizukage, I too look forwards to seeing our alliance bring great things to both of our villages and nations. Until next time, he said as he placed his pipe back into his mouth with a smile. With that, Fiona raised his hand and summoned an ice mirror, stepping into it slowly before it started to melt into the air harmlessly and disappeared, leaving no trace of him at all. Hiruzen took another large puff on his pipe before he turned in his chair to look at the pictures of the other Hokage that lined his office walls, looking particularly at the picture of the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage. I wonder, what would the two of you have done? He asked softly, letting the thought roam through his mind as he leaned back into his chair. Suddenly the door to his office burst open as both of the elders walked in, having heard the news of Danzo's death. And yet, more trouble follows. Fiona stepped out of his ice mirror that had appeared in his own office, seeing that the lights were off and the office was empty. Seems nobody is here, he said as his feet touched the floor, allowing his ice mirror to melt behind him. Fiona took a look around as he started to nosy around his office, seeing if anything had changed or been moved before he walked over to the large window that looked out over the village. Doesn't look as if anything is out of place, he said as a small smile appeared on his face as his eyes caught something. That's new, he said as he looked at a picture frame that was on his desk. It was a picture of him holding both of his babies, with May and Swearin on either side of him holding onto his arms. Fiona smiled as he picked the picture up to get a better look at it, remembering the day it was taken. I've only been away for 2 weeks, yet it feels like forever, he said to himself, knowing that his family would be happy to see him. Fiona's ears quickly pricked up as he could hear voices coming from the hall towards his office's large doors. And I want a report sent to Fiona at once. This information cannot wait, the voice said before the doors to his office opened and the light came on, revealing the owner of the said voice. May had walked through the office doors holding a document in her hand as she spoke to what Fiona recognized as a member of the Intel Corps. May looked as beautiful as ever, yet she was so focused on what she was doing that she had failed to notice Fiona's presence until he spoke. Tell me what, May? He said, causing May to look up in surprise. May stopped as she looked up, looking directly at him as her arms lowered to her sides. You're back? She said softly, with a small smile forming on her face. Yeah, I just got back now, he said as he placed the picture back onto the desk with the action catching May's eye. May quickly regained her composure and walked over to him, quickly diving into him as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her lips to his in an intense display of love. Fiona wrapped his arms around her waist and supported her weight with them as she lifted her feet off the floor for a moment before she placed them back down and broke the kiss. I missed you, she said with a cheeky smile. Fiona returned her smile. I missed you too, he said as he looked into her eyes. Ahem, the Intel shinobi said softly, clearing his throat as not to be rude. Ah yes, May suddenly said as she snapped back into work mode, pulling off of him and pressing the documents into his chest. You need to look at this report, she said with a serious expression all of a sudden. Fiona looked down and took the paperwork off of her, looking back at May and then to the Intel shinobi, already feeling that they were being serious. Fiona turned around and started slowly making his way to his seat as he read the document at the same time, dropping into his chair before raising an eyebrow at the information he had been given. So it has come to that, has it? Fiona said as he looked up and placed the paper on his desk. Both May and the Intel shinobi remained quiet as they waited for Fiona to speak, giving him a moment to process the information. And that has come from AO himself? Fiona asked, looking at May. Yes, we just received the report not 5 minutes ago, May said as she placed her hand on her hip. Very well, I have no choice. Summon the War Council, Fiona said with a serious expression, looking down at the report once more. May turned around to give a nod to the Intel shinobi, who bowed and disappeared to carry out the order at once, leaving Fiona and May alone. How has it come to this, May? Do the other villages really fear our alliance with the Leafs so much that they would threaten war against us? Fiona asked. May remained quiet, not knowing what she could say. Instead, she walked over to him and sat on his knee, looking him in the eye. We can overcome this, my love. You are the strongest man I know, and no matter who we face, we will face them together, May said, placing her hand on his cheek. Now, let's get home so you can say hello to Swearin and the babies, May suddenly said as she planted a soft kiss on his forehead. They have missed you dearly. Fiona smiled. That sounds nice, he said with a smile, quickly flicking his fingers and allowing an ice mirror to form for them to walk through. Swearin was currently at their home looking after both of the babies while May was out working. She didn't mind this at all. In fact, it had been her idea to retire from the life of a shinobi and raise the children, becoming a full-time mother. Now Asami, Shoto. Don't pull on Haku's hair like that, Swearin said as she watched both of the children climb up and over Haku, pulling his hair and trying to chew it. It's okay, I don't mind, Haku said with a smile as he grabbed little Shoto and lifted him into the air, getting the toddler to start laughing. Kimimaro was also at home with them, sitting on the couch still wrapped in bandages from his injuries. The two of them had arrived back into the village the day before, having traveled back with Kage and Koyoki across the land of fire and the sea. Suddenly an ice mirror appeared next to them, causing all of them to look at it in excitement, as they knew what it meant. Not a moment later Fiona and May stepped out of the mirror, getting an excited greeting from everyone. "Look, Daddy is back!" Swearin said, watching as both of the babies smiled in excitement as they saw their father. Fiona quickly scooped both of his children up from the ground as they did their best to run over to him, shouting for him in excitement. "Ah, I missed you too!" he shouted as he picked them up, rubbing his face on each of theirs, getting them to giggle. "Stop, Dada, that tickles," Asami said as she tried to pull away from him while laughing. Shoto did the same but tried to tough it out as he grabbed his father's hair and started to pull on it. "Oh my, you are a strong little bugger," Fiona said as he slowly pulled Shoto off of him and placed them both back onto the ground, chuckling as he did. Swearin smiled as she watched him play with the babies, waiting for her turn as he made his way over. "I missed you too, Swearin," Fiona said as he took her hand in his own, using it to pull her into his arms so he could kiss her. Swearin didn't resist and let him pull her, returning his kiss with plenty of passion. "I missed you too," she said as they broke the kiss. "Ew," both of the children said as they watched them kiss. Now you too," May suddenly said as she also scooped them up, kissing them both over and over again. "I think it's past your bedtime," she said once she was done kissing them, smiling at the pair of them as they looked into her eyes. "No! Not yet, Mummy!" Shoto shouted, still wanting to play more. "I'm afraid your father is tired. You can play with him tomorrow," May said, causing little Shoto to frown. "Haku, would you be a deer?" she suddenly said as she turned to him. "Of course," Haku said with a smile as he took Shoto off of her. "No, big brother Haku. I want to play more," he said with his baby words. Haku simply smiled as he held him. "We can play more upstairs," he said, knowing that May wanted the room. Kimimaro also picked up on her hint and took Asami off of her. "You too, Asami," Kimimaro said with a smile. "Ak," she said reluctantly. "Good night, everyone," Fiona said as he turned around to kiss each of them on the head, including Haku and Kimimaro, who laughed at it. With that, all of the children retired for the night, leaving the adults downstairs alone for the first time in a while. Swearin couldn't help but notice a sudden shift in the mood, deciding to ask if everything was all right. "Is everything all right?" Fiona nodded, giving her a soft smile. "Don't worry, Swearin, just work," he said, not wanting to worry her. Swearin wasn't stupid though and quickly placed her hands on her hips. "Fiona," she said, giving him a stern expression, causing May to laugh. "She can take it, Fiona, no need to lie to her," May said as she walked over to them, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Lie to me? What is it, Fiona?" Swearin asked, getting worried now. "Calm down, Swearin. I just didn't want you to panic, but it seems not telling you is making you panic more," he said with a small chuckle before she punched him in the arm playfully. "Nobody is panicking," she said as she placed her hands back on her hips. "It would seem that the other nations are opposed to our alliance with the Hidden Leaf. And if AO's report is correct, which I believe it is, they are threatening war against us," Fiona explained. Swearin was left speechless for a second as she processed the information she had just been told. "But I thought that an alliance with the Leaf was supposed to lead to peace," she said, not believing it. "I wouldn't worry, Swearin. They are simply intimidated by the union of our two villages. You see, they know that it would create a large power vacuum with us and the Leaf at the top, and that is something they don't want to happen, especially the sand." Swearin nodded slowly as she understood the severity of the situation. "What are you going to do?" she asked, knowing it would be a tough decision whatever he decided to do. "The War Council has been summoned, but until the time of the meeting, we can relax a little as a family," Fiona said, getting a refreshed smile from Swearin. "That sounds good to me," she said as she wrapped her arms around his back and placed her head on his chest, embracing him and holding him tightly. Fiona held onto her and opened his arm as May joined in on the embrace, with both of them hugging him, clearly having missed him dearly. "Now, how about we head to the bedroom?" Fiona then said, getting a smile from each of them. Chapter 105. Fiona woke the next morning early, feeling an overshadowing, like a weight looming over him as the gentle glow of the morning sun did its best to break through the curtains. Both Swearin and May led on either side of him, each of them pressing against him with their naked bodies for warmth. For a member of the Yuki clan, Fiona was surprisingly warm-blooded, giving off an impressive amount of heat. Fiona slowly moved his arm from around May, using his hand to rub his eyes as he slowly did his best to wake up. Is everything all right?" May asked as she stirred from her sleep at his movements, causing the covers to sleep from her should and reveal her large breasts. Fiona couldn't help but smile at the sight. "Everything is fine now," he said with a playful chuckle before he leaned over and kissed her. "Hey, what about me?" Swearin suddenly said as she wrapped her arms around his back, poking her head over his shoulders so she could see the two of them. "Morning, Swearin," May said with a large smile before she placed her hand under her head to rest it on. Fiona also rolled onto his back as Swearin pulled him back so she could kiss him good morning too, placing her chest on his. "Well, good morning to you too," Fiona said with a grin, feeling her warmth from her body. May used her other hand to run her nails around on his chest, gliding slowly up and down his skin before she slowly made her way down towards his stomach, going even lower than that. "Seems you are awake indeed," she said with a kinky grin, grasping his manhood in her hand. Swearin knew what she was doing and smiled, leaning back in to kiss him some more as she too reached her free hand down to join May's. A fine morning indeed, Fiona couldn't help but think as both his girls went to work on him. Use your imagination for the rest. Sometime later, Fiona, May, and Swearin found themselves downstairs in the kitchen now, with May cooking breakfast while Swearin made tea. Both Haku and Kimimaro were also awake, keeping the babies busy as they bounced them on their knees while they waited for breakfast. "Daddy, Daddy," Asami said as she extended her arms towards him for him to pick her up. Fiona couldn't resist his little princess and quickly scooped it up, holding her high in the air as he threw her up and down, getting an excited giggle from her each time he did. "Not too high, Fiona, remember she is only 2 years old," Swearin said as she placed his tea down onto the table before taking her seat. "Don't worry, Swearin, she's a tough little one, just like her dada," Fiona said as he pulled her closer and blew a large sloppy kiss onto her neck, causing her to laugh and wriggle around. "All right, you lot, breakfast is served," May shouted as she loaded up the pancakes onto everyone's plates and skillfully slid them across the large table to each person. Fiona let Swearin take Asami off of her as she placed her into her high chair, doing the same with Shoto, starting them in so they wouldn't fall out. "All right, you two, make sure to blow on your food before you eat it," she said, showing them what to do like she did each morning. Fiona couldn't help but smile as the sight made him more than happy, realizing how amazing of a mother she had become over the last 2.5 years. "Foo! What are you waiting for? Dig in," May suddenly said as she realizes he wasn't eating yet. Fiona nodded and picked his knife and fork up so he could eat, taking his first bite of a home-cooked meal in over 2 weeks. After breakfast, Fiona dismissed Kimimaro and Haku, so that they could rest and go about their business for the day. Swearin took charge of the children while May and Fiona got ready for the War Council meeting. Fiona knew that summoning a war meeting was no joke and that even the daimyo would be attending, or at least a representative would be. "Are you ready, dear?" May asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. Fiona looked up to see May was dressed in the blue dress she wore in the manga and anime, looking as stunning as ever. "I am," he responded as he stood up from his seat, having everything other than his cloak. "Don't forget this, honey," Swearin suddenly shouted as she walked in holding Asami in one hand and his kage cloak in another. Fiona smiled at the sight of them both and took the cloak before he kissed each of them on the head. "Daddy will be home soon," he said with a smile, getting one from each of them in return. "Be safe," Swearin said to him, also flashing a look at May. "Don't you worry, Swearin, we will be home as soon as we are done at the meeting," she said, flashing her fellow wife a smile. With that, it was time to leave and head to the office where the meeting would be held. Fiona raised his hand and summoned an ice mirror for him and May to travel through, already having it linked to the office. "See you later," Fiona said as he looked back at Swearin one last time. Swearin nodded as she watched both him and May enter the ice mirror before his attention was quickly drawn back to little Shoto, who was doing something he shouldn't be. "Oh no, Shoto, stop that." Fiona and May stepped out of the ice mirror and into the office, having been the first to arrive other than the Umbu guard who was stationed in and around the area. "Sir," a familiar voice said a moment after Fiona arrived. "Ah, Kogetsu," Fiona said as he looked at the young shinobi. Kogetsu had been working under Ao and May while Fiona had been away, doing an excellent job and quickly rising through the ranks. "Sir, it's good to see you again," he said as he bowed his head to Fiona. "You too, Kogetsu, have you got a report for me?" Fiona asked, getting straight to business. "Yes, sir. I am afraid Lord Damo cannot make the meeting, however, he is sending his daughter Princess Mizuko in his place," Kogetsu said. Fiona nodded in response. "Thank you, make sure our guests are welcomed and verified before entry." "And Kogetsu," he said, getting his undivided attention. "Make sure you see to this task yourself," Fiona said, looking him directly in the eye. "Understood, sir," he said, not wasting any time as he quickly disappeared to carry out the task given. "I must say that Kogetsu has been a huge help around here while you have been gone. He is really shaping into a fine shinobi," May said as she leaned her head against Fiona's shoulder, resting her weight against him. Fiona smiled, knowing that he was a talented shinobi. "Yes, he certainly has a bright future ahead of him," he said before the doors opened and the first of the War Council members entered. May couldn't help but sigh as she pushed off of Fiona's shoulder, standing back on her own. "Well, I guess that's our fun over," she said as she got serious and headed over to greet them. "Guess the fun's over," Fiona repeated as he did the same. Sometime later. Not long had passed now and everyone apart from Princess Mizuko had arrived at the meeting. Even though she was yet to arrive, May had decided to start the meeting regardless. "Welcome everyone, lords and ladies," May said, making the essential greetings and paying the proper respects. "As you are aware, this is a War Council meeting, and the information discussed in this room should and will remain here," she said, not having to remind them what would happen if it didn't. "Now to the matter at hand," she said as she picked up the report that was on the desk in front of her. "As you can see in front of you, there are 2 sets of paper with a detailed report from our very own head of Recon and Intelligence Unit, AO," she said, giving everyone a moment to take a look at the report for themselves. "This cannot be right, surely it is a mistake?" One of the elders spoke out after a moment of silence. "I'm afraid not," May said, causing the elder to go quiet. "And what are we to do about this? If the other villages want to declare war against us, we could be in serious trouble." "What? How dare you suggest that?" Somebody else spoke as a sudden debate grew in the room. "We should break our alliance with the Leaf before they betray us too. Are you mad? We should use the Leaf to fight for us and take them out as well." Fiona remained quiet as he listened to the others argue over what they thought they should do. However, none of their thoughts seemed to inspire him, and he soon grew tired of the bickering. Fiona slowly raised his hand as he signaled for them to stop talking. Of course, he did not have to wait long as no one dared speak over him, so much as disrespect his authority. "I understand your concern, my lords," Fiona said after a moment. "However, we signed a pact with the Hidden Leaf as a means to achieve greater stability and peace, not to use them to fight for us," Fiona said, getting those who had to suggest otherwise to look sheepish. "If the other villages wish to declare war against us, we should first reach out to them individually to show them that we are not a threat against them," Fiona said. "And what if that does not work?" a female voice said all of a sudden, causing everyone to turn their head to its owner. Princess Mizuko stood before them as the doors to the office had been opened without anyone noticing other than Fiona, of course. "Princess," Fiona said as he stood from his seat to greet her with the proper respect, even though he didn't have to. Lord Mizukage, she said as she bowed her head ever so slightly with a grin on her face. Mizuko wore a long and formal kimono, one fitting her station. Her blonde hair was tied up in a neat bun and she looked very well, having become even more beautiful. May couldn't help but notice the grin on her face as she looked at her husband with a lustful glimmer in her eye. She also noted that it wasn't the first time either, remembering the last time they had met. Princess Mizuko, she suddenly said, getting her attention. It's an honor for you to join us. I do apologize that we did not wait for you, May said with a grin of her own, one that Fiona noticed. Please, it is not a problem, May, Mizuko said as she returned her look, also getting Fiona's attention as he wasn't sure what was going on between them both. Anyway, as I was saying, Fiona suddenly said, getting both of their attention to return to him before they decided to kill each other with their words. I believe that the hidden sand and kage are the cause of the problem. Due to my unfortunate past with them, I believe they are doing this in an attempt to get revenge for the death of their former kage. Fiona said, getting a small whisper from the others as they continued to listen. It would certainly make sense, Mizuko said as she looked at her nails. Before the alliance, you signed with the Leaf, the other nations had no reason to worry about the Mist alone. But now that the Mist and Leaf have joined together, the Sand could be using that to scare the other nation into starting a war, she said, having a surprising amount of knowledge on the subject. May didn't like it, but she was also thinking the same thing. Knowing that there was no way the other villages would start another war so soon after the last for nothing. Perhaps confronting the other kage individually would be best, one of the elders voiced, starting another debate on the subject. No, we should hold a meeting between all kage, that way we can see what the Kazekage's intentions truly are. Fiona sighed as everyone in the room started to speak out of turn once again, causing him to lose his train of thought for a second. It was true that ever since his claim to power the village had prospered far beyond anything it had ever seen. It was also true that they had stolen much work from the other nations due to their massively lowered prices for missions. It was understandable that the other nations would grow weary of them as the country slowly grew its wealth. Not to mention the sudden alliance with the Leaf, one of if not the strongest village alongside his own now. Of course, it would make the other kage nervous, only taking the slightest whisper from the right person to tip them towards the side of caution. Still, Fiona couldn't help but wonder if there were bigger players involved in this somehow. Ever since his last meeting with Obito, he had not been seen or heard from, having lost his base in the Hidden Mist village. Fiona thought he must have retreated to the Hidden Rain. Now he couldn't help but wonder if perhaps he had something to do with this. Suddenly the doors to the war chamber burst open, causing everyone to look at who dared enter the room without permission, causing them to go silent for a moment. "My lord!" a member of AO's recon unit said as he entered the room seeming to be in distress. "What is it?" Fiona said as he stood to his feet, sensing that it was urgent. "My lord. It's..." the Umbu member said, not quite able to get the words out. "Come on man, spit it out," May said as she walked over to him, seeing that he was holding a piece of paper. May snatched the scroll out of his hand before she opened it, taking a quick glance before her eyes opened wide in shock. "You need to see this," she said with a worried expression on her face, as she handed over the scroll to Fiona. An expression he had not seen on her face many times before. Everyone in the room was silent as they waited for Fiona to read the scroll, itching to know what was going on as the atmosphere grew tenser by the moment. Fiona took the scroll as May handed it to him, opening it slowly as he took a good look at the report as he read it word for word. A small moment passed before Fiona looked up and placed the scroll on the table in front of him with a heavy blow. "My lords and ladies," he said with heavy words. "As of this moment," he said, causing everyone to slip to the edge of their seat. "The Fourth Shinobi World War is upon us." Chapter 106. The Fourth Shinobi World War is upon us, Fiona said as his words echoed throughout the war chamber, causing everyone in the room to remain silent. "War! It really has come to another war." Someone finally spoke out, causing others to find the courage to speak their thoughts. May could see the look on Fiona's face as he fell back into his chair, placing his head in his hand. "Fiona, are you alright?" she asked, leading the others to argue and shout among themselves. "I don't understand. This wasn't supposed to happen yet," Fiona said to himself, not hearing May's words as she got closer. "Fiona?" May asked again as she placed her hand on his shoulder to get his attention. Fiona looked up at May and placed his hand on hers, flashing a small smile at her to let her know he was all right. He had enough of the arguing that was building between the others in the office and knew it was time to put a stop to it. "That is enough," he said, raising his voice ever so slightly, causing everyone in the room to quickly fall silent as he spoke. Fiona looked around the room as it finally went silent, daring anyone else to speak over him, before he finally stood up. "I understand the need for concern at the news. But now is not the time for panic. Now is the time for action," Fiona said, getting everyone's attention. "I want our defenses placed on high alert, with increased patrols around our borders," Fiona suddenly said as he sprang into action. "I want a detailed report of each and every squad who are currently out on missions. Those who are not deemed to be urgent or critical are to be recalled for active duty," he said as he barked the orders out one after the other, taking command of the situation as a kage should. "You have your orders. Prepare for war," Fiona then said as he dismissed them, having nothing further to say. "May, I need you to get a message sent to the Hokage right away. I need to see where the Leaf will stand with this war," Fiona said quietly so only she could hear that part, knowing that the others didn't need to hear it. "Right away," she said, not wasting any time as she dashed off to carry out his order. "Kogetsu," Fiona said, summoning him to his side. "Yes, sir?" Kogetsu said as he appeared next to his side. "Call AO back from the front lines. We will need him for what is to come," Fiona said, dismissing him at once. "Right away, sir," he said, not wasting another moment. Fiona stood, watching as everyone slowly made their way out of the war chamber until only he and Princess Mizuko were left in the room together. "Fiona," she said, now that they were alone, knowing she could drop the titles. "Mizuko," Fiona also said, doing the same. "Are you okay?" she asked, sensing that he was stressed. "As well as I can be with another war on the horizon," he said, being blunter than usual. Mizuko brushed his bluntness off and smiled before she sat down on the desk, crossing her legs as she did for effect. "What are you planning, Fiona?" she suddenly asked, seeming as if she was trying to take him by surprise. "What do you mean?" he asked, giving her a strange look. "This isn't your first war now, is it? I'm asking what you are planning to do," she said. This time she was the blunt one. "Honestly, I'm not sure yet," Fiona said as he lowered his head a little. "This may not be my first war, but it is my first war as the Mizukage," he said, feeling the weight of his nation and village on his shoulders. "I get that," Mizuko said as she suddenly hopped off of the table and walked over towards him. "I understand your burden," she said as she placed her hands on his shoulders as she slowly used her nails to stroke his skin in a seductive way before she walked around him in a full circle, coming back to face him. "Remember, Fu? You saved my life all those years ago. If there is ever anything that you need, please let me know," she said as she let her hand run up his neck before he scratched his chin with her finger in a playful manner. Fiona couldn't help but laugh at her gesture, and quickly grab her hand as she tried to move it down to his chest. "That's enough, princess," he said with a serious tone. Mizuko expected as much, simply pulled her hand away as she laughed it off. "Always so serious, Lord Mizukage," she said as she smiled at him while looking into his eyes. "One of us has to be," he replied, getting a small nod from her. "I do enjoy our little games," she said as she slowly started to walk away. "Until next time," she said as she waved goodbye, bowing her head slightly before she blew a kiss towards him and left the room, leaving him alone. Fiona breathed a sigh of relief now that he was alone, knowing what she was like around him. But now that she was gone, the worry that he had hidden so well behind a confident facade came to light. He couldn't help but wonder if this was how his Predacious had felt during their rule when faced with war and the potential death of hundreds if not thousands of their men. How has it come to this? Fiona said to himself again as he sat back down, doing his best to try and remain calm. It was very likely that the Mist would be the main target of this war by the other nations, putting them at the forefront of the war. Worries and doubts started to flood his mind, causing him to twitch as the potential for everything he had worked so hard to build could come crashing down around him. No. I won't allow that to happen. I will do everything in my power to make sure of it, he said as he stood back to his full height. I don't have time to waste, I had better get to work, he then said as he raised his hand and formed the hand signs for an ice mirror to form, knowing he had work to get done. The next week was extremely busy, not just for Fiona but for the entire village. The guard details were increased tenfold, along with patrols of and around the village's borders, as well as the land of water. Anyone and everyone who was not on an A ranks or above level mission had also been recalled to the village, other than those in the recon units, in charge of gaining as much intel on the other nations' movements as possible. Thankfully AO had returned unharmed to the village, having been successful on his mission to gain intel on the meeting between the other kage. Of course, thanks to his Byakugan, he had been able to spy on their meeting from many miles away, giving him great insight as to what was transpiring. However, the risk and efforts involved in the mission had soon been in vain as the official war decree had been released anyway. Once AO had returned to the village he had reported to Fiona first, giving him all of the details he had gathered, seeming to confirm his suspicions about who was at the center of all of this. That's right. The Kazekage was the one who organized the meeting between the Tsuchikage and the Reikage. The leaders from some of the smaller villages were also there, including the Waterfall and Grass. AO said. From what we could gather, the Kazekage was the instigator of it all, seeming to sway the others of your growing and uncontrollable strength. The Reikage was also quick to agree, having already seen your display of power in battle firsthand. AO said as he continued to speak. And what of the Tsuchikage? Mei asked as she listened intently with her arms crossed over her chest. At first he didn't seem interested in a war. But once he learned of the alliance between us and the Leaf, that soon changed. From what we can gather, the three of them are neither allies nor enemies. Simply put, they share a common enemy in us and wish to take us down a peg or two before we grow too strong for them to handle alone. AO said. And what of the Hokage's response, Mei? Have we received one yet? Fiona asked. No. I'm afraid not. Mei said, knowing things were not looking good. What if the Leaf refuses to help us out? I doubt we can take on 3 other nations alone. Mangettu said, speaking up from his seat. Fiona had summoned his closest allies and strongest genres to this meeting, knowing that it would be their power that he would need to rely on if things went south. Mei, AO, Mangettu, Kaga, Ganryu, Kogetsu, and the head of each Umbu unit were all present for this small meeting, meaning that the strongest members of the village were all gathered in one spot. Mei was at Kage level herself and next in line for Kage in Fiona's eyes. AO, with his Byakugan and high intelligence, had proved time and time again just how much of an asset he was to the village and Fiona himself. Mangetsu, also known as the second coming of the demon and currently the head of the 7 ninja swordsmen, having mastered each of the blades, and most likely the second strongest person in the village after Fiona. Kaga, who had been a member of Fiona's squad of Umbu for years, eventually helped him overthrow Yagura and become an elite Jonin ninja to who he had entrusted his adopted children, Kimimaro and Haku, as their sensei. He was as high a level Jonin one could get to, and Fiona trusted him with his life. Then there was Ganryu. He was a member of Suiren's original squad and had become an expert swordsman over his time serving with Fiona, even having taken up the mantle of wielding the Shibuki, paper bomb sword, and becoming one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen under Mangetsu. Last, there was Kogetsu Hozuki. He is the cousin of Mangetsu and next in line for the head of the Hozuki clan. He was currently the head of Fiona's personal Umbu guard and was in training under Mangetsu to wield one of the remaining swords of the 7. Alongside the other Umbu captains, all of who were strong and elite-level shinobi, this made up the main command structure of the Hidden Mist, more so as the main generals of the Mist's forces. If any of them were to fall in battle, it would be a major loss to Fiona's military might, something he knew all too well. I have no intention of us meeting any of the other nations in a head-to-head battle. We are an island nation and we will play to our strengths. If the Leaf refuses to help us, we will have no choice other than to take the defensive for the time being. Fiona said. I agree, Gari said as he looked at the large map that was spread out across the war table before them. It will be a huge problem for the other nations to transport any form of siege equipment across the sea, giving us a huge advantage in the forefront of battle. As long as we play to our strengths. He added. We can expect smaller units to try and make their way into our lands, most likely resorting to guerrilla tactics, Ao said. Playing on the defensive is all well and good, but what are we to do once our food and money run out? May suddenly said. What will we do when our citizens can no longer be fed, when trade stops due to the constant assault on our caravans and trade routes? Simply going on the defensive isn't enough. She said, making a valid point. What are you suggesting, May? That we march out and fight on the enemy's terms? Ao said, sounding a little harsher than he intended to. No, I'm not saying that at all. She said, trying her best to avoid an argument. We should use more Chunin and Genin to fight on the front lines as we did during the last war. Mangettu suddenly said with a menacing smile appearing on his face. No, that is not something I will resort to, Fiona said, nipping that idea in the bud. Mangettu simply shrugged his shoulders as he laughed it off, saying he was only joking before he went quiet again. If it comes to that, we might not have a choice. Ao suddenly said, seeming to agree with Mangettu in some way. I will not send mere children to their deaths for no reason, Fiona said, trying not to let the idea get him angry. In times of war, we don't always have a choice what we do. Ao simply said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Besides, this generation was going soft anyway, a little experience on the front lines could be good for developing their acolytes as shinobi. He added. Kogetsu remained quiet as he was not sure what to say, however, he could see that the atmosphere was growing tense due to the topic of conversation. Fiona was about to get angry now, doing his best to avoid snapping at the idea when suddenly a messenger entered the room, saving him from doing so. Sorry to bother you, sir, but you told me to inform you when we received a response from the Hokage of the Leaf. Fiona nodded and waved him over so he could give him the scroll, opening it to read before he dismissed the messenger. So what do they say? Mangettu said, speaking up again as he wanted to know. Fiona placed the scroll on the table, where May quickly picked it up to read for herself. It would seem that the Hokage has decided to honor our alliance and fight by our side, Fiona said, not seeming as happy as he should do. Something that Ao picked up on. But, he asked. But, the stone and sand have already deployed a large force on the edge of the Land of Fire. And the Leaf is asking for imitating backup from our forces. May said, having read the rest of the message. Ao quickly took the scroll so he could see for himself, quickly putting it down once he was finished and turning his attention to the war map. If the report is correct, then the stone have already started to carve a path through the hidden grass, as they did during the last war, Ao said as he marked it on the map. The sand has set up siege weapons on the edge of the Land of Fire, and the intel suggests they are planning to make a beeline towards the hidden Leaf to launch a direct assault, Ao added, and he placed another marker on the map. And what of the cloud? Gari asked, remembering their last encounter. Nothing had been reported of their movements of yet, including our own intel, Fiona said, knowing that they had yet to make a move. Very well. I guess we have no choice. We must go to the Leaf's aid and send 2 units to battle on the front lines. Fiona said as he stood up, knowing that things were about to get complicated. I want 2 units ready to move within the next 24 hours, Fiona said as he gave the order. Yes, sir. The others in the room said, quickly snapping to attention as Fiona grew serious. Move out. Chapter 107, The Start of War. Fiona had given the order for 2 battalions to be sent to the front lines in order to help the Hidden Leaf. One would be going to battle with the Hidden Sand, while the other would be heading towards the north in an attempt to stop the stone from advancing on the leaf. Fiona was thankful that the Hokage had honored the alliance agreement even after the death of Danzo at his own hands, something he had worried would affect their relationship. Still, it was his idea to enter an alliance with the hidden leaf that led to this. And in some ways, he blamed himself for it. But nothing good would come of worrying. No, the only thing he could do now was to prepare for the battles to come, prepping his nation and its people for the horrors of war. Many questions were swirling around inside of his head. After all, he currently possessed more power than anyone in the Naruto world at this moment in time. With it, he could take the fight to his enemies and destroy them without a second thought, finding little resistance to deal with his current abilities and forever changing the shinobi world in a mere instant. But if he did that, he would most certainly turn the rest of the world against him, inciting a total shinobi alliance to form against the mist. He knew he would have to be careful in this war, as the world was watching his every move, and the last thing he needed was to give them another reason to side with the sand. Fiona had come to the conclusion that the best thing he could do was to have his generals lead the armies while he oversaw them from the mist, only interfering in the battles when absolutely necessary. After all, not many kage entered the fray of battle lightly and without consequence. However, doing so seemed wrong to him, knowing that he would never be able to live with himself if he simply stood by and let his men die while he did nothing. "Are you serious?" Ao asked as he sat across from Fiona with Mei, who was sitting closer to her husband. "I am," Fiona said, already expecting this response from him. "You really intend to send clones out to both the battlefields at the same time? Do you have an idea how much it will escalate the battle when you are spotted in combat?" Ao said, clearly not stressing how important it was for him to remain out of the battling as much as he could. "Look, Fiona," Ao said, skipping the formalities as he spoke freely. "I know you are strong. In fact, everybody knows you are strong. But that's the point. You are too strong, and it scares people," Ao said, looking him in the eyes. "If the other nations learn that you are fighting on the front line right off the bat, they will resort to desperate measures, potentially uniting an even greater motive for the rest of the world to attack us," Ao said, speaking sense. "Ao! How dare you speak to him like this?" Mei suddenly shouted, giving him a deadly glare at the disrespect he had just shown. "No. Mei, it's okay," Fiona said after a moment, taking Ao's words to him as his friend, and not just as a leader. "I understand your concern, Ao. I really do, and I also agree with that outcome. It is true that the other nations have seen too much of my abilities, and will be keeping a strict eye on the battlefields for my involvement, giving them the right to escalate things even further. But I will still be sending clones out to each of the battlefields," Fiona said as he slowly stood up from his seat. "But Fiona!" Ao said in protest, still trying to argue with him. "As the 5th Mizukage, it is my sworn duty to defend my village and its people as best I can. And if that means that I have to take on the world to do so, then so be it," Fiona said as he stood proud and strong. Ao didn't have any more words to say, seeing that Fiona's resolve was so strong. He knew nothing he said would change his mind, and only had one course of action left to take. "So be it. I will follow you to the end, no matter what," Ao said as he stood to his feet to match Fiona, extending his fist as he did. Fiona smiled as he saw Ao's reaction, and extended his own fist to bump Ao's as a sign of friendship and respect. "Mei," Fiona suddenly said as he turned to her. "Why yes?" she asked. "Give the order to assemble," Fiona said, flashing her a confident smile. "At once," Mei said, smiling back at him, falling in love with him all over again as she looked at his expression. "Ao, make sure everyone is prepped and ready," he then said as he turned back to Ao. "At once, Lord Mizukage," Ao responded as he bowed his head, this time showing the proper respect. Fiona soon found himself standing on top of the Mizukage's mansion, overlooking his entire village as the mist sat heavy in the air, keeping the streets from view. Fiona stood with the other generals of the village and their most trusted Umbu squad captains as the final preparation had been made for the troops to be assembled into their units and battalions. "Sir, The troops are ready for you, Gari said as he stood next to Fiona, letting him know everything was in order. Very well, the time has finally come, Fiona said, allowing Gari to take a step back, standing with the other generals. Fiona took another step forward so that he was now on the edge of the building, overlooking the entire village before he raised his right hand. With one sudden burst of chakra, the mist that had separated Fiona's view from the village was suddenly dispersed by a massive amount of wind, revealing the large units of hidden mist troops below as they lined the streets awaiting their leader to make his appearance. Fiona stood strong and proud before them, feeling as all of their eyes were on him, watching him carefully as they waited for him to speak. Fiona stood silent as he looked over his village, taking the sight in as he could feel the eyes of each and every one of them weighing down upon him, waiting and hoping for him to give them the strength and courage they needed to march to battle. A moment of pure silence went by, as nothing but the empty sound of anticipation could be heard by all. Each and every man, woman, and child waiting for their leader to speak. I stand before you in this solemn hour, to dwell upon our repeated efforts for peace with the other nations. Fiona suddenly said, gaining everyone's undying attention. The other nations who have seen fit to so wrongly march to war, as their dead generations weep at their sacrifices made in the wars fought before. Fiona said as the wind picked up, causing his cloak to blow in dramatic effect. Once again, our generation will be faced with the horrors of war. With only you men and women, whose cooperation will be essential and whose comradeship and brotherhood are indispensable, is the only foundation upon which the trial and tribulation of past wars can be endured. This righteous conviction is what alone affords the ever-fresh resilience which renews the strength and energy of our people in the long and dark days that are to come. Fiona vociferated, as he did his best to look each and every one of them in the eyes from his post-ion. Outside, the storms of war will blow and the lands may be lashed with the fury of the enemy's jutsu. Alas, we must never forget where we come from, or what we are fighting for. Fiona roared, getting everyone's attention as his words echoed in their hearts and they fed off of his emotion. When I was young, I was forced to fight for this land and its people, fighting for nothing but the decree and ideals of others, being forced to watch as my fellow shinobi were cut down before me. I wanted nothing more than to turn my back on this god-forsaken nation, asking myself why I continued to fight for such an accursed leader. Fiona said, taking a small turn in his words. But I am not that leader. Yet those very decrees and ideals have become my own. I am Fuyona Yuki, the 5th Mizukage, and it was not until today that I truly knew the weight that came with the title of Mizukage. I now stand before you as I ask you to lay down your lives for your home, for your nation, and for its people. I ask that none of you surrender to your fear and doubts of the impending doom that lingers on the horizon. I ask only that you place your faith in me, and trusting all of your disconcertment in me. I now say to you, what a wise and powerful man once said to me as he passed the mantle of Kage down, and trusting me with the hopes and dreams he once had for our land, Fiona said with a burning fire in his heat. Where the mist falls, one shall find its people. Ever-changing like the water, they will give rise to more mist, which will forever preserve the village and the generations that will come to flood it. Fiona shouted, getting a mighty roar from the entire village as their hearts ignited, burning with such ferocity that the very sound of their cheers would surely echo in the hearts of their enemies. Mei and Swerin stood back with the other generals, feeling proud of the man they loved, knowing that he was giving everything he had to the village and its people, as they listened to their cries. Ao and the other generals also looked toward their leader with a burning desire to fight with him, knowing that following such a leader into battle would be nothing less than an honor. Well, he's one hell of a speech giver, Mangettu said with a smile on his face, knowing he would be willing to die in battle for him after showing such resolve. You truly underestimated him, cousin, Kogetsu said as he stood next to his older cousin with a smile. Mangetsu didn't say anything else, simply listening to the roar of the troops from below. All right, men, let us march to war. Fiona then said, getting his generals and captains ready so they could head down and lead their own units. Yes, sir. They all said as they gave their own battle cry, showing their devoted loyalty to their kage before making their way down to their units, leading Fiona alone with Mei and Swerin. The time has come then, Mei said as she gave Fiona a solemn look. I am afraid so, Fiona said before Swearin suddenly jumped at him, wrapping her arms around his waist. You have to be careful, please. Promise me nothing will happen to you, she said, worried for him. Fiona smiled as he looked down at her, slowly wrapping his arms around her and placing his head on hers. I promise, Swearin, I promise I will stop this war as soon as I can, he said, doing his best to reassure her. Don't worry, Swearin. I will keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, she said as she placed her hands on her hips, causing both of them to smile at her. I know you will, May, but make sure you are careful too, Swearin said, giving her a stern look. I will, dear, May said to her fellow wife, trying not to laugh as she did. All right, we had best get a move on, Fiona said as he slowly broke the hug between him and Swearin. May nodded in agreement as she prepared herself. I'll head down now, she said, knowing Swearin would want a little more time with Fiona. With that, May headed off, leaving the two of them alone on the roof, still overlooking the village. Promise me you will be safe, Swearin said as she placed her hands behind her back looking nervous. I don't mean to nag, it's just... It's okay to be worried, Swearin. I know this is scary and what the future holds is uncertain. But know this, I will do everything in my power to make it back alive, Fiona said, looking deep into her eyes. Swearin nodded as she tried to hold her tears back. I know, she said softly. Fiona pulled her back into his chest, holding her tight in his arms and embracing her. Do you promise? She asked, slowly looking up at him. I promise, he said, looking down at her before he leaned in and kissed her softly. Meanwhile, the other villages, including the Sand and Stone, had already assembled their troops, having taken the advantage of the early tidings of the war. The Stone had sent an advanced battalion of 8,000 to the border of the Hidden Leaf via the Hidden Grass. Such a force traveling was no mere sight, and no easy task, as it came with its own logistical problems, such as food and supply convoys that would have to be sustained for the duration of the war. Any village that happened to be in the way of their warpath was in a dire panic, knowing full well that the soldiers would happily help themselves to anything they wanted, including food and even girls if they so wished. There was only one main route that led through the Hidden Grass towards the Leaf. The Canopy Bridge. This bridge had been a huge staple in the previous war, having even been blown up to stop the Stone from advancing further in the war. Since the Third Great War, the bridge had been rebuilt over time, and once again would be used to supply the war effort for the Hidden Stone, with them taking more care to guard and protect it, learning their lesson from the last time. The Leaf had been forced to deploy troops to the border to halt the advance of the Stone. However, the Sand had the same idea and deployed their own troops of 8,000 men, including siege and artillery along the border of the Land of Rivers, heading towards the Land of Fire. Therefore the Hidden Leaf had been forced to split its manpower to deal with both threats at the same time. Being forced to request help from their new ally, the Hidden Mist, who had sent reinforcements to their aid. The only question now would be whether they could hold the lines until the reinforcements arrive, or if the enemy would press through and advance further into their lands. Although war had been declared by all three of the other nations, the Hidden Cloud had yet to form any sign of response, holding off on their attack for the time being. This left the Hidden Leaf in two minds about how they would deal with the situation, knowing that if the Cloud decided to attack from the north, they would be left with little manpower to respond. Unlike the Mist, which was an island nation surrounded by other small islands and rough tides and currents, giving it an already impressive natural defense. The Leaf was a large nation, being surrounded on all sides by the other great powers. The Leaf could currently amass a force of 10,000 to respond to the current threats coming from the Sand and the Stone, already leaving them short. If the Cloud decided to attack, the Hokage would once again be forced to use every able-bodied man, woman, and child to defend their nation, as he had been forced to in the previous war, something he did not wish to do again. Fiona watched as his troops, numbering 8,000, marched out of the village towards the many docks and ports, knowing that with their combined units with the Hidden Leaf, they would stand a good chance of pushing back the initial assault that was coming from both sides. And he planned to do this as quickly as possible. The time has come, he said to himself as he raised his hands, forming the hand signs to make his ice clones. 5 clones of Fiona formed from his ice jutsu, standing next to him on the roof of the Mizukage mansion, looking at him as they waited for the order. "You know what to do," he said, giving them the signal for them to move out. The clones didn't waste any time as each of them created their own ice mirror and walked through it, disappearing in an instant and leaving the original alone on the roof. "Let us begin," Fiona said as he looked to the horizon, listening as the trumpets of war began to sound. Chapter 108. The Sand had currently deployed a force of 8,000 along the land of rivers, as they planned to take control of the small nation and use it as a base of operations to attack the Leaf. So far both sides had set up defensive measures as the Sand had come to a halt in the middle of the land of rivers, having been met by the hidden Leaf forces, as they did their best to halt their advance. However, the Sand knew that they outnumbered the Leaf forces 2-1, having been given the report from their scouts. And they would not allow the Leaf to block their advance for long as they prepared to attack. The battlefield had been decided along the rough terrain full of large tent rocks that spread across the entire battlescape, with only a small clearing where the Sand had deployed their troops. The Leaf would try and use these as a natural defense from the Sand siege weaponry. But they knew it would take more than hiding behind rocks to survive, let alone with this battle. "The men are in position, sir," one of the Leaf Jonin said to their commander. "Good. Any sign of the missed reinforcements?" the commander asked, looking over to the scout. "Not yet, sir," he responded, not seeming hopeful. "Looks like we are out of time then," he said as he led the way out of his small tent that had been set up for tactical reasons. The Sand had been edging forwards ever so slightly, moving closer and closer as they got ready to attack. Each and every time the Leaf scouts reported their advance, letting the commanders know that the time for battle would soon be upon them. "Sir, it won't be long now until we are in range of their siege weapons. Give the order to prepare for battle. We can't let them use their siege equipment to its full extent," the commander said, knowing it would cause a heavy amount of casualties. The Sand had 3 different types of artillery weapons, ranging from a giant demon shuriken launcher that could fire up to 4 shurikens at a time, basic catapults, and ballistas that would be shooting giant arrows, all of which were designed to do massive damage to large areas in a full-scale battle. "Formations!" the captains of the Hidden Leafs unit shouted, getting their men to take a position within their squads and units. The atmosphere was tense as the eve of battle was upon them, all of men and women that made the ranks sweating as they waited for the order to charge to be given. "Remember, men, show these bastards no mercy," the commander shouted as he looked down at them, seeing the nervous looks on their faces. Meanwhile, the Hidden Sands forces were lined up and in perfect formation alongside their siege weapons that made a long line that stretched at least 400 meters across, as they prepared for battle. "Lady Kazekage, the men are in position and we are ready to attack upon your orders," one of the Hidden Sands captains said to Pakura, who was currently the 5th Kazekage. Pakura currently sat in her tent, wearing her kage hat as she sipped on a small cup of tea before she looked over to the man giving her the report. "Is that so?" she said as she slowly placed the teacup down and stood to her feet, placing her hands on her hips. "In that case, give the order to attack at once. I want to press on the attack and destroy them as quickly as possible," she shouted, giving the man a serious glare. "At once, Lady Kazekage," he shouted, quickly bowing to her before he turned and ran to give the orders. "The Leaf will pay for aligning with the mist," she said as she looked through the gap in her tent entrance, knowing now was the time for battle. "Lady Mizukage," an elderly voice said coming from behind her, taking her attention away from her thoughts. "I hope you are not planning on engaging in this battle from the very start," the voice said again before she turned around to look at who it belonged to. "Lady Chio, I can assure you I will follow your advice and restrain myself from getting involved until later," Pakura said, flashing her elder a smile. "Good. We wouldn't want a repeat of what happened to Lord Forth," Chio said as she gave Pakura a hard look. No, we wouldn't," Pakura said, giving her a hard look before he looked to her other trump cards. "I hope you are ready," she said as she eyed up their cloaks. "We will do what we have been paid to do." That you can be certain of," a deep voice said coming from the shadows. "Very well," Pakura said as she turned her attention back to the entrance to her tent. "Sir! The siege weapons are in range!" One of the scouts of the Leaf shouted to his commander, letting him know as urgently as he could. "Very well," the commander said under his breath before he looked up in the enemy's direction. "All right, men, charge!" He shouted at the top of his lungs, getting an almighty roar from everyone as they did as instructed, charging into the fray of battle, knowing not all of them would make it out alive. "Fire!" the sand captain shouted, giving the order for the artillery to be let loose at their targets. The sand units did just that as they pulled the levers and switches of the different siege weapons, letting them loose into the air before they quickly started to reload them. The Hidden Leaf forces charged towards the Hidden Sands forces, watching as the sky was suddenly filled with all sorts of heavy weaponry, having no choice other than to keep running as if their lives depends on it. "Incoming!" The warning of many was ill heard as the crash and thunderous sounds of catapults and other heavy weaponry hit the ground, causing explosions all around as fire engulfed the area they hit. "Look out!" Others tried to shout as massive demon shurikens hit and tore through the ground and tent rocks, showing that they provided little cover from the massive weapons. "Keep going, men! We cannot stop here!" the commander shouted, doing his best to keep moving forwards even as he watched his men get torn apart from another set of massive shuriken before his very eyes. "Sir, the Leaf forces are advancing on us quickly," one of the sand captains said as he watched from the distance. "I can see that," the commander said as he also watched from their vantage point. "Send in the first wave, and do not stop the artillery from firing," he said, causing a worried look to form on the captain's face. "But sir, many of our own men will die if we continue to fire." "I gave you an order, man. See that it is done," the commander suddenly snapped, cutting the captain off. "You understood, sir," the captain said as he slowly backed off and gave the order for the first wave of soldiers to charge. "Arg!" Both sides screamed as they finally clashed in the middle of the battlefield, engaging in vicious and brutal combat. The first wave of sand ninja, roughly 1,000 strong, clashed with those of the Hidden Leaf, engaging in combat that ranged from taijutsu, kinjutsu, kunai, shuriken, and a variety of jutsu. Each side clashing in vicious and bloody battle as they tried their very best to destroy the other side. "Hold the line, men, we have to push through no matter what," the Leaf commanders and captains shouted as they tried to keep their men's morale up, doing their best to push through. "Sir, look out!" One of the Leaf ninjas shouted a warning, seeing that the sand continued to fire their artillery weapons from the distance, even though their own men would take damage too. "Blast it," the commander said as he watched in horror, knowing that the sand had planned this all along, using their own men to trap and stop the Leaf forces into one place so they could take more of them out from a distance. "At this rate, we won't have enough men to stop them," one of the captains said as he watched the messy battle rage. "It's no use. We have to retreat to safety and get out of range of the artillery," the commander suddenly shouted, getting ready to give the signal to retreat. "Sir, look out!" One of the captains suddenly shouted as large demon shuriken was flying towards them, doing his best to try and form hand signs before it got too close. Time slowed down for the commander as he watched it come towards them, knowing that this was the end for him and his men, as the captain also realized he could form the hand signs quick enough. But for some reason unknown to the commander, the shuriken never hit them, leaving him and his men standing there confused as to why they were still alive. "Is that a mirror?" one of the captains asked as he looked closer, seeing their reflection. "Sorry we are late," a voice said coming from behind them, causing them to turn around and see who it belonged to. Kage and Gari stood behind them, flashing them a smile as they gave the Leaf commander a nod. "Why, you are Mist Shinobi. Does that mean?" the commander asked. "See for yourself," Kage said as he turned around to show him. Suddenly large ice mirrors opened all around the battlefield, causing both sides to stop fighting as they watched in confusion. A large amount of Mist Shinobi appeared from the mirrors, running through them as they took their formation, giving a large war cry to get everyone's attention. "Sorry we are late, Commander, but things will be different from here. Another voice suddenly said, getting his attention again. Why you are? The Leaf Commander said in shock as he saw who the voice belonged to, seeing it was Fiona, standing tall and proud as he walked over towards them and took down the large ice mirror that had shielded them from the artillery. The Leaf Commander could see all of the mist reinforcements had arrived, ready to help turn the tide of the battle. However, he knew with the enemy's artillery they would still have a hard time and take a large number of casualties. Sir! Another round of artillery is about to be released. One of the captains suddenly shouted, gaining all of their attention. I wouldn't worry about that, Fiona said as he made the hand signs, allowing ice mirrors to suddenly form in the sky, absorbing all of the projectiles from the Sand's artillery. Oh, and don't worry about the artillery. That's taken care of. Fiona then said as he placed his hands together again, concentrating for a moment. The Sand's troops were forced to watch as ice formed under their siege weapons, seeming to swallow them into the ground and causing them to disappear in an instant. What the hell happened to our artillery? The Sand's commander shouted, watching in confusion as first all of the projectiles had been absorbed and then the artillery itself was swallowed by the ice mirrors before they disappeared. I don't know, sir. They just disappeared into the ice. One of the men said as he had fallen back onto his arse confused. Sir, look! One of the captains said as he saw the large ice mirrors appear, allowing the mist units to run through them onto the battlefield. What the hell kind of jutsu is that? He shouted, having never seen anything like it before. That commander would be the 5th Mizukage. A voice said coming from behind him, causing him to stand upright at attention as he instantly recognized who it belonged to. Lady Kazekage. He shouted, bowing to her at once. I didn't expect him to come here right away either. But it would seem we are going to have one hell of a fight on our hands, she said as a smile appeared on her face. Fiona watched as his men charged onto the small amount of Sand shinobi who remained as they tried to hold the line against the Leaf, crushing them in a quick charge as they had the element of surprise. Now that the Sand's artillery has been taken care of, we can advance without cause for concern, Fiona said, waiting for the Leaf Commander to pick his jaw up from the floor. Sir, it would seem they still outnumber us by around 2,000 men, Kaga said as he did a rapid count and analysis of how many shinobi he could see. I see, Fiona said as he took a good look at his surroundings. Kaga, gather the men, Fiona said as he gave the order before he turned to the Leaf Commander. Are your men ready? He asked. The commander was quick to shake his shock off, knowing he shouldn't have expected anything less of one of the 5 kage, especially one of Fiona's reputation. They are, sir, he said as he turned to get a good look at them, seeing they had a small boost to their morale now that the mist reinforcements had arrived. Very well, the real battle starts now, Fiona said as he nodded to Kaga. Kaga nodded back as he quickly made his way to the front line and began to bark orders to the men and women who made the front lines up. Fiona closed his eyes as he focused on the chakra signals that were coming from the enemy, trying to find those who would pose the most threat on the battlefield. There you are, he said as he locked onto Pakura, followed by 4 other S-level chakra signals he knew were very strong. Seems they really aren't holding anything back, Fiona thought as he knew they amassed as many troops as they could afford to take away from their village. Keep doing what you are doing, Commander. Your men will need you if they are to keep fighting at their best, Fiona said as he turned his back on them, making his way to the front line. Wait, Lord Mizukage. Where are you going? He shouted as he watched him walk away. I'm joining the front line, Commander, he said, not even looking back. After all, what kind of leader would I be if I hide behind my own men? He said, leaving the commander with Gonryu and his own captain. That's our Mizukage for you, Gonryu said as he watched him walk off. He can't be serious, the commander said. I know he is strong, and a kage. But still, fighting on the front line from the get-go will get him killed, he shouted as he took a step forwards. I wouldn't bother, Commander, Gonryu suddenly said, grabbing his shoulder. Just watch, he said as he let go of him, knowing it would make little difference if he tried to stop him or not. Fiona made his way over towards the front lines, getting stared at by every one of the Leaf and Mist shinobi who also made up the ranks. Lord Mizukichi fights with us. There is no way we can lose. Some of the men shouted, causing everyone to cheer in amazement as they watched him join their ranks. All right, men. On me! Fiona shouted as he turned to face them, getting an almighty roar before he started running. Here they come, sir. One of the sand captains shouted to his commander and Kazekage as they watched the combined force of the Leaf and Mist charge towards them. Give the order! Pakura shouted, watching from the distance as she spotted Fiona leading the charge. Devil of the Mist. Your time has come to an end, she said as she extended her hand. Charge! She shouted, getting the whole of her 7,000-strong army to march forwards. Whoever brings me the Mizukichi's head will go down in the history books. Now go, fight with everything you have for the sand. She roared, getting her own battle cry from her force as they burst into a sprint to match that of the enemies. Ariga! Both sides roared as they ran towards each other, each side getting ready to unleash their strongest attacks as they got closer and closer. Fiona watched as the enemy got closer and closer, also seeing that he was much further ahead than the rest of his men, seeing that he would enter the fray of battle first. Something he was happier about, as it meant no one would get in his way. Here we go! Fiona yelled as he crossed his arms over his head, allowing bones to suddenly burst all around his body as he was about to clash with the enemy. Time to let loose. Chapter 109. As the battle between the Mist, Leaf, and Sand raged in the Land of Rivers. Another battle was about to take place in the northwest, along the border of the Land of Grass and Land of Fire. The Hidden Stone had amassed a force of 8,000 strong and were preparing to charge on the 4,000 strong unit of the Leaf who had been forced to meet them, charged with halting their advance. Currently, in the Hidden Leaf, things were very tense as the Hokage did his best to manage the village's resources, knowing he would need to send another force out soon, as well as keep a large enough unit behind to protect the village. Plus the added strain at the loss of Danzo had caused an uproar among the route members, who had either been forced to join the ranks of the Hokage's Umbu or die, almost causing a small internal war between the Umbu as a result. That and the added threat of the Uchiha's possible rebellion, something that the Hokage had been keeping tabs on with the help of both Itachi and Shirsu Uchiha, who had been acting as double agents for both him and Danzo before his death. Thankfully, the announcement of war had been enough for the Hokage and Fugaku to meet eye to eye and allow them to put aside their clans and villages' differences for the better of the village. Both of them knew that a civil war between the village and Uchiha would leave either side weak and at risk of invasion by the other nations. Fugaku had agreed to have the Uchiha help in the war for the protection of the village, only if they would be allowed to fight on the front lines, and not be confined to the village as they had been in the past. The Hokage had agreed to his terms, knowing that it was only Danzo who had made the Uchiha stand back in the past. As such, half of the Uchiha clan had been assembled to join the ranks of the unit that was heading to the grass, while the other half would remain in the village, maintaining order and peace as their job as the Leaf police force. Hiruzen knew that their power would be needed if they were to stand a chance in this war and that their cooperation would be essential in order to achieve victory. Fugaku had even volunteered to lead the battalion that would be heading to the grass, having been granted by Hiruzen, who knew that Fugaku was currently the strongest person in the village, other than himself. Of course, Hiruzen was prepared to join the war front himself, not being one to shy away from battle and hide behind his men. However, the village was still in a delicate position, and he had been advised by the elders to remain behind for now so he could maintain order. Currently, Fugaku had led the force of 4,000 strong Hidden Leaf shinobi towards the grass, knowing they would be facing twice as many stone ninja, outnumbered 2-1 as the reports had said anyway. Still, Fugaku was not worried as he had a secret that no one else knew about. He possessed the Mangettu Sharingan, and he planned to use it to turn the tide of battle if he needed to. He also knew that he was only one man, and could not be everywhere at once. Knowing he wouldn't be able to help with the other battles that would be taking place against the Sand and other nations who would launch an attack from different locations around the Land of Fire. "Sir, our army is in place," a member of the Akimichi clan said, snapping Fugaku out of his thoughts. "Good, stand by for my orders, Fugaku said as he stood with his arms crossed, looking across the large open plain that would serve as their battlefield. This is where we will make our stand. He thought as he served the area, doing his best to plan for every possible eventuality, knowing he would need multiple plans if they were to succeed. Meanwhile, Arg! The screams of war sounded as Fiona hit the front of the enemy lines like a bowling ball into a set of pins. Using his Shikatsumiyaku abilities, Fiona was like a human porcupine, becoming deadly from every angle as he charged into the enemy lines, killing anyone who got too close to him with great speed and precision. Fiona flipped and danced around as his bones continued to attack and defend at the same time, causing more and more bodies to pile up as he was unstoppable, acting as a one-man army. Stop him! The enemy sand troops shouted, doing their best to try and defend against their overwhelming taijutsu. However, none were skilled enough and soon the leaf and mist units crashed into the sands, causing the full battle to start. We can't let our Mizukage take them all down, men. One of the mist captains shouted as the battle raged, getting a roar from as many around him that could hear his words. Fiona had charged well into the middle of the Sand's army, fighting alone and well away from his men as he continued to dance around, flipping from side to side, front and back. Unstoppable, as if he was a storm of death that no one could contain. Who the hell is this guy? One of them shouted as a four-man team suddenly stopped as they made the hand signs for a combined wind-style jutsu, doing it at the same time to make it even more powerful. However, Fiona simply slipped into an ice mirror, disappearing before the jutsu could make an impact. Instead, it took out a massive amount of their own men as the wind style ripped through their comrades. What in the hell? Where did he go? One of them shouted as they did their best to try and look around. But Fiona simply slipped out of his ice mirror and cut through them like a hot knife through butter, continuing on his path of blood and death. We can't stop him. Someone shouted before they were implied by one of Fiona's bones, the sight of it causing fear as everyone tried to turn and run from the sight of him covered in their comrades' blood. There are so many of them. At this rate, I'm going to be doing this all day. Fiona thought as he ducked under a demon shuriken before he blocked a sword slash to his head, letting his bones counter themselves without even thinking about it. I should head towards the S-rank chakra I could sense coming from the back. That way I can take them out before they do any damage to our troops. Fiona thought as he ripped through another 20 men as if they were nothing. Suddenly Fiona felt something attached to his back and pull him through the air, feeling there was nothing he could do about it. Chakra threads, he said as he realized what was happening. Clever. He then thought as he let his chakra flow through his bones to sever the chakra threads, allowing him to fall through the air where he was met with another blast of a combination jutsu, trying to take him off guard while he had nowhere to go in his free fall. Good, but not good enough, Fiona said as he simply fell into another ice mirror, allowing the combined jutsu to miss him again. Where did he go? One of the sand shinobi shouted in panic as he looked around for him. Calm down, Squirt, Chio said as she remained calm, waiting until she could sense his chakra appear before she attacked. There! She suddenly shouted, allowing her chakra threads to ripple from the tips of her fingers as she tried to attach them to Fiona again. However, Fiona simply cut them out of the air, having already clocked onto them. I'm afraid that won't work on me again, he said, looking Chio up and down. So you are Lady Chio. We finally meet, Fiona said as he greeted her out of respect for her reputation. Chio looked Fiona up and down, watching his body ripple and mutate as his bones slowly retracted inside of his body. So you are the Kage killer, and feigned fifth Mizukage, she said, seeing how he lived up to his reputation after having watched him wreak havoc on the battlefield. I try not to go by that name these days, he said, knowing that is how everyone saw him. After all, he had already killed 2 Kage in his time, and he was sure that number would increase in the near future. Are you intending to fight me, Lady Chio? He asked, already knowing the answer. I am, she said simply, as she pulled out a scroll from her cloak. Fiona smiled a little as he already knew what was coming, knowing she was about to use her famed 10 puppet jutsu on him. Are you really going to go all out from the start? Fiona asked, knowing she meant business. I'm not here to joke around, Kaguya killer, she said as she made a hand sign and summoned her puppets, allowing them to float in the air as she connected her chakra threads and prepared for battle. So be it, Fiona said as he took a ready stance, knowing this would be a tough fight using only 25% of his power. The main battle was still going strong, even with Fiona having killed well over 300 men by himself. The Sand's forces seemed to never end as they continued to fight tooth and nail against the combined force of the Leaf and Mist units. Kaga was also in the middle of the battlefield as he commanded his troops, having them work together as much as possible in order to take out more enemy soldiers than they could alone. The battle was getting messy as bodies littered the ground and the smell of blood drenched the air. Neither side was ready to surrender and both sides continued to fight as hard as they could, giving it their all as both sides pushed with everything they had. "Don't give up, men!" Kaga shouted as he cut another sand ninja down with his sword, turning around to block another attack that was coming his way. Kaga quickly blocked the downward slash and kicked the man away from him before he dashed forwards and cut him down, feeling his blood splash onto his face before he looked up to take a look at what was happening around him. Meanwhile, Fugaku and the other Leaf forces had come into contact with the Hidden Stone's force, and the two armies were now facing off against one another. Fugaku could see that the Stone's force was considerably larger than his own, knowing they were outnumbered. "This isn't looking good," Fugaku said as he remained standing with his arms crossed over his chest. "Sir! The Mist reinforcements are here!" A Leaf shinobi shouted, alerting everyone to their arrival as they turned to see the large ice mirrors that were allowing the Mist troops through. Suddenly Ao and Mangetsu landed next to Fugaku as they greeted him with a nod. "I take it you are in command?" Ao asked, already knowing who Fugaku was. "I am," he said, doing a quick head count of the Mist reinforcements. "Looks like we made it in time," Mangetsu said as he took a look over towards the enemy forces, whistling as he tried to count them all. "Good to see you again, Fugaku," Fiona suddenly said as he appeared from his own ice mirror, standing beside Ao and Mangetsu. This time Fugaku turned around, seeming to accept Fiona's arrival in his own way. "I didn't realize you would be joining us on the battleground, Lord Mizukage," Fugaku said, showing genuine surprise. "I see you are also doing your part in this war," Fiona countered, simply flashing him a smile as he placed his hands on his hips. "Still, even though you are a clone, your presence will indeed help turn the tide of this battle," Fugaku suddenly said, showing that his eyes were as sharp as daggers. Fiona couldn't help but smile at his keen senses as he sighed. "I guess they don't call you Wicked Eye Fugaku for nothing," Fiona said, looking him in the eye with a powerful stare. "Sir," a familiar voice said as its owner appeared from thin air. Both Fiona and Fugaku turned around to look at its owner, seeing none other than Kakashi standing there as he waited to be permitted to speak. "Report," Fugaku said. "It is as we thought, sir. The stone is using Kane Bridge to supply their army as they did in the previous war," Kakashi said as he turned to look at Fiona, bowing his head as he did. "Lord Mizukage," he said, acknowledging his presence, knowing he had overall command now he was here. "Is that so?" Fiona said as he turned to Ao, giving him a nod so he could have a look. Ao nodded and made the hand signs as he activated his Byakugan, taking a look at the entire battlefield and all the way back to where the enemy had made camp. "It's true," Ao said as he let his eyes rest and returned to normal. "However, this time they have the bridge under heavy guard," Kakashi said as he looked back at Fugaku. "Seems they have learned their lesson from last time," Fugaku said as he crossed his arms again. "Still, it will fall once more, and put an end to the stone's advance as it did the last time," Fugaku said, turning to Kakashi. "I want you to assemble a squad you can trust, and do whatever it takes to take out that bridge. If I remember correctly, it was your squad that completed that mission in the last war, so you already have a better understanding of what needs to be done," Fugaku said. "Yes, sir. However, it will not be easy," Kakashi said, knowing the enemy would make it much more difficult this time. "Did I ask you whether it would be hard or not?" Fugaku suddenly said, looking him in the eye. "I gave you an order, not a question, did I not?" he said, snapping at him a little. "Sorry, sir, I will go at once," Kakashi said, knowing he should have known better. Fiona remained silent as he stood next to Fugaku, taking a look at the battlefield. "You could thank me, you know," he said after a moment, keeping a straight face. Fugaku raised an eyebrow as he moved his eyes only to look at Fiona. "And why would I do that?" he said. "Well, with Danzo gone, I'm guessing life is much easier for your clan," Fiona said as he shrugged his shoulders. Fugaku only half smiled as he tried to keep a serious face, knowing full well they had wanted Danzo dead for years, only never being able to carry it out due to the consequences that would have followed. "No comment," Fugaku simply said as he unfolded his arms from his chest as the sounds of the enemy's battle horns sounded in the distance. "The tides of war are upon us," he said as he grew serious, watching as the hidden stone started to advance. Fiona remained silent as he too watched, knowing another intense battle was about to begin. Let it begin. Chapter 110. Fiona and Fugaku stood atop the hillside as they looked over their combined forces, watching like hawks as the enemy stone army started charging towards them, intent on crushing them with force. "I want all fire-style users to the front now," Fugaku shouted, watching as the ranks changed formation to allow those who could use the fire style to the front, including all Uchiha who were among the ranks. "On my order!" Fugaku shouted as he raised his arm, waiting for the enemy to get closer. "Fire!" Fugaku shouted, watching as all of the Leaf Shinobi made the hand signs for the basic fireball jutsu, unleashing it at the same time. The stone watched as the combined fire style was unleashed, flying towards them like a tsunami of flames. "Earth Wall!" Their commander, Kitsuchi, shouted as he led the counterattack, putting up a huge earth wall that was followed by many more to block the oncoming fire-style assault. The fire hit the large earth walls and exploded harmlessly as the two jutsu countered each other, only succeeding in creating a large plume of smoke. Fugaku watched as the massive amount of stone shinobi charged out of the smoke, continuing on their path towards the allied forces. "Kitsuchi," Fugaku said as he saw the stone commander, standing tall as he too watched his men charge forwards. Kitsuchi was a very tall and well-built shinobi, with dark eyes and short dark gray-colored hair as well as a bulbous nose. He wore the standard Iwagakure shinobi uniform with a left sleeve and a right lapel. His forehead protector was also in a bandana style along with bandages around his right wrist. "Do you know him?" Fiona asked, as his eyes also fell onto the man, having only seen his picture in the bingo book as an S-rank shinobi. "I do," Fugaku said as he remembered the past battles that had been fought between them. "Attack!" Fugaku suddenly shouted as he gave the signal for his men to charge, knowing it would be best if they met the stone shinobi in the middle of the battlefield. Fiona also gave the order for his men to do the same, knowing the Leaf would need as much support in this battle as possible. "Where are you going, Lord Mizukage?" Fugaku suddenly asked, watching as Fiona took a few steps forwards. "I'm going to join the battle," Fiona said without looking back, already knowing that Fugaku would have his usual scowl on his face. But Fugaku didn't say anything, already knowing that Fiona would do as he pleased no matter what he said. "Arg!" The sounds of battle erupted as both sides met in a vicious flurry. Jutsu was being used all over the place as earth styles erupted along the ground, causing earth spikes to form and the very ground to open and shift around them as the stone tried to play to their advantage and use the very earth as a weapon. The Leaf and Mist also did the same, with those who could also use earth style trying their best to counter the earth jutsu used by the stone ninja. Others launched their own attacks, including fire, water, wind, and lighting, scorching the battlefield with the wrath of all the elements. "Hold the line! We can't afford to be pushed back," one of the hidden Leaf Jonin captains shouted as he tried to inspire his men amidst the all-consuming conflict. However, the stone shinobi were proving very difficult, having put up defensive earth walls and trenches for them to take cover behind, unleashing their weapons and jutsu from the safety they provided. "I want more earth walls placed around our right flank," Kitsuchi shouted as he blocked a sword slash from a hidden Mist shinobi. "Fools! Just surrender already!" Kitsuchi shouted as his fist suddenly became covered in rock that he used to punch the ninja in the stomach with, sending him flying back through the air. Protect the commander. One of the other stone shinobi shouted as they had realized too late that some of the mist and leaf had gotten around, already attacking from the right flank. Kitsuchi, however, was unfazed by the attempted assault, and easily dealt vicious blows to all who tried to attack him, showing him impressive taijutsu ability as he slammed his massive stone fist into another mist shinobi, breaking his neck with one strike. "Guess I will do it myself," he suddenly shouted as he made the hand signs and punched the ground. "Earth-style, mud river jutsu," he shouted, causing the ground along their right side to suddenly turn into a vast discolored river. The ground quick began to gush with wet mud before the current became so powerful that anyone who was caught in the jutsu was quickly swept away, as only their screams were left behind as they were washed away and crushed by the landslide. "Now get those walls up," Kitsuchi shouted as he looked over at his men, gaining a cheer from them as their morale improved, causing them to fight harder. "We need to hold the line and break through their earth defenses," Kaga shouted as he watched another layer of earth walls rise, helping the stone forces to take cover behind them. "Look out!" Another mist jonin shouted as he jumped into the way of Kaga, blocking a barrage of kunai that was about to hit him from the right and deflecting all of them with skill. However, one of the kunai had a paper bomb attached to it and the jonin had missed it, not realizing as he deflected the kunai where it stuck into the ground. "Watch out!" Kaga tried to shout and warn him, but it was too late, and the paper bomb exploded, taking the man's legs off and flinging his bloody corpse into the air. The shockwave of the explosion took Kaga off his feet, knocking him back to the ground and causing his ears to ring as he tried to compose himself and get back to his senses. However, being flat on your back in a war zone was not a good idea, and within the space of a couple of seconds, he had been spotted by the enemy and they planned to take him out with a swift attack. Kaga's vision slowly came back into focus as he tried his best to pick up his sword, knowing that he didn't have enough time to defend himself from the oncoming soldiers that were charging at him with their kunai drawn. "Kaga, get down!" Fiona's voice suddenly shouted as he appeared from an ice mirror behind him. Kaga watched as Fiona burst into action, twisting in midair and cutting all of the stone ninja down in one smooth motion as bones rippled out of his body, skewering them all before Fiona landed on the ground on one knee with his right arm supporting his weight. "Get up, Kaga, we can't have one of our commanders dying right off the bat," Fiona said before he grabbed a stone ninja's wrist that was holding a kunai, coming from behind him, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. "Why you are?" the stone ninja suddenly said as his eyes went wide in shock as he realized who Fiona was. Fiona simply swiped his right arm, cutting the man's throat before he could say anything else, stopping his words from alerting the others around them. "Everybody on me!" Fiona shouted, getting all of the surrounding leaf and mist forces' attention. Fiona quickly put up an ice mirror behind him, stopping a barrage of kunai and explosive shuriken as he faced his troops. "Charge with me, men!" he yelled as he turned around and made some quick hand signs, forming 5 ice swords around his body, as well as letting his bones ripple out to give him an almost impenetrable defense. "The Mizukage fights with us. Fight with everything you have!" Kaga shouted, doing his best to boost his men's morale as he picked up his sword and followed his leader into battle, yelling at the top of his lungs as he did. "Don't surrender, men! We have to hold the line!" One of the captains of the stone village shouted as he tried to bolster his men who were currently on the front lines. However, with the added might of Fiona by their side, the mist and leaf had become an unstoppable force. With each shinobi feeding off of the courage and strength that Fiona was projecting while he cut down anyone who dared try and stop him. Fiona rushed through the front lines of the stone shinobi who were trying their best to hold off the leaf and mist for as long as they could. But with Fiona engaged in battle with them, that was proving next to impossible. Fiona was an unstoppable force, with his bones and ice swords moving around him as if they had a mind of their own. Anyone who tried attacking at close range was simply cut down before they even got close to him. "Don't let him get through," one of the stone captains shouted as he made a few hand signs, preparing a fire-style jutsu, getting others to help as they prepared counter-jutsu to try and trap him. Fiona jumped and flipped in the air as he landed in a squat position, allowing his ice swords to twist and dance around him as they defended against any attack, counter-attacking at the same time and allowing Fiona to move without having to stop, cutting down soldier after soldier and deflecting any projectiles that came his way. Earth style, earth trap jutsu. The stone captain shouted, summoning a 4-pillar earth wall as he tried to trap Fiona inside of it. Now! He shouted as other stone ninja jumped onto the walls and unleashed all of their firepower upon him, creating a massive explosion that even destroyed the earth trap Fiona had been inside of. "Did we get him?" the captain said, watching through the chaos of battle to see if they had damaged the Mizukage. "Ice style, frozen graveyard." Fiona shouted from their right, signaling that they had somehow missed him with their jutsu. "No way!" The stone captain shouted as he watched ice spikes suddenly burst from the ground, piercing anyone who was too close to the jutsu as it covered a large portion of the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention from all sides and wiping out a massive amount of troops, including the stone village captain who could do nothing but watch his impending doom heading towards him. Fugaku stood and watched from his position as his men combined with the mist reinforcements were pushing the stone's front lines back. That with the added force of Fiona taking out so many of them by himself showed that the battle was currently going in their favor. "Sir, it seems that the Mizukage is pushing the front line of the enemy back by himself," one of Fugaku's captains said as he observed. "I would expect nothing less of him, given his reputation," Fugaku said as he studied him from afar. "Still, for him to still be this strong only as a clone, I would say he is using 25% of his power, if that," Fugaku thought as he continued to watch his advancement. "A dangerous foe indeed." He then said out loud before he uncrossed his arms, "Bolster the men. We are going to push forwards and crush the stone's army in one fell swoop." Fugaku suddenly said, feeling that now was the time to unleash their full power. "At once, sir," his captain suddenly said, not expecting Fugaku to issue such a command yet. Meanwhile, Fiona was still stuck in the middle of the battlefield as he continued to reap havoc, and distill fear in the hearts of the stone soldiers as they realized just how vastly they were outclassed by Fiona. "He's not human," one of the stone shinobi shouted as he slowly started to back away after watching so many of his fellow shinobi fall before him. Fiona now stood still, having surrounded himself with the bodies of his enemies, causing such fear in their hearts that no one dared even get close to him. "He's a monster," another of the stone shinobi spoke as sweat dripped from his forehead. "You should just surrender. That way, no more of your comrades will have to die," Fiona said, trying to seem sympathetic even after he had killed so many of them already. "Explosion style, landmine fist." A voice shouted from the distance before the ground beneath Fiona's feet suddenly erupted, causing a huge explosion to hit the surrounding area and fling debris everywhere. Fiona was quick to jump into the air and avoid the jutsu, however, many of his men could not say the same as they lay on the ground, either blown to pieces or crushed beneath the earth. "What the hell was that?" Fiona said as he turned in midair before he landed, getting a look at who had unleashed that attack. "All right. It's Captain Gari," one of the stone ninjas shouted, getting a cheer from the surrounding soldiers. Fiona took a good look at Gari, seeing that he seemed strong as he stood tall and proud, only having seen a picture of him before when he was a member of the Mist Umbu tracking unit. Gari had spiky, light brown hair and prominent jawlines with green eyes. He also wore the standard Iwadikure flak jacket and single-sleeve shirt underneath, leaving the entirety of his right arm exposed except for the presence of his forehead protector, which was wrapped around the upper portion of the arm. "So you are the one they call the Kage Slayer? Ice Demon of the Mist?" Gari said as he too studied Fiona from a distance, knowing exactly who he was. "With Captain Gari of the demolition unit here, we can't lose," one of the stone ninjas shouted above the fighting, causing others to look in their direction and cheer. "Leave him to me. I want you to focus on the surrounding troops, and stay out of my way," Gari shouted after coming to a calm and calculated plan, giving the order to his men. "At once, sir," the stone ninja shouted as they charged with a vengeance, doing their best to press the attack onto the Leaf and Mist troops who had been taken by surprise by the explosion. Fiona could see that the battle was currently an even match, with the stone ninja doing rather well to hold the line from behind their impressive defenses. Still, Fiona didn't have time to waste fighting just one man, when he could be taking out more in a shorter time. However, with his ability limited to only 25% of his full power, and the fact that he had just used a large amount of chakra, an opponent such as Gari of the explosion style would be able to put up a good fight against him, and at least stall him in the battle. I have to admit, I'm excited that I get the chance to fight you, Gari said as he raised his hands into a fight position, keeping a close eye on Fiona's body as his bones were still sticking out. You certainly have a dangerous reputation. In fact, before you became Mizukage, we were told to run on side if we saw you, Gari said as he lowered into his fighting stance a little more. That may be so, but I don't have time for this, Fiona said as he pointed his hand, signaling for his ice swords to fly at Gari so they could cut him down. Gari was quick to react as he dashed forwards, thrusting his fist forwards to meet the tip of the first blade. Explosive style, explosive palm. He shouted as his fist exploded once it made contact with Fiona's ice sword, turning it into a pile of dust. Gari quickly pressed forwards again as he punched the rest of the swords with a quick flurry of well-timed punches and blocks that exploded on contact like the last, making quick work of Fiona's ice swords. A basic jutsu like that won't work on me, Gari shouted as he charged toward Fiona, who no longer had any defense other than his bones. But Gari quickly realized that it would not be so simple to get close to Fiona, seeing that his bones could move and grow on his whim. Almost finding out the hard way as Fiona's ribs extended towards him, only giving him enough time to flip back out of the way. So taijutsu doesn't work on you, eh? Gari said as Fiona charged toward him, knowing he wouldn't be able to touch him with his explosive-style taijutsu. You think you can count me out just like that? Gari suddenly shouted as he held his ground, waiting for Fiona to attack him with his bones. I'll end this, Fiona shouted as he jumped towards Gari, preparing to finish him in one move. I may not be able to counter all of your bones, you freak, but when you are attacking you can't defend against my explosive style, Gari shouted as he slammed his fist into one of Fiona's ribs that was heading towards his face to skewer him. Boom! Gari's explosive style hit home, smashing Fiona's bones to pieces and sending him flying through the air before he flipped back and landed hard on his hands and knees, skidding along the ground, only looking up towards Gari once he stopped. I knew it, Gari's voice said as he slowly walked out of the smoke, revealing that he had only suffered a small cut to his arm from Fiona's attack, showing that he was much stronger than Fiona had first thought. Now let's see who is really better, your bones or my explosive-style taijutsu. Chapter 111. Currently, both battles between the sand and the stone armies were under, with each side holding their own, trying to press forwards against the leaf and the mist, in an all-out bloody effect to win the first major conflict of this war. Currently, Fiona was fighting using his clones in each battle, but that wasn't all he was doing. Fiona had made 5 clones, each holding 25% of his full power, meaning they were still very strong in their own right. And while some were fighting, others were busy with other tasks, equally as important. The real Fiona had remained in the village hidden in the mist, doing his best to keep things running in this time of war. Missions were still piling in, especially now that thieves and bandits had become more at large, knowing that with the ongoing war, they would be less likely to meet resistance. As Mizukage, Fiona had not only the duty of leading his men in battle but also maintaining the village for its people. Currently, he had maintained another force of at least 7,000 strong inside the village. However, this number was made up of a large number of Chunin and Genin, who had not seen the likes of war before. The last thing he wanted to do was to send mere children off to war, as he had been forced to when he was younger. However, if the situation became severe and the need arose for him to use them for the sake of the village, he would have no choice. Fiona currently sat in his office, overlooking all 3 squads who had entered the Chunin exams. Kimimaro, Haku and Koyuki, Hattori and his squad mates, along with Kajira and his teammates. All in all, the 9 Genin who had fought in the Chunin exams. It has become apparent that the need for greater power has become important for the village now that we are at war. So I and the elders have decided that in order to improve the combat ability of our village, we must collect the remaining 7 ninja swords that are no longer in our village's possession, Fiona said as he looked at the Genin who stood before him. However, with our main manpower focused on the war front, I have no choice other than to task this mission to you 9. he then said, getting a surprised look from them. But sir, we are only Genin. Who is going to lead our squad? Hattori said, noticing that there were no Chunin or Jonin inside the office. Well, I have the results from the Chunin exams here, Fiona said as he picked up the paperwork, getting a nervous look from them as they fell silent. The result of the exam was decided by your instructors and exam proctors, including input from Lord Hokage and myself, Fiona said as he placed the paperwork back down onto the table. Hattori, Kimimaro, Haku, and Rokuro. You have all been promoted to Chunin, Fiona said with a smile, giving them the good news. Everyone was happy for them, even if they didn't show it right away. You mean I made the cut? Rokuro said in surprise, not quite believing it. You did, and as a result, the four of you will be leading this mission together. Fiona then said. Currently we are missing the Kiba blades, which were believed to have been stolen by Raiga after the death of Amiri Ringo. There is the Kubikuri Bocho, which is currently held by Juzo Biwa. And last is Samahata, which is in possession of Kisame Hashigaki. Fiona said, growing serious. Your mission is to locate the Kiba blades and the Kubikuri Bocho blades. Under no circumstance are you to engage in battle with Kisame, Fiona said as he raised his voice slightly. Do I make myself clear? Fiona then said as he looked them all in the eyes. Yes, sir, they replied. Good. Remember, these people are trained members who were once members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. They are S-rank ninja and are not to be taken lightly, Fiona said before he sighed. I wish it didn't have to come to this, but there is no one else I can spare who I believe would be able to complete this mission, Fiona then said as he stood from his seat. Forgive me, Lord Mizukichi, but why are we not allowed to go after Kisame Hashigaki? Isn't the Samahata blade supposed to be the strongest of all 7 swords? Hattori asked. Fiona smiled as he crossed his arms. I see you know your stuff about the 7 great swords of our village. But the reason is very simple, Fiona said before he fell silent for a moment. Kisame Hashigaki, also called the tailed beast. He is the strongest member of my clan, and was feared by all for his impressive powers, Kujira suddenly said, almost shaking from the memory of his former senpai. None of you would last 1 minute against Kisame once he got serious against you. And I am not sending you on a suicide mission, Fiona said with a serious face, knowing that they would all be killed if they tried to fight him. Is that understood? Fiona asked again, watching as they all nodded their head. Good. Now take this, he said as he handed a sealed document to Hattori. That is all of the current information we have on where you can start, other than that you are on your own, Fiona said as he stepped closer to them. I wish you good luck. As Mizukichi, I declare this your first mission in the 4th Great Ninja War. Meanwhile, one of Fiona's clones who was fighting in the battle against the Sand found himself currently facing off against the elder Chio. She was a master puppet user and still considered an S-rank ninja even in her old age. I have to give it to you, Kage Killer. You certainly live up to your reputation, Chio said. Fiona foiled another of her attacks, having dodged everything she had thrown at him so far. It seems I have no other choice than to use my ultimate technique, she said as she slowly pulled a sealed scroll from her sleeve. Fiona watched as she unclipped the clasp on the scroll, knowing what was to come. I guess I had better get serious too then, he said as he lowered into a ready stance. Secret white move, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets jutsu, Chio said as she flung the scroll open, summoning the 10 most famous puppets in puppet user history. Fiona remembered watching her use this jutsu against her very one grandson all those years ago when he had watched the anime. Still, seeing the jutsu in person seemed to hit differently as he stared down the 10 white puppets as if he was facing an army. Quickly, help Lord Mizukichi, a mist ninja shouted as he landed in front of his leader, surrounded by a unit of his men. Attack her, he shouted, rushing forwards towards Chio with the other 10 mist shinobi, all of them intent on taking her out. No, wait, Fiona shouted as they charged, knowing that they were no match for her. Chio smiled before she simply flicked her wrist, forcing her puppet to fly into action as they attack in perfect sync, cutting down the mist ninja like they were nothing. "Look out!" Fiona shouted as he quickly charged into action, darting forwards and stopping one of Chio's puppets that was holding a two-handed sword with his forearm bones, saving one of the mist ninja's lives. "Retreat now, you are no match for her," Fiona shouted before he was forced back by the puppet as it pushed off of his arm, quickly drawing another sword and starting another flurry of attacks with both of them. Fiona quickly flipped back as he dodged the first slash, ducking under the second before he allowed bones to grow from his chest to deflect the downward slash and counterattack, knocking the puppet away. However, another puppet that had razor-sharp cable wires coming from its head charged into his left flank, using the cables from its head to attack as they tried to rip him apart limb from limb in all directions. "Let's see how you deal with this," Chio said as she raised her arm, controlling all 10 puppets with both of her hands, using all of them in perfect sync. Fiona flipped and darted around as fast as he could, only just avoiding the cables that tried to skewer him, doing his best to avoid them at all cost. However, that was easier said than done as the female puppet with red hair and 2 great swords came back and started attacking with the cable puppet, making his life hard work. Fiona had no choice now and quickly flicked his wrists, unleashing a barrage of bone bullets that deflected the cable wires of the blue-headed puppet, giving him time to deal with the 2 swords puppet as it came down with a powerful swipe, intent on cleaving him in half. Fiona quickly met the attack with his arm, using his bones to block the heavy blow, feeling the pressure on his shoulder, watching as the puppet pulled its other arm back, getting ready to deliver a thrusting attack towards his stomach. However, Fiona raised his other hand and formed a hand sign that summoned an ice mirror that absorbed the sword of the puppet, causing it to pass straight through. Chio hadn't noticed the other mirror from behind her until it was almost too late, only just being able to use her Oni mask puppet to push her out of the way, taking the attack from the sword for her. Fiona had expected as much, but his actions had caused her to lose concentration for a split second, and now it was his turn to press on the attack, quickly making a few other hand signs with his free hand before he trapped the puppet with 2 swords in a block of ice, taking it out of the fight as the chakra strings on it froze and snapped off. "That's one down," Fiona shouted as he charged forwards, using his wind style to boost his speed as he darted past all of the puppets, getting ready to attack Chio directly. "I don't think so," Chio shouted, using her hand to quickly pull one of her puppets around to meet Fiona's speed, with one on either side of him as they attack at the same time. Fiona twisted in the air and shot bones out of his body, deflecting their attacks as he blocked and countered at the same time, dancing and jumping around as more of the puppets became involved in the battle. "It feels like her control over the puppets has improved somewhat," Fiona thought as he flipped backward using a handspring. However, one of the puppets with gray markings around its mouth area and hair coming from a single point on its head appeared behind him and gripped him in a tight bear hug, squeezing so tight that it threatened to snap him in half. "You won't escape this time," Chio shouted as she used her chakra strings to tighten the puppet's grip around his body. Fiona smiled as he allowed his bones to suddenly blast out from his back, tearing the puppet into pieces, freeing him from its grasp. "Sorry, but it will take more than that to trap me," he shouted as he watched the other 8 puppets charge toward him. "It's time to end this fight, Chio," Fiona said as he placed his hands together, interlocking his middle fingers around his index fingers. "Ice style, crystal ice mirrors," he shouted as he created a prison of ice mirrors that he used to surround them in, causing Chio to halt her advance with her puppets and draw them back to her in a defensive formation. "What is this jutsu?" she said, watching carefully as Fiona slipped into one of the mirrors before he suddenly appeared in all of them. "It's over for you, Chio," Fiona said from inside his mirrors. Chio frowned as she watched carefully, doing her best to try and figure out a weakness of the jutsu, deciding to test the ice mirror's strength as she used her strongest puppet with large fists to charge and attack with brute force. The puppet pulled its arm back and slammed its massive fist into the ice mirror in an attempt to smash it to pieces. However, its attack did little other than cause the ice mirror to shake a little, showing that it would take much more force than that to smash the mirrors. Fiona smiled at her efforts, knowing that it wouldn't work. "Sorry, Lady Chio, but I cannot lose here," he said as he closed the emotion in his heart. Chio frowned again before she spat on the ground. You aren't the only one, she shouted as she quickly moved 3 of her puppets into formation so that one of them was standing on the other 2's shoulders. Now, 3 jewel suction crushing technique. Chio shouted as the puppets made the hand signs, creating a huge suction jutsu that was extremely powerful. Another of the puppets with a red face suddenly jumped into the middle of them as a 4-bladed chakra blade appeared from his head, spinning rapidly and cutting anything that was sucked into the jutsu into ribbons. Let's see how your ice mirrors can handle this, she shouted, watching as the powerful suction was enough to pull the ice mirrors out of their orbit. No way. It's actually working? Fiona said in surprise as he tried not to smile. I didn't expect this, he said again as he watched one of his ice mirrors start to crumble as it became trapped in the suction of the puppets before the chakra blade cut it into pieces, proving that her jutsu was strong enough to break his ice. Seems I will have to try even harder against her than I thought, Fiona said, knowing he would have to go all out now if he wanted to stop her. Meanwhile, another of Fiona's clones who was currently in the middle of a fight against the Stone's army found himself facing down against Gari of the explosion style. Gari was currently the captain of the Demolition Corps and considers a top shinobi in and outside of his village. Currently, Gari had shown that his explosive taijutsu was a match for Fiona's bones, even those that he had strengthened to their maximum, having blasted them to dust. Take this! Gari shouted as he punched Fiona, aiming for his chest so that he could unleash a powerful explosion into his chest. But Fiona was too quick and blocked the strike with the palm of his hand, using it to push Gari's wrist from the outside, giving it enough force to make his punch miss as he deflected it before he countered with his bones for good measure. However, once again Gari had been too quick to react and had jumped back avoiding the attack, having expected it already. I have to admit, I expected more from you, Gare said, not taking his eyes off of Fiona. Is that right? Fiona said, also watching Gari carefully. I can see that you are holding back against me, but I can't seem to figure out why. Gari then said as he quickly darted forwards, throwing a kick toward Fiona's head. Fiona leaned back and avoided the kick, but was quickly met with a spinning back fist with explosive potential, forcing Fiona to lean all the way back and fall into a bridge position. Gari roared as his attack missed again, quickly turning around and lifting his heel into the air above his head. And I won't accept it, he suddenly shouted as he unleashed his axe kick, using his explosive style to obliterate the ground beneath his heel, causing the earth to uproot and crumble under them. Fiona was sent flying back from the force of the blast before he flipped a couple of times in the air and landed back down to safety. Man, this guy certainly packs a powerful punch, he said as he watched Gari walk out of the smoke with a frown on his face. Why won't you fight me? He shouted while clenching his fist, clearly growing angry at the fact that Fiona was not trying against him. It wasn't that Fiona was holding back against him, it was more to do with that he had used a rather large amount of chakra, and at the moment he was doing his best to simply maintain his clone so that it did not disappear. I have to hold on just a little longer unit my chakra replenishes. But that is easier said than done, Fiona thought as he watched Gari wind up for another attack. Fine. Prepare to face my full power, Gari suddenly shouted as he jumped high into the air, focusing the chakra in his fists before he slammed them down into the ground near Fiona, creating a powerful blast that once again caused the very ground to shake and be blown to pieces. The resulting effect was not to hit Fiona, but to take out his men, causing a change in the battleground and giving his own troops the advantage as the debris crushed Leaf and Mist Ninja alike. That's enough. I can't let this guy keep doing that, Fiona shouted to himself, knowing he had to stop him before he killed anyone else. I no longer have a choice, Fiona said to himself as he concentrated for a second. Saiken, lend me some of your chakra, I need to finish this fight quickly. The 6 tails inside of Fiona suddenly came to light in his head, giving him its reply. Of course Fiona, it took you long enough to ask, it said, giving Fiona a large amount of its chakra. Thank you Saiken. It's time to finish this battle altogether, he said as he looked towards the larger battle that was taking place around the entire battlefield as all 3 nations continued to struggle against one another. Fiona turned his attention back to Gari as he quickly appeared behind Fiona, getting ready to slam his fist into his back and finish him off. Die! Gari shouted, watching as his fist was about to make contact. Yet, as close as his fist had been to Fiona's back, it never made contact, and instead only succeeded in hitting thin air. What in the... Gari said to himself as his attack missed as Fiona seemed to suddenly disappear from sight. Where did he go? He said as he turned around, doing his best to look for him. Sorry, Gari. But it's time for me to get serious, Fiona suddenly said from behind him, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he hadn't been able to sense that he was there. Gari quickly turned around and tried to attack, doing his best to get clear from Fiona. However, Fiona grabbed both of his arms, twisting them tightly and forcing him onto his knees before he slammed his foot into the center of his back, getting a grunt of pain from him. This is the end for you, Fiona said as he used his chakra to start freezing Gari's arms, causing him to scream in pain as the cold seeped into his flesh. What are you doing? Gari yelled in pain, trying to break from Fiona's grasp with everything he had. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to use these arms to hurt any more of my comrades, Fiona said as he continued to freeze Gari's arms. Arg! Gari screamed in pain as the pain from the cold became worse, even causing his forearms around where Fiona's hands held to become black from the frostbite. Fiona had closed his heart to all emotion as he blocked out Gari's screams of pain, knowing that the only other way he could stop him was to kill him. Lava style, scorching rocks. A voice from behind Fiona shouted, taking him by surprise as a huge blast of molten rock hit him in the back, knocking him flying into the air and freeing Gari from his grasp, allowing him to drop to the ground where he tried to hold his black arms. Why you are? Gari said as he turned to look at his savior. Sorry I took so long to get here, Gari, the man said as he walked over to him. Here, let me see your arms, he said as he crouched down to get a look. Fiona could feel the heat on his back and quickly used his ice style to cover his very skin and deflect the lava that was about to melt him, saving himself as he recovered and landed on the ground deep in enemy territory. Lava style? Fiona said as he looked at the jutsu as it melted into the ground, mixing with his ice as it started to crystallize. This war keeps getting more and more interesting, Fiona said to himself as he stood to his full height, looking at the stone shinobi that now surrounded him. Chapter 112. Fiona now found himself surrounded on all sides in the heart of the enemy territory, facing off against an entire battalion of stone shinobi, all of whom wanted nothing more than the honor of killing the kage in battle to solidify their place in the history books. Well, this isn't looking good, Fiona said to himself as he took a quick look around, seeing no end to the number of soldiers that surrounded him. Get him! One of the stone shinobi captains shouted, giving the signal for them to attack with all of their might. Arg! They all roared as they charged toward him, readying their jutsu, weapons, and anything else they could think of to try and kill him. However, now that Fiona had tapped into some of Saiken's chakra, he was more than strong enough to deal with the situation. Doing what he did best, he quickly allowed bones to protrude from all of his body, covering himself in his natural weapons and taking a low stance. Argha! The scream started as soon as Fiona started to move, having little concern for any of them as they came at him with killing intent. Fiona did the same, not holding back as he started to move around like a whirlwind of death, stabbing and cutting anyone and everyone who got too close to him, killing them by the tens over and over again as they continued to try and surround him with sheer numbers. Long-distance weapons had also been used, in an attempt to attack him from a distance. Yet nothing worked as Fiona either dodged or deflected the projectiles with his rapid reflexes, proving that he was on a whole other level than the rest of them, even when fighting at 25% infused with Saiken's chakra to only one tail. Next came the jutsu, having combinations of fire and earth styles used against him, with the earth around him being turned into spikes that tried to skewer him, and fire that was unleashed from different directions in an attempt to roast him alive. But Fiona was simply too fast for them, either slipping into an ice mirror or able to counter the jutsu with one of his own, once again proving just how out of their league he really was as he slapped his hand onto the ground mid-handstand, using his bones to take out 5 stone shinobi who had charged at him, while also summoning an ice wall to block an oncoming fire jutsu. It's no use, He's a monster," the stone captain said as he watched Fiona rip through another wave of his soldiers, not even breaking a sweat as he continued to flip and dance his dance of death. With the combination of both of his Kekei Jinkai, Fiona was next to untouchable, showing that no one could get close to him without a way to counter his bones and taijutsu. As for ninjutsu, his could combine water and wind to create his ice release, and even use lightning jutsu to enhance his attack, proving that he was a powerhouse in all regards. "Sir! Sir!" a stone shinobi suddenly said as he landed next to his captain. "What is it?" the captain asked, seeing the look on the young man's face. "Sir, I have word that we need to get everyone away from the Mizukage now." "Like right now, sir," the boy said, trying to stress the situation. The captain seemed confused at first, but having seen the look on his face, he knew that he didn't have time to ask questions. "Everyone get away from the Mizukage right now," the stone captain suddenly shouted as he turned around, letting his voice boom so loud that everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks. Fiona also heard his words, noticing as everyone seemed to stop for only a moment before they quickly retreated away from him, leaving him standing alone, covered in the blood of their fallen comrades. Fiona knew something was about to happen, the only question though was what? Suddenly the earth around him cracked open in an attempt to drop him into the large fissure that was created, causing him to fall through the air. "Lava style, Great Lava River," a voice suddenly shouted from above, causing Fiona to look up to see what was happening. A huge amount of lava was suddenly raining down from the sky, falling like a huge waterfall that covered the sky above Fiona's head. "So much lava, I can't dodge it in time," Fiona said as he continued to fall, almost reaching the bottom of the trench he was falling into. Fiona did the natural thing and raised his fingers, creating an ice mirror beneath his feet that he simply dropped into and disappeared not a second before the lava hit and started to cover and fill the trench. Fiona slipped out of his mirror on the lava's edge, looking around him for the person responsible for creating the large jutsu, seeing the man drop from the sky as he landed on the lava, standing on it like it was water. Fiona took a good look at the man, recognizing him as Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, as he too took a hard look at Fiona. "I see you dodged my attack, most impressive," Rashi said as he looked Fiona up and down. Fiona had to admit that he had not expected one of the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Stone to be fighting in the war, having thought that both of them had left the village and wouldn't want anything to do with this fight, but he had been wrong before. "I can tell you are a strong opponent," Rashi said with a serious look on his face. "However, I can also tell that you are holding back. And if you plan to fight me like that, you don't stand a chance." He then shouted as he started to draw the lava from the ground up and around his body, creating an outer layer of lava, like a suit of armor that was glowing around his body. "What the hell is that?" Fiona said as he watched Rashi charge toward him, covered in molten lava. Rashi charged toward Fiona like a train. Like a train made of molten lava that would melt and smash anything that came into contact with it. Fiona quickly tried to jump back as he fired a barrage of bone bullets at Rashi to try and slow him down while he got some distance. However, the bone bullets melted as soon as they came into contact with Rose's lava armor, not slowing him down in the slightest. "Shit, if that doesn't work then maybe something else," Fiona thought as Rashi was suddenly on him, having moved much faster than Fiona had anticipated, being granted an increase in speed from the lava. Fiona let his bones rip out from his chest in an attempt to stop Rashi from being able to attack him, hoping that at maximum strength they would at least be able to do some form of damage. The bones hit Rashi in the chest and neck, seeming to stop his advance for a moment as they held him in place, just out of reach of Fiona. But that only lasts for a second or two, as Fiona's bones started to quickly melt from the heat of Rashi's lava. Fiona almost cried out in pain before he let the bones disconnect from his bone due to the heat traveling through them. However, the 2 seconds that they had bought him had been enough for him to slip into an ice mirror and vanish, watching from a distance as Rashi smashed the ice-style mirror to pieces with a powerful molten pack punch, shattering it like a piece of glass. "You can't run forever," Rashi shouted as he turned around to look for Fiona, not being able to find or sense him close by. His lava armor not only gives him a huge increase in defense, but it also seems to be increasing his attacking power along with his speed. Fiona thought as he stood well above Rashi in the sky, looking down on the battlefield from his ice mirror. The only way I can think of stopping his lava style is with a huge amount of water. But with my current strength, I won't be able to create enough water to stop him without an open source. And then there is the added risk of him going into State 2, or losing control. Fiona thought as he weighed the risks of fighting Rashi in his head. Still, if I don't fight him, then he will only kill more of my men and shift the battle in the stone's favor. And that is not something I can allow. Suddenly an idea popped into Fiona's mind, taking in his surroundings before he smiled. That might work, he said after a moment, knowing he didn't really have much choice. With that, Fiona simply stepped off of his mirror, dropping into the sky as he started to free fall down towards where Rashi was standing, knowing what had to be done. Alright, here goes nothing! Water style, water dragon jutsu! Fiona yelled as he made the hand signs, focusing his chakra as he attempted to draw all the water from the clouds around him as he fell through them, using the moisture inside of them to create a massive water dragon that formed and twisted in the air before shooting down with him, traveling at great speed. Fiona watched as his water dragon gained enough speed to reach next to him as they both traveled through the air together. Alright, here we go! Fiona shouted as he placed his hands together and fired off a small wind chakra blast from his mouth, allowing him to travel through the air towards his water dragon. Fiona quickly gripped the dragon's head and flipped around, placing his feet onto its large head as he mounted it, remaining standing as he surfed his own jutsu, locking onto his target. The fifth Mizukage doesn't run from anybody! Fiona yelled as he fell from the sky, getting a shocked look from all who could see him riding the water dragon's head as he headed straight for Rashi. Rashi couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Fiona coming down towards him, standing atop the huge water dragon that he knew even his lava style would struggle against. Rashi quickly started to form hand signs and slammed his hands into the ground in an attempt to counter Fiona's advance and defend himself. Lava style, molten wall jutsu! Rashi shouted as he summoned a huge wall of lava to try and protect himself. Fiona could see the wall of lava burst from the ground, knowing that it would be a close match between both of their jutsu. However, thinking on his feet, Fiona added another twist to his jutsu, something that he was sure would give him the edge. Here we go, it's all or nothing with this one! He shouted as he made the hand signs as quickly as he could, only being a few seconds away from impact. Now! Lightning style, lightning discharge! He yelled, supercharging his water dragon with lightning style chakra, giving it an extra burst of power that even caused its eyes to light up before it crashed into the lava wall. The electric water dragon smashed into the lava wall, holding its own as the lightning style jutsu helped cut through the earth style, smashing through Rashi's surprise before it hit him directly, scooping him from the ground with the dragon's large teeth. Agra! Rashi yelled as the water dragon smashed him into the ground over and over again, washing him away with the intense pressure and current that it had created, as well as zapping him with a massive voltage of electricity, rendering his lava-style armor all but useless as both water and lightning-style bested fire and earth-style. Every one of the stone shinobi who had been watching from a safe distance so they didn't melt continued to watch in shock at what just happened. Although Rashi had been an outcast from the village due to being a Jinchuriki, he was still one of them, and he was putting his life on the line against the Mizukage, who had proved that his strength was not only a story in the bingo book, but was the real deal. Did he lose? One of them asked, not being able to see if Rashi had survived the attack or not. I don't know, I can't see either. Another said as they all watched from the distance. Fiona had landed back on the ground now, breathing a little hard now as he could feel the strain on his body after having used a large amount of chakra in the battle so far. Still, even after all of that effort, he was still unsure if it had been enough to stop Rashi in his tracks. And although killing one of the other Jinchuriki had not been on his to-do list, in times of war, all of his plans started to change. Boom! A sudden burst of concentrated red chakra suddenly exploded from the distance where Rashi had been, sending out a huge shockwave of pressure and heat that Fiona could feel as it almost gave him sunburn. This is not looking good, Fiona said as he heard the roar follow soon after, watched as Rashi had entered the second form of his tailed beast transformation, clearly having lost control due to Fiona's last attack. Rashi had now entered the second form of his tailed beast transformation, snarling as the water around him started evaporating at a rapid rate from the heat his body was giving off. His body had become covered in a red and black chakra cloak that took on a small form of the four tails, along with all four tails being exposed, showing that he was not playing around anymore. Fiona's eyes suddenly opened wide in shock as Rashi opened his mouth, absorbing pure chakra from the air around him as he started to create a tailed beast bomb that he was about to fire. Oh no, I can't let this situation get any worse than it already has. Fiona yelled as he slapped his hands together, doing his best to create a large ice mirror that he planned to use to absorb the tailed beast chakra blast. Oh shit! My chakra is too low, Fiona said as his ice mirror only reached halfway, not being able to finish the jutsu as he felt his body about to give way due to the expensive chakra he had just used. Boom! Rashi fired the chakra blast, bypassing Fiona's ice mirror and hitting straight into the middle of the war front where it exploded, taking out all who were currently fighting there, including Stone, Leaf and Mist Shinobi. No! Fiona said while covering his face to protect him from the heat that was coming off the blast, knowing that that blast would have killed everyone within the area it hit. This has gone far enough, Fiona said after a moment as he turned around to face Rashi, who was glaring right at him. I won't let you kill anyone else. Meanwhile, Fiona watched as Lady Chio used her puppets to suck in his ice mirrors with their impressive and powerful suction jutsu, crushing anything that was pulled into it. That with the added effect of the puppet who was using its head as a chakra blade made sure that anything that was sucked in by the jutsu was completely destroyed. Not good. I can't afford to take it easy anymore, he said as he quickly transported himself to another ice mirror that appeared behind the four puppets that were using the combined jutsu. Ice style, giant ice pillar, Fiona shouted as the ground beneath their feet suddenly froze, creating a huge pillar of ice that trapped all four puppets inside of it at once, taking them out of the fight. Chio was down 5 puppets now, leading her with the remaining 5 that she used to swarm around her for a defensive formation. Your ice may have frozen my puppets, but each time you take one down, my control over the remaining becomes even greater, she shouted as she used all 5 of them to suddenly charge towards him, each of them readying an attack and coming from a different direction to surprise him. Fiona watched as time around him seemed to slow down, knowing that the tide of war was slowly shifting towards the enemy's side. The more time he spent distracted, the worse it would become. I'm going to end this now, Fiona said as his body suddenly became wrapped in a chakra cloak, showing all 6 tails before the chakra burst, creating a huge red and black dense chakra that sent a powerful shock wave across the battlefield, knocking the puppets away from him. Chio was also blasted back by the shock wave as Fiona powered up, using her puppets to pull back and protect her from it. What is that? She said as she squinted, taking in his new transformation. Fiona, are you really going into state 2 so suddenly? Saiken asked from inside his inner world. I'm afraid I must, Saiken. The longer I remain distracted, the more of my comrades and people die, he said, knowing what had to be done. I understand, Fiona. I will do my best to keep your other clones fueled, but will shift most of my power to you, Saiken said as it started to concentrate its chakra flow. Don't worry, Saiken. I will make this quick. Fiona let loose a mighty roar as the power of the 6 tails radiated off of his body, causing fear in the hearts of all those around him. Chio didn't look impressed as she readied her puppets to attack, knowing that if she let Fiona make the first move he would do a serious amount of damage. I have to stop him, she shouted, sending her puppets in, each of them using their strongest weapons and abilities as she was ready for the endgame now. However, Fiona had other plans, quickly using all 6 of his tails to attack, allowing them to extend and pierce each of the puppets with great power before he allowed acid slime to bubble out and attach to each puppet, melting them into sludge in a matter of moments. Chio was extremely shocked as she watched all of her puppets get taken down at the same time, knowing there was nothing she could do to stop his attack now. I can't let it end here, she shouted as she reached into her sleeve to ready another scroll for battle. However, Fiona snarled and quickly slithered over towards her at great speed, using his body like a slug as he wrapped around her, squeezing tightly. Chio cried out in pain as Fiona's hold got tighter until he finally let the acid bubble out of his body in an attempt to melt her. "It's over," Fiona said as he watched her body melt from the acid, knowing that with her out of the battle, this war would go a lot smoother. Suddenly, though, Chio's body burst into smoke, revealing one final puppet that she had used for a substitution jutsu, taking Fiona completely off guard. A substitution, Fiona thought as he watched the puppet melt into slime in his grasp. "I won't go down so easily," Chio shouted as she suddenly appeared behind Fiona, thrusting her hand into his body as she hit him with a powerful palm strike. Fiona was surprised by the force of her attack as it took him off of his feet, but still, he had let the acid seep out of his tailed beast's body onto her hand, meaning that she would lose it for touching him. Chio looked at her hand as it started to melt, smiling as she suddenly allowed it to unclip from her body with a chakra string, reveling that her arm had been a puppet arm all along. "Sorry, but that won't work on me," she shouted as she then threw the melting puppet arm towards him with all of her might. "This will finish it," she shouted. Fiona watched as the arm flew towards him, paying close attention as the arm began to grow in size before it turned into a large monstrous face with sharp teeth. "Is that a sealing jutsu?" Fiona said in surprise as it was headed right for him, knowing that if it hit him it was game over. "Sealing technique. Lion closing roar," Chio yelled as she let the jutsu fully unleashed, giving off a mighty roar as it was about to slam right into Fiona's chest. "I have to move," Fiona yelled as he allowed an arm to grow from his back, quickly using it to grab onto a large boulder and pull himself towards it. By the skin of his teeth, the sealing jutsu skimmed past him, hitting a large rock behind him where it lodged itself into the stone. Fiona quickly flipped and recovered before he looked at Chio, seeing that she wasn't impressed that her sealing jutsu had missed, having placed her last attack into that jutsu. "I didn't expect a sealing jutsu like that. But it's time to finish this fight," he thought as he opened his mouth and started to absorb a large amount of chakra in order to prepare a chakra blast to take her out with. Chio watched as Fiona prepared his chakra blast, knowing that she couldn't do anything to stop it. "Sis!" A voice suddenly shouted from the distance, revealing Chio's brother Ebizo. "Ebizo! What are you doing here? We need to get away from him," Chio shouted, trying to warn her brother to get clear. Ebizo had been fighting in the larger-scale battle that had been going on around them, taking out many of the Mist and Leaf troops before he realized his sister was in trouble. Knowing that there was only one way to stop Fiona once he had seen what was going on. "Here, sis, give me a boost," he shouted as he jumped into the air, heading towards the lion seal that was stuck into the wall. Chio wasn't sure what he was doing at first but quickly clocked onto what he wanted her to do. With that, Chio fired chakra strings from her remaining hand onto her brother's body, giving her control over him and allowing her to move him in ways that he was unable to move on his own at his old age. Fiona watched as Ebizo grabbed the lion seal with both hands and started charging toward him in a desperate attempt to use the seal on him and stop him from blowing them both away. What a fool! Once this chakra blast is fully charged, I'm going to unleash it and destroy as many of you Sand Shinobi as I can, Fiona thought. Ebizo continued to charge forwards, watching as Fiona launched his tails to counter his advance, using them in an attempt to skewer him. However, with his quick reflexes and added boost from Chio, he was able to flip and avoid them, dodging each of them with great skill as he continued to press forwards, only just jumping over the last tails as he got his last chance at a clear shot with the sealing jutsu. "Throw it now!" Chio shouted, sensing that Fiona was about to unleash his attack. Ebizo did as his sister shouted, throwing the sealing jutsu one last time in an attempt to seal Fiona away and stop the attack at the same time. "Go!" Ebizo roared, throwing his sister's sealing jutsu, watching it fly through the air with hope as it traveled towards Fiona. "Too late," Fiona said as he watched it fly through the air, getting so close to him he could almost feel the lion head's breath. "Die!" Fiona roared as he unleashed his tail's beast blast, unleashing a powerful concentrated red beam. Fiona's chakra blast was so powerful that it completely ripped through the lion sealing technique, destroying it in an instant before the blast traveled towards both Chio and her brother, vaporizing them both in an instant before it traveled through the air and exploded into the middle of the sand shinobi ranks, causing a huge explosion and taking out at least 1,000 soldiers from the blast alone. Chapter 113. Fiona stood face to face with Rashi, who was currently out of control in his State 2 form, even going as far as to start forming bones around his body, showing that the Four Tails was getting closer to taking full control of his body. "I've had enough of this. I won't let you kill anyone else," Fiona said as he stared Rashi down. "I really didn't think I would have to resort to this, but you have left me no choice," Fiona said as he watched Rashi snarl at him, getting ready to attack with all of his might. Fiona closed his eyes for a moment, allowing him to concentrate, focusing on one of the other Fiona clones who was back in the village hidden in the mist, sat crossed legs as it focused on drawing in nature energy and maintaining it for as long as it needed to until called upon. This little trick he had learned from watching Naruto vs. Pain, having remembered how Naruto had used the trick to enter Sage mode without any need to draw in the nature energy himself. Suddenly the clone burst and the Fiona back on the battlefield opened his eyes, feeling the nature energy flow into him as he entered Sage mode in an instant, just before Rashi had charged in with a powerful attack trying to finish him. Fiona quickly grabbed the Four Tails' wrist, snatching the beast's hand out of the air not an inch away from his face, holding it in place with impressive strength and getting a surprised growl from the monster. Fiona's hair had turned white now and 2 white bones grew from his head, making him look like a devil, while the red markings on his face formed, showing that he had fully entered Sage mode. "What's the matter? Is that all you have?" Fiona said as he taunted Rashi, getting a large snarl from him before the ground under his feet turned into lava in an attempt to melt Fiona away. "That won't work anymore," Fiona said as he simply placed his foot onto the lava while crushing Rashi's wrist in his hand as he got a scream of pain from the beast. The lava that Fiona stood on suddenly froze over in an instant, cooling rapidly as it turned into a black crystal-like substance, letting off a large amount of steam as it cooled in an instant. "This fight is over," Fiona said, watching as the Four Tails did its best to sprout another body from its back, raising its 2 new arms to attack in an attempt to get Fiona to release it. However, Fiona pulled the beast in towards him, pulling on his wrist before he flipped Rashi over his shoulder, smashing him into the ground so hard that the earth beneath him shattered from the impact. "Now, Sage Art, crystallized sealing mirror," Fiona shouted as he smashed the palm of his hand into Rashi's chest, causing a huge explosion around them as the ground erupted even more from the strength with which he had hit Rashi. Ice suddenly encased Rashi's entire body, trapping him in an ice mirror with his reflection inside of it as it floated into the air harmlessly, revealing a trapped Four Tails Jinchuriki inside, frozen in time as he remained in a cryogenic-like state. "Sealing complete," Fiona said as he looked at Rashi's reflection inside the ice mirror. "With this jutsu, you won't be going anywhere for quite some time," Fiona said, knowing that he had frozen Rashi in time in a sense. "I'd better put you somewhere safe," Fiona then said as he suddenly created another ice mirror and moved Rashi's mirror into it with a flick of his wrist, watching as he disappeared into the mirror before it melted away. "Now to finish this battle," Fiona said before he looked back over towards where the main war front was still taking place, seeing that the stone had pushed the Hidden Leaf and Mist troops back, creating more and more earth defenses as they continued to use them for defense and fight behind them. Fugaku was still leading from the back as he too watched the hidden stone push forwards with Kitsuchi leading the charge, bolstering his men to continue to fight to the death, giving it everything they had. That, along with the blast from Rashi's tailed beast's bomb, which had taken out a large number of allied troops, gave the stone a huge advantage, one they were quick to act upon. "Sir, we have lost almost half of our men, and the number of dead keeps piling up," one of the Leaf captains said to Fugaku, giving him the report. "I can see that," Fugaku said, continuing to stand with his arms crossed as he watched the battle unfold before them. Ao was also stood with Fugaku, using his sensory abilities to keep track of what was going on in the battle up until now. "Look out!" Ao suddenly shouted, watching as an elite Umbu unit of stone shinobi suddenly burst out of the ground, having clearly been assigned to take out the Leaf commander from the shadows. Ao quickly jumped back, avoiding a sword swipe that would have taken his head clean off, before the stone shinobi made a beeline straight to Fugaku, knowing that if they could take him out it would cause the lead a huge loss in manpower. Fugaku still had his arms crossed before he finally turned around, only opening his eyes at the last second to reveal his Sharingan to the enemy, causing all of them to freeze at once as he placed them under an intense Jinjutsu. Arg! The stone unit suddenly screamed as whatever they were seeing became too much for them, causing them all to collapse in shock before their hearts simply gave into the intense pressure they had come under. Ao watched in amazement, now understanding why Fugaku was so feared and called the Wicked Eye. I guess it is time I entered the battle, Fugaku said as he turned around to look towards the rest of the war, knowing it was time to act. The Hidden Leaf continued to launch fire attacks from the distance, hoping to take down the earth walls and defenses the stone had placed. But each time one wall was destroyed, another was quickly put up, showing the resilience that the stone was known for. The earth continued to shift, being used as a weapon as the stone shinobi continued to use it to their advantage, attacking from as many places as they could with projectiles and other jutsu, putting the mist troops on their toes. Explosive tags were being used all over the place, being attached to many of the kunai that were being thrown from both sides. That way once hit, the kunai would explode and do maximum damage, leaving one unable to fight. The medics on both sides were extremely busy with a constant stream of injured shinobi who were screaming from the wounds of war, showing just how brutal the battle was so far, and putting the medics' skills to the ultimate test as they did their best to treat them. "Who the hell is that guy?" One of the stone jonin shouted as one man with a sword on his back stepped onto the front line, standing alone in front of the enemy line, seeming prepared to face all of them alone like a one-man army. "Who cares? Finish him!" Another of them shouted, giving the signal to fire a large number of projectiles at him, with many of them taking aim at him, hoping to crush the cocky look he had on his face. Mangetsu stood still with a smile on his face as he watched the storm of shuriken fly towards him, almost blocking out the light in the sky with the amount that was heading towards him. "Now then, that won't work on me," Mangetsu said, not moving, nor did he flinch as the shuriken passed through his body harmlessly, doing nothing to him whatsoever. "What the hell?" the stone ninja shouted, all watching in shock as Mangetsu still stood strong, not having taken any damage. "I guess it's my turn now," Mangetsu said as he lifted his arm, taking the hilt of his twin blades in the palm of his hand. "Long sword from," Mangetsu shouted as he suddenly clutched both handles with each hand, allowing the chakra he had stored in Hiramakiri to burst free as it created a huge blue blade before he swung it wide with all of his might. The blade was massive, taking out anything that stood in its way as the screams of the stone shinobi were evident of that, being unable to do anything to stop the power of Mangetsu's swing as it caused a huge amount of destruction across the battlefield, even taking out the earth walls they had been using to fight from, reducing them to rubble that crushed those below. Mangetsu allowed the chakra in his swords to settle as he looked on at the devastation his attack had caused, smiling with his sharp teeth before he placed the blade onto his shoulder. "All right, men, push forwards," Mangetsu shouted as the mist shinobi under his command charged in with a powerful roar, smashing into the stone troops who were now on their back foot thanks to Mangetsu's powerful attack. "I don't think so. Earth style, Earth Pillars Wreckage Jutsu," Kitsuchi suddenly shouted as he struck the ground with a powerful punch. The ground started to shake and abruptly erupted with sharp pillars as the ground burst and changed its form, smashing into the mist troops that had charged forwards on Mangetsu's orders. "Why you?" Mangetsu said as he watched the earth continue to rip through his men as it continued to travel forwards, threatening to do the same to him. Mangetsu quickly jumped into the air and kicked off one of the pillars, using it to spring through the air towards the caster of the jutsu, getting ready to counterattack and finish him with a single shot. "You are mine!" Mangetsu shouted as he drew his sword, slashing down with his Hiramakiri as the chakra from his blade turned into a large hammer. Kitsuchi watched as Mangetsu quickly jumped through his earth-style jutsu without any problem, knowing that he was much stronger than the others at one glance. One that was further confirmed once he saw the sword in his hand, recognizing it as one of the great 7 swords of the Hidden Mist. Kitsuchi allowed the earth around his fists to form and extended his arm, unleashing a powerful punch to meet Mangetsu's crushing attack. Somehow Kitsuchi was able to meet Mangetsu's attack with an equal amount of power, causing a shockwave that sent them both flying back, giving them time to assess their surroundings as more and more men charged in to continue the battle between them. Mangetsu couldn't help but smile as he unclipped one of his blades from the other, separating them so he held one in each hand as he decided to get serious. Finally, someone I can go all out against, he said with a pointy smile. Kitsuchi also smiled as he grew two more large earth fists around his hand, knowing that this would indeed be a tough fight for him. I'm afraid that's my line, he said as both he and Mangetsu charged head-on at each other, each of them raising their weapons to attack while giving a mighty war cry. Meanwhile, Kaga and Ganryu were currently fighting in the battle between the sand, with the Hidden Leaf and Mist forces as they did their best to hold the line against the large force of sand shinobi. Ha! Ganryu yelled as he swung his new blast sword, creating a massive explosion and taking out 5 sand ninja at once with the explosion it caused. Ganryu now wielded the Shibuki, one of the 7 swords of the mist. Somehow he had convinced Mangetsu to teach him how to use the blade, and although he was still far from mastering it, he could still wield it well, taking full control of the blade and forging his abilities in the fire of war. Kaga was also caught in the middle of the fight as he blocked an attack from above, entering into a power struggle as he and the sand ninja both pushed forwards with everything they had, each trying to overpower the other. I don't think so, Kaga yelled as he was finally able to overpower the shinobi, pushing him back before he leapt forwards and cut the man in two with a quick strike. Look out! Ganryu shouted as he suddenly appeared in front of Kaga, blocking a volley of kunai with his blast sword and saving Kaga's life. Thanks, Ganryu, Kaga said as he placed his back against Ganryu's, entering a back-to-back formation with his friend, as they prepared to face off against the never-ending waves of sand shinobi still coming their way. It would seem there is no end to their numbers, Ganryu said as he ducked under another slash before he kicked the attacker away, not wasting his energy on attacking with the heavy sword before the sand ninja jumped back in with a powerful swing. Ganryu blocked the attack with a smile on his face as his sword suddenly lit up with the paper bombs exploding, hitting the sand shinobi and knocking him flying back. It certainly feels like that, Kaga also said as he cut another 2 shinobi down with his own blade, showing great skill as neither of them could get close to him, causing Ganryu to fight harder to match his skill as the two bounced off of each other. Even though the fighting around them was vast and seemed to block out anything else, their attention was still drawn to the sudden blast of red chakra that flew over their heads, heading into the distance towards the rear of the Sand's forces. Is that? Ganryu said just before the blast hit, creating a huge explosion that seemed to answer his question as the two were forced to hold up their swords to try and protect them from the shockwave that followed. That was Lord Mizuki's attack, all right, Kaga shouted over the blast as he and Ganryu regained their balance, looking toward the devastation it had caused. Everyone on the battlefield had seemed to stop to also do the same as all of their attention was drawn to the aftermath of the explosion that had left many dead sand shinobi in its wake. Looks like Lord Mizuki has gotten serious, Kaga said as he placed his sword onto his shoulder, resting it in place. It would seem so, Ganryu said as he let his sword rest in a vertical position, only holding the hilt so to keep it balanced. Still, this battle is far from over, Kaga then said as he watched the sand doing their best to regroup their remaining soldiers in an attempt to defend against the advancing leaf and mist units that had taken advantage of Fiona's blast. Come on, Kaga, we can't let Lord Mizuki do all the work now, can we? Ganryu said as he picked up his sword, charging ahead and joining the front line. Kaga simply smiled as he watched Ganryu charge off, knowing he couldn't let him lead him in the dust. Come on, men, let us finish this, Kaga roared, getting a war cry from the surrounding soldiers that recognized their captain, charging into battle with him once more. Currently, Fiona was still in state 2 of his tailed beast transformation, favoring the form as it allowed him to combine both his and Saiken's abilities without limit. Fiona watched as his massive tailed beast blast hit home into the rear ranks of the Sand's troops, doing a huge amount of damage and allowing the mist and leaf units to take advantage of the chaos. Now that Fiona had killed both Granny Chio and her brother, he knew that the Sand would have lost 2 very powerful assets, as both of them were considered S-rank ninja and extremely strong. While Fiona was lost in his thought looking over the battlefield, he was unable to sense the sudden advance that had come from behind him, taking him off guard as he was suddenly grabbed by the tails and slammed into the ground. What the hell? Fiona thought as he turned to look who had dared to attack him like this. However, Fiona was suddenly tossed across the ground as he felt a sudden pressure wrap around his body, seeming to bind him in place. "What the hell is this?" he said to himself as he looked down, seeing what looked like paper binding him from the neck down. "Universal pull," an all-too-familiar voice suddenly said as Fiona felt himself get sucked through the air towards the owner of the said voice. Fiona watched as Pain himself wrapped his hand around his neck, squeezing tightly as he held him off the ground, still being bound by the paper and unable to move. Fiona was about to resist, however, another of the Pain's six suddenly grabbed him as he started to suck out Saiken's chakra from his very body, taking away his tailed beast transformation and zapping him of his strength. "Capture of the six tails complete," Pain said as he looked into Fiona's eyes with his dead expression. Fiona watched as the rest of the Pains landed next to Tendo, along with Conan, who stood to the side as she watched him carefully. "So, we finally meet," Fiona managed to say, even through the pressure he felt around his throat, getting a questioning look from Pain. "It seems the beast can still speak," Tendo said with a surprised look. "I should have expected nothing less of the Mizukage. But saying that, your predecessor didn't put up this much of a fight," he said as he quickly tightened his grip. "You will be coming with us, regardless," Pain then said as he raised his other hand towards Fiona's face, preparing to put him to sleep. However, Fiona smiled, once again taking Pain off guard as he did something unexpected. "I'm afraid not," Fiona managed to say as he suddenly allowed bones to grow from all over his body, ripping out of the paper that bound him and causing Tendo Pain to release him so he didn't become skewered. Fiona quickly darted backwards, with Pain doing the same as the two of them got some space. The rest of the Pains regrouped with their leader, standing beside him as they all watched him with the Rinnegan strong in their eyes. "This isn't looking good," Fiona said to himself, knowing that in his current state he stood little chance against all six of them, not to mention that Conan was with him, someone that was able to kill even Obito if not for his Izanagi. "That is far enough, Six Tails," Tendo suddenly said as he stepped forwards and raised his hand, causing Fiona to put up his guard. "You will know pain." Chapter 114, Fiona vs. Pain Round 1. Fiona found himself in a sticky situation as he was currently facing down the six paths of pain, not to mention Conan, who was incredibly strong in her own right. "You will know pain," Tendo said as he raised his hand towards Fiona, looking as menacing as he could remembered him looking in the manga. "Here we go," Fiona quickly thought to himself as he took a low stance, knowing what was about to come. Suddenly the Shirato path charged forwards, letting its body open with blades and missiles sticking out of it as it pulled its wrist to reveal a huge amount of them, getting ready to use all of them against him before firing a volley of 4 missiles from its arm. Fiona watched as the rockets flew towards him, knowing if they hit, that they would have explosive consequences. Quickly he dashed back, flipping into a handspring as the rockets exploded on the ground around him. Fiona could see more rockets headed his way, and did the only thing he could right now. He flipped back and created an ice mirror for the rockets to travel through, hoping he could take Pain by surprise. All six paths watched as the rockets were absorbed by the ice mirror, confused as to why they didn't explode on impact, but not as confused as when the rockets suddenly came from above, traveling through another ice mirror that Fiona had created. The rockets hit and exploded where the other paths of Pain had been standing, giving Fiona the impression that his trick had worked as he watched the explosion from a safe distance. "How do you like that?" he said with a smile on his face. However, the dust quickly dissipated as the word summoning jutsu could be heard before Fiona faced a giant two-headed brown dog staring him down. "Not good," Fiona said as suddenly the Ninjendo Pain charged towards him, jumping through the air with an impressive spinning heel kick aimed at his head. Fiona quickly blocked the kick with his arm, allowing bones to grow from it so to aid in his defense. Quickly Fiona grabbed the Pain's leg, flashing him a small smile as he did. "Ice style, ice pillar," Fiona shouted, causing the Pain's leg to suddenly freeze, causing the ice to spread around him instantly, before trapping him in a pillar of ice and taking him out of the fight. Still, he couldn't celebrate just yet. The summoning creator was quickly on his tail as it pounced through the air, using both of his large heads to smash into the ground with their sharp teeth, each trying to take a bite out of Fiona. Fiona quickly jumped into the air, dodging the first attempt of the crushing jaws by a hair's length. Digital shrapnel. Fiona shouted as he quickly unleashed a rapid barrage of bone bullets into the dog's face, ripping it to shreds. However, Pain would not allow Fiona to simply run around and do as he pleased. No, he had other plans and wanted to end this fight as quickly as possible. Universal pull. Tendo Pain shouted as he reached out his hand, suddenly dragging Fiona through the air towards him. Fiona was helpless as he was unable to resist the force that was dragging him towards one of the other Pains, the one he had only just frozen if he was not mistaken. No way, I thought I just took that one out? Fiona thought, suddenly realizing that the other Pain who could absorb ninjutsu must have thawed him out by absorbing it. Fiona could also remember that the human path he was about to fly into the grasp of could suck out anyone's souls if he got a good hold of them, knowing he couldn't let that happen no matter what. Fiona did the only thing he could and let his bones burst free from his body, knowing that he would rip the Pain in front of him to ribbons. However, at the last second the human path jumped back and swapped with the Shirato path, whose head opened and started glowing as it got ready to deliver a powerful blast. Now you will know pain, Tendo said as he watched the Shirato path suddenly explode, creating a massive explosion, one that neither the Shirato path nor Fiona would survive unharmed. Tendo Pain and the others waited for the smoke to clear, expecting to see both bodies lying in the dirt after such a powerful attack. However, to their surprise, only the Shirato path was present, leaving them confused as to where Fiona had gone to. Sage Art, Corrosive Shrapnel. Fiona suddenly shouted, gaining all of the attention of the Pains as they quickly turned to see what was going on. Fiona had launched a surprise attack, also having entered Sage mode as he quickly fired a volley of bone bullets, hitting all of the 6 paths apart from Tendo, who used his almighty push to stop the bone bullets in the air, and Dekido, who was able to absorb the jutsu without turning around. It doesn't matter what you do, you will be captured like all the rest. Tendo suddenly said as he took in Fiona's new appearance, seeing that his hair had turned white and he had grown horns on his head. I wouldn't be so sure, Pain, he said with a smile. Suddenly the other paths of Pain's bodies burst and started to melt where they had been hit by the small bone bullets, being unable to do anything as their bodies started to corrode. What is this? Tendo said as he watched in confusion. Fiona quickly took advantage of the confusion and targeted the Jigakudo path, the one who he knew could summon the King of Hell to restore their bodies to full. Look out! Conan suddenly shouted as she appeared in front of Fiona, blocking his path to the Jigakudo path with a wall of paper. Fiona smiled as he saw the paper bombs that lined the paper she was using to block his advance, hoping that she could trap him with them. Sorry, but that won't work on me, Fiona said as he made one-hand sign with his right hand and simply tapped the paper with his left. Conan had a confused look on her face as her paper froze in an instant, allowing Fiona to slip into it and vanish, leaving her to stand alone as she looked for him. How did he? She yelled as she turned around to see Pain's bodies melting to the point of no return now, knowing that if Pain couldn't get the King of Hell summoned, he would only have 2 bodies left to fight with. Fiona had used his Sage Jutsu to turn Conan's paper into ice, allowing him to travel into it like an ice mirror. Another ice mirror quickly appeared behind the Jigakudo path, giving Fiona the chance to finish him off once and for all as he raised his arm for an attack. It's over! He shouted, extending his arm in an attempt to take the Pain's head off. Alright, push! Tendo suddenly shouted, causing everything in front of him to suddenly go flying, including all of the Pains and Fiona, who was only half sticking out of his ice mirror. Thanks to his increased abilities, Fiona simply remained in the ice mirror that had also been sent flying before he traveled to another behind Tendo. Tendo had expected as much and quickly turned around to block a punch from Fiona, only to find himself be sent flying from an invisible force, causing him to fly and flip through the air before he recovered and slid along the ground. Pain! Conan shouted as she regrouped with Tendo, worried after the damage he had taken. It would seem he has mastered Sage mode, and can mix his abilities with that of his tailed beast. Tendo said as he slowly looked up. It would seem we underestimated this one, Conan. He then said as he stood to his full height. Pain, we should retreat, Conan said, looking to see the damage that had been done so far. Fiona could feel his Sage mode running out. After all, using it as a clone at only 25% didn't allow it to last very long. Looks like I was able to take him by surprise this time, but if I don't finish this quickly, he might pull something else out of the bag. Fiona thought as he got ready to finish it. Pain was current stood about 50 meters away from Fiona, with Conan and the Gakido path, who had also survived the corrosive bone bullet Fiona had used. Agreed. We will pull back for now, Tendo said, knowing that this time he had been taken by surprise, something that had not happened to him in a long time. Fiona could see that both Pain and Conan were getting ready to leave, knowing that if he could take them both out now, it would save him the trouble later. I won't let you get away, Fiona suddenly shouted as he clapped his hands together and pumped the last of his sage chakra into the jutsu. Ice suddenly burst from the ground all around both Conan and Pain, trapping them in a huge mirrored dome. What is this? Conan said, getting a bad feeling from the jutsu. I truly did underestimate you. 6 tails, Tendo said as a frown formed on his face. This is the end for both of you, Fiona's voice said as his reflection suddenly appeared in the ice, appearing in every direction they looked. Conan quickly shot a barrage of paper shuriken as she tried to break the ice, however, the ice simply absorbed them, showing that they had no effect. I have to hand it to you, 6 tails. You are truly worthy of the title Kage. A true monster among monsters, Pain said, surprising Fiona as he engaged him in conversation. It doesn't matter what you say anymore, I won't let you capture the tailed beasts. Besides, you are nothing but a puppet, Fiona said, causing Pain to raise an eyebrow. You have finished nothing, 6 tails. We will meet again, and next time you will not escape, Tendo said before he and Conan suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke, causing Fiona to be the one surprised this time. A reverse summoning? Fiona said as he felt their chakra move to the other side of the battlefield, where the animal path had been able to summon all of them before his body had fully melted. Fiona slipped out of his ice jutsu, allowing it to melt as the horns on his head retracted and his hair turned black once more, signaling that his sage mode had come to an end. Pain. I can't let him run around doing as he wants, Fiona said, knowing that alongside Obito, Pain was the most dangerous person alive in this world right now. And if he was allowed to continue on his path to gather the tails beats, Kimimaro would be taken by him and the hidden mist would likely be destroyed to get him. I won't let that happen. But first, I have a war to win, Fiona then said as he turned his attention back to the fighting that was still raging in the distance as the sand clashed with the leaf and mist. Pain and Conan appeared next to the animal path after being reverse summoned by the decaying body. Conan watched as the body was nothing more than a torso now, having had both of its legs and lower abdomen melted by Fiona's jutsu. I can't believe that he was able to do so much damage to you, she said, turning to look at the other bodies that were in worse shape having been hit in the upper body. Indeed, Tendo said as he watched the bodies finally melt fully, being reduced to a pile of sludge on the ground. It was a wise choice to retreat. The next time we fight, we will be ready, Tendo said before they both retreated, heading back to where Nagito was hiding. Back to the fight with the stone. Mangetsu charged in a Kitsuchi with each sword in hand as he slashed with great skill at the stone general. Kitsuchi had formed 2 large fists of earth around each of his hands that he was currently using to fight Mangetsu with. Somehow both of his large stone fists were holding well against Mangetsu's blades, only chipping away here and there as they clashed. Mangetsu was slashing as fast and as hard as he could with each sword, trying to go even faster so that he could overwhelm Kitsuchi with his vicious blows. However, Kitsuchi was able to keep pace with Mangetsu, blocking each attack with his fists, each of them moving at incredible speeds. Why you? Mangetsu shouted as he quickly dropped both swords down together, reconnecting the blades to add to the power. Kitsuchi crossed his arms over his head as he blocked the attack, feeling his knees shake from the weight as the sword cracked his stone fists. Take this! Mangetsu suddenly shouted as he allowed his sword to change form into a large hammerhead. Kicking Kitsuchi in the chest, Mangetsu created some room that allowed him to twist around and smash the sword into him, hitting him with the full force of the hammer attack. Kitsuchi was hit hard by the attack, breaking through his guard and sending him flying through the air before he smashed into the ground and bounced a few times before smashing into a massive pile of rubble. "Strike!" Mangettu shouted as he placed his sword onto his shoulder, laughing as he did thanks to his handiwork. Kitsuchi had to admit that Mangettu was no pushover as he slowly picked himself up from the ground, feeling the damage to his body that attack had done. "That sword packs one hell of a punch," he said as he looked up to see Mangettu taunting him. "It's my turn," he said, wiping the blood that was running from his lip. Kitsuchi suddenly clapped his hands together, focusing all of his chakra on his next attack. "Let's see how you handle this. Earth style, great earth-splitting crash," he roared as he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a huge crack in the very earth itself. Mangettu watched as the crack grew bigger and bigger, heading towards him with a mighty shattering as the ground beneath him split in two. "What the hell is this?" Mangettu said, watching as the earth separated both of their forces, crumbling and causing some of the unlucky ones to plummet to their deaths into the darkness below. "I'm not finished yet. Earth style, tectonic collide," he yelled as he made a few more hand signs and locked his hands together, forming a serpent hand sign. The ground beneath Mangettu and the others started to shift once more, suddenly closing and creating a huge crash, one that caused a massive earthquake as the rock and stone exploded in all directions. Screams could be heard from all over as the jutsu that Kitsuchi had used caused a massive amount of casualties. Mangettu couldn't do anything as the ground smashed into him, exploding from the sudden shift and swallowing him under an intense amount of pressure. Kitsuchi was breathing hard now, watching from a safe distance at his handiwork, seeing that the only thing of Mangettu to remain was his sword, Hiramakiri, that lay on the ground without its master. "My work here is done," Kitsuchi said as he let out a large breath he had been holding in, knowing that taking out one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist was a huge win on his part. "All right, men. It's time to push forwards," he yelled, getting a mighty battle cry from the men that surrounded him. However, a shadow appeared in the smoke, one that seemed to stretch and loom over the stone forces, getting both theirs and Kitsuchi's attention. "I'm afraid this battle is over," the voice said, still hidden by the smoke from the war zone. "Who the hell is this guy? Come on men, let's finish this once and for all." Another of the stone shinobi yelled as he and another 20 of his comrades all charged towards the smoke. "No, wait!" Kitsuchi shouted, getting a bad feeling about the situation. A sudden red glow came from inside the smoke screen, giving them the only warning they would get before every one of them suddenly collapsed onto the ground without any warning whatsoever. "I will say it again. This battle is over for all of you," the voice said again. Kitsuchi watched carefully as he tried to assess the situation, still not knowing who it was they faced. Only knowing whoever it was, that to have been able to take out 20 men so fast, they were not to be taken lightly. The smoke slowly cleared so that the stone shinobi could finally see, revealing none other than Fugaku Uchiha, the Wicked Eye, standing with his arms crossed over his chest as he faced the remaining army of stone shinobi alone. "What the hell, it's just one man," a younger stone ninja yelled, clearly not feeling the weight of the situation as his older peers were. "Shut it, you fool. That there is Fugaku the White Eye. He has a run-on-sight order to his name, you idiot," one of the elder Jonin shinobi said, causing the younger one to slowly turn his head. "A flea on sight. This guy?" he said, feeling a little more sheepish now that he could see everyone else's reactions. "He's only one man though. There is no way he can take all of us," the young man shouted in protest, clearly not believing his fellow stone shinobi. "Come on, let's attack while we have the chance," he shouted, steadily mustering the younger troops who agreed with him. "Get him!" they all yelled as he led the charge, each of them determined to make a name for themselves in this war. "No, wait!" Kitsuchi yelled, unable to stop them. Fugaku remained still with his arms crossed over his chest, wearing his trademark frown that he always had. "Insolent fools, I will show you why you should fear the Uchiha clan," Fugaku said with a deep growl, growing serious as he activated his Sharingan. "Attack!" the stone shinobi yelled as they charged in. the one who had instigated it, throwing a kunai right off the bat to try and take Fugaku down quickly. Fugaku watched the kunai move through the air in almost slow motion with his Sharingan, keeping his arms crossed over his chest until the last second. Quickly he tilted his head to the side, simply extending one of his hands, all while keeping his arms crossed as he hooked his finger through the hoop at the base of the kunai blade, catching it with ease and letting it spin around his finger. For the first time, Fugaku finally uncrossed his arms, lowering his right hand to his weapon's pouch before taking a large handful of shuriken from it and throwing them into the air. "Allow me to show you the power of the Uchiha clan," Fugaku shouted as he dashed forwards, meeting the first stone shinobi in battle as he ducked under his punch, only to slit his throat with the kunai he still held in his hand. Fugaku's eyes moved rapidly as he was instantly able to see all treating coming towards him with his sharp eyes, moving his head to the left as he dodged a sword swipe and lifting his left leg to stop a kick with his shin. Fugaku quickly counter-attacked as he punched the man with the sword in the face, dropping him with one quick hit to the jaw, and using his Sharingan to freeze the other in place, putted him in a Jinjutsu with ease. Fugaku quickly dodged a flurry of attacks from another two shinobi, using his leg to push off one of their chests as he kicked them. Quickly dropping to his right knee so he could turn and slash one of the stone ninja's ankles, causing him to drop to the ground, screaming in agony. While Fugaku was doing all of this, the shuriken he had thrown into the air had started to ricochet off one another, allowing them to change their trajectory midair as they flew towards their targets. Each of the stone ninjas felt the shuriken hit them in the back of the head, only a brief moment of pain before they had met their end, not even knowing it was coming. One by one they dropped like flies, even the one whose Achilles had been slit, Fugaku having already predicted exactly what would happen before he threw the ninja stars, as if he had seen into the future. "This one is for you," Fugaku said to the only one that remained, the lad who had thrown the kunai and rallied the others. The boy was horrified as Fugaku threw the kunai into the air, watching as it sailed over his head as he dropped to the ground in fear. "H-ha! You missed!" The young ninja yelled as he realized he had dodged the attack, quickly jumping back to his feet as he planned to run away while he could. "Did I?" Fugaku said as he watched the kunai hit another shuriken in the air, causing the sharp metal blade to bounce off and stick into the young stone shinobi's skull. The sound was horrific as the blade slid into his head, causing blood to splash onto the ground and his eyes to cross one another due to the impact on his brain, taking him a moment to lose all motor functions and finally drop to the ground dead. Fugaku had single-handedly taken out a total of 50 stone shinobi by himself now, with nothing more than his eyes and a few shurikens. In fact, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Something that caused all who were still watching to sweat and shake in their boots. "I guess it's time to get serious," Fugaku said as he placed his hands together, creating the horse hand sign. "Fire style," he said, taking a large breath in before he said the name of the jutsu. "Majestic Destroyer Flame." Fugaku roared as he suddenly unleashed the huge sea of flames upon the stone shinobi. Kitsuchi watched in horror as the tsunami of flames traveled towards him and his men, knowing there was only one way to survive such a powerful jutsu. "Earth wall formation, now!" he yelled, snapping the others into action as many stone shinobi as possible made the hand sign and spat out the muck onto the ground to summon an earth wall, creating wall after wall in hopes that it would be enough to resist the massive fire style. Fugaku watched as his fire jutsu crashed into the first layer of earth walls, blasting them away in an instant. The sea of flames was so strong that everything up to the middle layer of earth walls was burnt to ash, only holding at the back as the fire lost its power after meeting so much resistance, something Fugaku had expected. "Now!" he suddenly yelled, revealing the large number of men behind him that had been hidden in the smoke. "Fire style, fireball jutsu!" A battalion of Hidden Leaf and Hidden Mist troops who could use the fire release had lined up, waiting for Fugaku's orders before they too unleashed a massive volley of fire, creating a sea of flames more than 10 times the size that Fugaku had created by himself. Kitsuchi watched in horror as the flames traveled towards him, knowing that this time, they would not be able to stop the combined attack. "It's over. There is nothing we can do against such a coordinated attack like this," Kitsuchi said, admitting defeat as he became ready to meet his end. "This battle isn't over just yet." An elderly voice suddenly roared from above the stone shinobi's heads, grabbing all of their attention as they recognized the voice. Party cow style, atomic dismantling jutsu. The voice yelled as a sudden huge white wall appeared, trapping the huge fire style inside of it before it exploded, reducing the fire style into nothing but atoms and stopping its advance. Fugaku couldn't believe his eyes, looking into the sky as he watched the one responsible for stopping his planned coordinated attack. Anoki. The third Tsuchikage. Fugaku said, crossing his arms over his chest once more. Fiona had seen what happened from the distance as he finally joined the front line, slipping out of an ice mirror next to Fugaku. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said, flashing Fugaku a smile. "Good you to join us, Lord Mizukage," Fugaku said with his signature frown. "Yeah. Looks like I got here just in time," he then said, meeting his glare with Anoki's as he looked at the pair floating in the air. Chapter 115. The battle between the hidden sand, lead and mist had currently taken a large turn, pulling in the mist and leaf's favor, thanks to Fiona having not only defeated Lady Chio and her brother but also having killed a large number of sand shinobi thanks to his tailed beast blast. Fiona had also managed to fight off Pain, something that was not an easy task to do at all. Thankfully he seemed to have no intention of fighting in the war, and only wished to capture Fiona, something he was thankful for, as Fiona knew that if Pain had for whatever reason fought in the battle, he could have ended it. Now with the Sand's forces having taken such a beating, Pakura the current Kazekage had no choice other than to join the fight herself, having stayed in the backline for long enough. "Step to it, men! We cannot and will not retreat here," she yelled as she unleashed her Scorch Release, allowing it to surround her before she charged into the front lines of the Mist and Leaf Shinobi. Pakura was an elite shinobi and a kage at that, showing off her prowess as she ripped through the ranks of Jonin and Chunin ninja before her, not breaking a sweat as her Scorch style literally evaporated all of the water from any human body it touched, leaving the battlefield littered with desiccated corpses as none could stand against her. "Watch out! It's the Kazekage!" One of the Leaf Shinobi cried out, doing his best to try and warn the others before he let out another scream of pain, having been hit by Pakura's Scorch style and killing him in one hit. Both Kage and Ganryu were also battling on the front line, surrounded by Sand Shinobi as they did their best to lead by example with each of them holding the line and inspiring their men, taking out anyone who got in their way. "Hey, Ganryu! How many?" Kage said as he cut down another Sand Shinobi. "I'm a little busy at the moment," Ganryu shouted as he slammed his explosive sword into the ground, taking out the 5 ninja that had tried to attack him at the same time. "But if you have to know, I'm on 107. Ganryu shouted over to Kage, taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. Kage smiled as he blocked a kunai thrust from a Sand Shinobi and countered with his own, impaling him with his blade. "I guess that makes us even then," he said as he let the body drop to the ground, giving him and Ganryu a moment as their eyes locked together, knowing they wouldn't let the other outdo them. However, their little competition swiftly came to an end as it was interrupted by the screams of their men, alerting them to the sudden danger. "What the hell?" Ganryu said as he watched a Mist Shinobi's body suddenly burst into flame as he was hit by Pakura's Scorch Release. "Ganryu, get back!" Kage shouted, trying to warn him as he recognized the jutsu. Ganryu watched as a large red orb appeared before him, knowing he wasn't fast enough to avoid it. "Look out!" Kage yelled as he summoned a water wall to block the orb at the last second, creating an explosion of steam that knocked Ganryu back. "What the hell is that?" Ganryu yelled as he flipped back, landing by Kage's side. "That is the Kazekage," Kage said as Pakura slowly came into view, walking out of the steam with her hands by her sides. "I've had just about enough of you, Miss Ninja. I'm going to kill all of you in one move," she suddenly yelled as she summoned as many red flame orbs around her as she could, allowing them to all merge together to create one large one, holding it over her head as she looked forward to the Mist and Leaf Shinobi standing before her, each of them watching in terror. "Take this. Great steaming explosive blast," Pakura yelled as she tossed the orb into the air and placed her hands together to create the hand sign that would activate the jutsu. "Shit, not good." Kage yelled as he looked behind him, knowing there was nothing he could do to save his men. Kage then looked to Ganryu, doing the only thing he knew he could do, quickly making the hand signs as the massive red orb started to expand. Water Prison Jutsu! Kage shouted as he hit Ganryu and himself, trapping them both in a ball of water, much to Ganryu's surprise. What the hebluru? Ganryu tried to shout as he was suddenly trapped in a ball of water, almost failing to hold his breath due to the surprise. The giant scorch-style orb suddenly exploded, covering a huge diameter as it did, evaporating any and all water inside of the blast range and killing all who had been caught in the explosion in an instant. A huge amount of steam had been given off from the blast as the heat rose into the air. With only Pakura left standing as she admired her handiwork, smiling to herself knowing she had just killed a huge amount of enemy troops. The sand units had retreated back, already knowing not to get in the way of their Kazekage unless they wanted to be caught in the firing line. Instead, they all rallied and pushed forwards, moving around her flanks as they clashed with the remaining mist and leaf troops. Shit, that was a close one. Ganryu said as he slowly sat up from the ground, spitting out some of the water he had swallowed. Kage did the same as he opened his eyes seeing that they had managed to survive the blast. She just wiped out an entire unit with one jutsu. Ganryu then said as he realized what had happened, taking a look around as the fighting was continuing in the distance. Yeah, she's not the Kazekage for nothing. Kage said as he slowly stood to his feet. But how did you know about her jutsu, Kage? Ganryu asked as he used his sword to help pick himself up to his feet. I once had a run-in with her in the past. I quickly learnt the hard way about her jutsu's weakness to water. Something I will never forget. Kage said as he picked his sword up, gripping the hilt tightly as he remembered his fallen comrades. So you survived my attack? Pakura's voice said as the steam faded away, revealing her to the two of them. She found us already? Ganryu said as he took a defensive position, raising his sword as he did. Kage kept his hands by his side as he looked her in the eyes, giving her a cold look fueled by vengeance. Kazekage or not, I'm taking you down. He suddenly yelled, quickly placing his sword into the scabbard on his back before he slapped his hands together and made a few hand signs at rapid speed. Ganryu watched in surprise as Kage suddenly charged forwards, clearly having a vendetta against her. Wait, Kage, we need a plan of attack. He tried to yell, watching his friend charge and head on. I have a plan, attack. Kage yelled as he jumped into the air. Pakura watched as he charged toward her, simply smiling as she surrounded herself with her flaming orbs. What a fool! She said as she waved her arms, commanding the orbs to attack Kage as he flew into the air. Water style, Raging Waves Jutsu. Kage yelled as he unleashed a huge amount of water from his mouth, extinguishing her scorch-style orbs all at once, causing them to burst into steam that blocked both of their vision. I can't let her have time to create more of those orbs. I need to press the attack and not let up. Kage said to himself as he flipped through the air, drawing his sword as he slashed down at her with full force. Pakura hopped backwards and avoided his sword slash, quickly drawing a kunai in each hand as she used them to block another attack from Kage, deflecting his blade, causing sparks to fly through the air as both of their reflections were caught in the metal of their blades. Did you really think I would be so easy? She yelled as this time she pressed forwards on the attack, jumping into the air as she threw a spinning back kick at Kage's lower body, forcing him to bring his knee up to block the attack as she threw one of her kunai at him with a quick flick of the wrist, forcing him to deflect it with his sword. Pakura landed and flipped back into a handspring, using her free hand to balance as she kicked down at Kage's head before twisting onto her knees and slashing at his legs, aiming low on purpose. Kage didn't realize that Pakura was so well versed in hand-to-hand combat, having been pushed back by her surprising skills. It's over! Pakura shouted as she forced Kage to jump back in the air to avoid her low slash attack, leaving him with nowhere to go as she threw a scorch-style orb at him with her free hand, waiting for it to hit so she could relish in his death. Shit! Kage yelled as he didn't have time to react, knowing that this could well be the end. Water style, water wall. Ganryu shouted as he put up a large water wall in front of Kage, stopping the flaming orb from killing him as it burst into steam. Kaga smiled as he landed and looked at his friend. Looks like I owe you one, Ganryu, he said. You owe me more than one, Kaga, he said as he made more hand signs, allowing the water wall to start shooting small yet powerful blasts of water at Pakura. You think you can defeat me if you work together? Pakura shouted as she jumped backwards, flipping onto her hands over and over again until she jumped into the air and twirled with expert skill, avoiding all of the water blasts before she landed on her hands and knee, flicking her hair as she looked up at them quickly. We can't take her in a head-on attack, we need some sort of distraction, Ganryu said as he reached into his weapons pouch, taking a handful of shuriken. Agreed, Kaga also said as he started to make hand signs, watching as Ganryu threw the shuriken using them as a distraction. Pakura watched as the shuriken flew through the air towards her, already seeing through their plan. How foolish, she said as she allowed 2 flame orbs to ignite, one in each hand as she used them to melt the shuriken on impact, giving her no cause for concern. Water style, water shock wave, Kaga shouted as he blasted a large amount of water from his mouth, aiming it towards Pakura like a small wave. Pakura once again watched, unimpressed as the 2 of them charged toward her, already knowing they were planning to use the large amount of water to cast more jutsu. I don't think so, Pakura suddenly shouted as she once again allowed all of her flame orbs to form together, creating one huge one above the water that Kaga and Ganryu were now running on. Not good, I think she has seen through our plan, Ganryu said as he continued to run across the water. Shit, we can't let her use that jutsu again, Kaga said as he slid to a halt, slapping his hands together again as he started to perform more hand signs. I've already used a large amount of chakra, but if I don't stop that jutsu, she's going to wipe us out, he said, quickly making the sign so he could counter her with a jutsu. Water-style water dragon, Kaga shouted, changing the form of the water on the ground into a large dragon. Too late, Pakura shouted as she raised her large flame orb above her head, ready to activate her jutsu and wipe them from the face of the map. I don't think so, Ganryu suddenly shouted as he appeared in a blob of water behind Pakura, taking her by surprise. When did he? She yelled, watching as he swung his blast sword towards her, going for the killing blow. I don't have any other choice, Pakura thought, having to stop her jutsu so she could defend herself against Ganryu's imminent attack. However, that meant she was defenseless against Kaga's water dragon coming from behind her, knowing it was going to be a dangerous call. Pakura was able to turn and stop Ganryu's attack with her kunai, however, the explosion from the sword took her off guard and sent her flying right into the water dragon, feeling its bite as it crashed down upon her, smashing her into the ground with a mighty roar. We did it! Kaga shouted as he quickly joined Ganryu's side, watching his handiwork as the dust settled. I hope so, Ganryu said, having an uneasy feeling as he too watched by Kaga's side. Meanwhile, Fiona stood side by side with Fugaku Uchiha in the battle with the stone as they had come face to face with Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage himself. Lord Tsuchikage is here. He saved us, one of the stone shinobi shouted, getting the others to rally at the side of their leader. Inoki took a good look around at the battlefield, seeing his son Kitsuchi had done a good job defending against such powerful foes by himself. My. This war is certainly a pain, he said as he slowly floated towards the ground, taking his side by his son, who he had placed in charge of this force. Fiona took a step forward so he could address Inoki, hoping that he would be able to talk to him, kage to kage. Lord Tsuchikage. My name is Fuyona Yuki, the 5th Mizukage, Fiona said with a strong and clear voice. I know very well who you are. Kage Slayer, Inoki said as he watched him carefully, taking note of how young he was. Lord Tsuchikage, I implore you to call off your forces and allow us to seek a more peaceful solution to our problems, Fiona said, waiting for his response. Inoki crossed his arms behind his back, continuing to float in the air as he listened to Fiona's words. Are you saying that I should simply stand aside and watch as you and the Hokage plot against the rest of the great nations? You may be a Kage, but you are still but a child. Do not take me for a fool, Inoki yelled, clearly having been brainwashed by others. Fiona sighed, as he listened to his words. I may be young, and I certainly do not take you for a fool, Lord Tsuchikage. I and Lord Hokage only wish to improve our village's standing, uniting not only the strength of our military but our economy, building a brighter future for our citizens and nation's people. Our alliance has nothing to do with plotting to declare war on the other nations. Fiona said, trying to reason with him. Inoki still stood defiant as he listened to his words with a frown on his face. Do you really expect me to believe such lies from one who would kill his own predecessor to take control of a nation? Inoki shouted, squashing Fiona's words as if they held no meaning. Forget it, Fiona. Fugaku suddenly said. The only thing that Tsuchikage understands is power. That's the only reason he surrendered in the last war. He said as he watched the enemy carefully. Fiona lowered his head a little, already knowing that his negotiations had failed, feeling shame as he knew more of his men would die in the fighting. I guess I have no choice. Fiona said softly as he looked back up at Inoki. I will give you one last chance to pull your forces back and withdraw from the land of grass. If you do not, I will use all of my power to force you to surrender, even if I have to kill every single last one of your men. Fiona suddenly said, growing cold as his aura flared to life. Inoki watched him carefully, sensing the chakra that was coming from him, and judging his words, knowing it was not a small threat that he was making. Inoki was also no fool, having been fed as much military intelligence from the start of the war as he could, already knowing that Rashi had been defeated and how many men he had lost, as well as Fiona's presence in both battles so far, having come to the conclusion that he was only a clone. However, he also knew that standing against not only the Mizukage, but Fugaku the Wicked Eye alone with a half-broken army was a foolish idea, one that would not end well for him or his men. Father, I think we should withdraw for now. I don't see how we can win this fight, Kitsuchi said, giving his father his honest thoughts. Inoki didn't like it, but he knew his son was right. Very well. We will withdraw. Inoki suddenly shouted, raising his hand as he gave the order to his men, getting a surprised reaction from them. Fiona continued to hold his ground as he watched Inoki carefully, not about to let his guard down at the last second. I will take you up on your offer for us to withdraw from this battle, but do not think that you have won this war, Inoki said before he turned around and started to fly away, getting the rest of the Stone's army to slowly follow as they retreated. Kitsuchi also gave the order to pull back, knowing it was a wise move by his father. After all, they had taken heavy losses and the Leaf and Mist still held their commanders in tow, proving they had a stronger force than them. Are you running away? A voice suddenly shouted from the distance, getting Kitsuchi's attention and causing him to turn around. I'm ready for round 2 when you are. The voice shouted again, causing everyone to look towards a small plateau, seeing none other than Mangettu, who was standing holding his sword over his shoulder. Kitsuchi had to squint to see who it was, not believing his eyes once he did. He really survived that jutsu, he said, knowing he was another to watch out for in the coming battles that the future might bring. Fiona also looked up, not being able to help but smile as he knew what Mangettu was like. However, the thought did cross his mind, should they attack at full force and try to destroy the Stone Army along with the Tsuchikage. However, he could see the look on the rest of the troops' faces, seeing that they were relieved that the fighting was over for now. With that, Fiona watched as the stone retreated into the distance, showing that they had no intention of turning around and trying a surprise attack. Fiona slowly turned to the army, getting ready to address them as he looked them over. It is thanks to your strength and resilience that we have prevailed today. Only thanks to the efforts of you brave men and women have we pushed the enemy forces back. Fiona shouted, projecting his voice so that every one of them could hear him clearly. The Mist and Leaf shinobi that stood before him started to cheer, giving an almighty victory cry as the battle had finally come to an end. I take it I can leave the rest to you, Fiona then said as he turned to Fugaku. Yeah, leave the rest to me, he said, still having his arms crossed over his chest, but this time flashing a small smile, causing Fiona to also smile. The battle against the stone may have come to an end, but the battle against the sand was still raging on and showing no sign of stopping anytime soon. giving Fiona yet another thing he had to worry about. Chapter 116. The battle with the Hidden Stone had now come to an end, with the units from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Leaf celebrating their victory, even if it was only short-lived. After all, there had been many casualties and many brave men and women had laid their lives on the line to achieve victory, and gathering their remains so that they could be laid to rest would take time. With that said, the battle between the Hidden Sand was still going strong, with the numbers on both sides having taken huge losses so far. Kaga and Ganryu had found themselves in the midst of the battle, helping to do their duty as captains, leading their men into battle and keeping their fighting spirit strong. However, due to this, they had come face to face with Pakura of the Scorch style and the current 5th Kazekage. They had been forced to engage in combat, resulting in a huge number of shinobi being wiped out by Pakura's overwhelming jutsu, proving why she was strong enough to be called a kage and showing them the might of the sand. It had taken everything that the two of them had, resulting in them working together to take her by surprise to land a direct blow with Kaga's water dragon. However, Ganryu was unsure if it had been enough to stop her for good. "Did we do it?" Kaga said as he waited for the dust to settle, knowing that his water dragon had made direct contact with her. "I'm not sure, I can't sense her," Ganryu said, holding the hilt of his blade tight as he too waited for the dust to settle. What lasted a few seconds seemed to drag on for hours, as both of them waited with an intense amount of anxiety for the dust to settle, only to see that she had vanished. "Where the hell is she?" Kaga shouted, not understanding how she could have avoided his jutsu. Ganryu quickly scanned the area, only to see an incoming attack too late. "Watch out!" Ganryu shouted as Pakura suddenly appeared out of nowhere, charging right towards Kaga from behind. Pakura watched as Kaga turned around too late, allowing her to push her kunai into his chest at full force, looking into his eyes as she did so she could relish in his pain. "You are a fool if you thought that little stunt of yours would work," she whispered in his ear, watching as he coughed up blood. "No! Kage!" Ganryu shouted as he swung his explosive blade at her with all of his might, trying to finish her in one blow. Pakura smiled one last time as she looked into Kaga's eyes, quickly pushing off of him as she flipped backwards, dodging Ganryu's attack before she landed at a safe distance. "You are both fools. Did you really think I would struggle against two lowly swordsmen such as yourselves?" she said as she brushed a loose strand of hair out of her face. Ganryu ran over to Kaga, who had dropped to the ground now, holding his wound. "Shit, it's going to be alright, Kaga, we can fix this," Ganryu said as he tried to stop the bleeding with his hands. Kaga gave his friend a small smile, knowing that it wouldn't be. "I don't think so, old friend. I think this is the end for me," Kaga said, feeling his body getting weak as he lost more and more blood. Pakura smiled at her handiwork before she opened her hands. "As touching as this is to witness, I'm afraid it's time to end this," she said as she let two flame orbs ignite in her hands. Ganryu was still trying to stop the bleeding from Kaga's chest, not having much luck as the wound was too deep, having also punctured his lung, causing him to start choking on his own blood. "It's over!" Pakura shouted as she threw both of the scorch-style flame orbs at them, watching as they flew towards them, eager for them to finish them both off for good. "Die!" Water-style, water wall. A large water wall suddenly rose from the ground, surrounding Ganryu and Kaga. The water wall stopped the flame orbs as they crashed into the water, causing them to burst into steam as they made an impact. "What in the?" Pakura said with a frown, not expecting someone else to appear. Ganryu was also surprised as the water wall appeared, saving both him and Kaga in the meantime, hearing a familiar voice as its owner landed next to them. "Sorry, it took me so long to get here," Mei suddenly said as she moved her hair out of her face, taking a look at Kaga's injury. "Commander Mei," Ganryu said, not expecting her to be on the battlefield. Still, he was happy she was. "His lung has collapsed, and he is choking on his own blood," Mei said as she pulled out a small tube from her weapons pouch, using her free hand to find a space between his ribs as she did. Mei quickly stuck the tube into Kaga's ribs, releasing the pressure from his lung and allowing him to breathe again, giving Kaga an expression of instant relief. Mei could see the wound in his chest was deep, and she wasn't sure how much time she could buy him. Still, she knew she had to try. Mei used her lava style to coat her fingers before she spread them across his chest, cauterizing the wound and stopping the bleeding. Kaga screamed from the pain, forcing Ganryu to have to hold him down until Mei had finished. "You have to get into the medics right now. I don't know how much time he has left," Mei said, knowing she had done everything she could do. Ganryu nodded before he turned back to Pakura. "But what about the Kazekage?" he said. "Leave her to me," Mei said, flashing him a confident smile. Ganryu hesitated at first, but the sound of Kage in pain quickly snapped him out of his thoughts. "All right, I've got him," Ganryu said as he placed his sword onto his back, allowing him to pick Kage up with his arms. Mei nodded and turned to face Pakura, walking out of the water wall that had been separating them all this time. "And who do we have here?" "Another mist shinobi come to meet their end," Pakura said, watching as Ganryu made his escape with Kage. "Don't think you can escape from me," Pakura shouted as she threw another scorch orb, tossing it at Ganryu as he jumped into the air. "Water style, water blast," Mei shouted, firing a bullet-shaped ball of water into the orb, causing it to explode before it got close to Ganryu, allowing him to escape with Kage safely. Mei smiled as she looked Pakura up and down. "Honestly, I was expecting something more from the Kazekage, but here you are," Mei said, placing her hand on her hip, having stopped her jutsu so easily. Pakura raised an eyebrow in anger, not expecting Mei to be so bold with her words, or be able to stop her attack so easy. "Do your words hold any bite, or are you all talk?" Pakura said, glaring into Mei's eyes as the two of them got ready to fight. There was a short but tense moment as the two of them stared each other down, almost daring the other to make the first move. But soon, Pakura gave way to her frustration and decided enough was enough. "I've had enough of you," Pakura shouted as she created a large number of flame orbs around herself, charging into attack as they hovered around her. Mei already knew that if she was hit by one of the orbs she was toast, literally. But she also knew that Pakura's scorch style was very weak to water, giving her a massive advantage thanks to her mastery of the element. "Water style, water dragon bullets," Mei shouted, making the hand sign slowly to show she wasn't worried about Pakura's jutsu at all. Pakura was surprised to see 3 large water dragons appear from only the air, impressed that Mei could summon such a large and powerful water jutsu without any water around to aid her. Still, Pakura was no fool, and quickly tossed 3 of her scorch-style orbs at each of the water dragons, causing them to explode on impact and create a wall of steam that blocked each of their view. Pakura landed back onto the ground, doing her best to try and see through the steam, only to see that the amount of it started to grow bigger. "Hidden mist jutsu," Mei said, taking advantage of the steam from their combined attacks and using it to create a large veil of mist, hiding her presence from Pakura. "The hidden mist jutsu?" Pakura said, having experienced this jutsu many times before. "That won't work on me," she then said, creating a huge scorch-style flame orb, making it bigger and bigger as she pumped a lot of chakra into it. The heat coming off of the flame orb was immense, and it caused all of the mist in the air to dry up, proving that it was too hot for the mist to remain in the air, and causing it to evaporate. "Not bad, if I do say so myself," Mei said, having appeared behind Pakura, chopping a knife hand into the back of her neck. Pakura took the hit, falling to the ground with a thud as Mei watched carefully, knowing something wasn't right. "Oh no!" she suddenly said as she clapped her hands together, doing her best to summon a water wall that only just protected her from the sudden burst of Pakura's body. She used a scorch-style clone, knowing I would attack her weak point, Mei said, sensing a sudden attack coming from behind her. Pakura suddenly burst through Mei's water wall, using her scorch style to create a break in the barrier and allowing her to charge through with a kunai raised. Mei was on her back foot now as she turned around, drawing her own kunai to block Pakura's slash that had come down towards her face. The kunai clashed and rang out in the air, causing sparks to fly across their faces. Pakura wasn't done there though, quickly turning on her heel and twisting all of her weight into a spinning back kick, one that hit Mei directly in the stomach and sent her flying through the air. Mei was able to flip around and skidded onto her feet, using the kunai in her hand to grind across the ground as it helped slow her down. Impressive taijutsu, Mei said as she looked up, feeling the force of that kick. Pakura was running towards Mei with her hands raised, and she created more scorch-style flame orbs, surrounding herself with them in a deadly circle. "It's over for you," Pakura shouted, clearly getting ready to unleash a secret technique. Mei watched, knowing that many of the flame orbs were dangerous indeed. "I guess it's time to stop playing around," Mei said as she stood to her full height with a smile on her face. Mei placed her hands together again, making the tiger seal as she concentrated her chakra. "Vapor style, acid mist," Mei said, breathing out the huge amount of what looked like steam from her mouth, filling the air around her with it, allowing it to travel all around her as her hidden mist jutsu had done. "What is this? Another mist jutsu?" Pakura said to herself as she continued on her advance. "It doesn't matter what you do. Your mist can't withstand the heat from my jutsu," she shouted as she charged right into the vapor, pulling all of her scorch-style orbs into one as she was about to unleash its full power. "This isn't mist," Mei said with a small smile on her face, catching Pakura's attention. Pakura watched as her scorch-style orb suddenly started to let off a huge amount of steam as if it was melting into the air around her. She also noticed her skin start to tingle and her lungs start to burn before the thought clicked. "This isn't mist. It's acid," she yelled, also seeing that her clothing had started to melt due to the vapor. "No. I can't. I have to get out of this," Pakura shouted, knowing if she stayed in the vapor any longer then she would melt. "It's over for you," Mei said as she walked through the vapor unharmed, simply smiling at Pakura who couldn't help but glare at her. "No! I won't be defeated by the likes of you," Pakura shouted as she tried to use her scorch style once more. However, it was no use as before she could even get it to ignite in her hand, the vapor seemed to burn it up, turning it into more steam. "Your jutsu won't work anymore. My vapor style can change the pH level in the air itself, causing it to melt anything and everything. Even fire," she said, watching the anger burn in Pakura's face. "Your vapor is impressive, I will give it that. But if it's only the air itself, then allow me to show you," Pakura shouted, quickly forming the hand signs as she prepared another jutsu. Mei took a ready position, knowing that she hadn't made the vapor strong enough to finish her right away. "Wind style. Rippling tornado," Pakura shouted, causing the very air around her to start turning violently before a full tornado appeared around her, forcing all of the vapor that Mei had created to be blown away. "So she's not a one-trick pony after all," Mei said, waiting and watching to see what she would do next. The tornado was spinning faster and faster, also becoming larger and larger as Pakura pumped more chakra into it. "At this rate, she will affect the battlefield altogether," Mei said, regretting giving her a chance to use another jutsu. Mei raised her hands to cover her eyes from the strong winds that were coming off of the tornado, knowing she had to counterattack and stop this before it got out of hand. "If you think you are protecting yourself with that wind style, you are wrong. Instead, you have sealed your own defeat," Mei said as she made more hand signs, finishing on the dragon seal. "Fire style, soaring dragon bullet jutsu," Mei shouted, unleashing a powerful dragon-shaped fire style towards Pakura. Mei knew that wind was weak to fire, and if she was in the eye of her little storm, then she would be burnt to a crisp by the intense combination of the jutsu. The fire style hit the tornado, causing it to suddenly burst into flames as it became engulfed by a violent spinning fire that raged high into the air, crackling and roaring as the two jutsu merged together. Pakura was still inside of the vortex of fire, feeling the heat as the wind and fire jutsus merged together, creating an even more powerful one, giving neither of them control over the raging inferno. "Arg!" Pakura screamed, unable to control her own jutsu anymore and feeling the heat become too much for her to bear. "It's over," Mei said, watching as the vortex of fire slowly burned out and settled back down, leaving Pakura on the ground defeated and unconscious. Mei walked over to get a better look at her, seeing that she was currently laid on the ground not moving. Still, she had her guard up, knowing it would be unwise to underestimate her at the final moment. "Why dash, You bitch. Pakura said, biting through the pain her body was in. Mei kept a straight face, knowing the fight was over now and that the kage had been defeated. It's over. You have lost this fight. Mei said, looking down at her as she spoke. I am the kage. And I won't be defeated so easily. Pakura suddenly shouted, activating her last attack in hopes that she would take Mei out with it. The ground under Mei's feet suddenly cracked open, revealing a huge amount of explosive tags, something Pakura had done once she had lost control of her jutsu in a last-ditch effort. Mei was taken by surprise, not having expected something like this from her. Oh no, I don't have time to get out of the way. Mei said, knowing she was about to take the full force of the massive amount of explosive tags under her. If I'm going down, then so are you. Pakura yelled, refusing to die without taking her down too. Boom! The explosive tags exploded, creating a huge blast area, sending a shockwave across the war front and creating a large plume of smoke. Mei had closed her eyes at the last second, not being able to act fast enough and expecting to have been blown to hell. Instead, she felt warm, finding herself pressed against a body she knew all too well. Are you alright, Mei? That seemed like a close call? Fiona said, holding her bridal style as he slowly dropped back to the ground. Fiona! Mei shouted in surprise, more than happy to see her husband. Fiona smiled and put her back on the ground, letting her stand by herself. I guess I owe you one when we get home, Mei said as she poked him in the chest, winking at him as she did. Fiona smiled before he turned his attention back to the matter at hand, clicking his fingers as he summoned an ice mirror. Pakura suddenly dropped out of the mirror and onto the ground, lying there in bad shape from her battle with Mei. You saved her too? Mei asked, surprised that he had done so. Yeah. It sure was a close call though. Fiona said, having only just arrived in time to see what was going on. I wanted to get a closer look at the kage and try and talk to her if I could. Fiona explained as he walked over to her. Pakura wasn't sure what had happened, but all she knew was that she was alive and that her plan had failed. Lord Kazekage, Fiona said, getting her attention. This battle is lost. Your forces have been decimated and the survivors have surrendered. Fiona said, having already seen to the battlegrounds himself before coming over to help Mei. Pakura bit her lip as she tried to sit up, still having a defiant look on her face. You haven't won. The sand will never surrender. She yelled, clearly out of her mind. Mei frowned in anger, something she didn't do often. You idiot. Your actions have led to the death of thousands and yet you sit there and refuse to surrender. She shouted, letting her anger get the better of her. I should just finish you off right now. Mei shouted as she raised her hand. That's enough, Mei, Fiona said, stopping her from saying anything else. Mei gave him a questioning look, unsure why he was defending her after what she had done. I think there is more going on here than meets the eye. Fiona then said as he placed his hand on Pakura's head, doing his best to enter her mind. Fiona opened his eyes after a moment, surprised that his hunch had been right. What is it, Fiona? Mei asked, also feeling his shock. She is under a Jinjutsu. Chapter 117. Fiona stood with Mei as he held the Kazekage's head in his hand, concentrating as he searched the depths of her mind to the best of his ability. There is no doubt about it. She's under a powerful Jinjutsu, he said as he opened his eyes. Mei was shocked and turned to look at Pakura before looking back to Fiona. Another kage placed under Jinjutsu? She asked, knowing that whoever was behind this, they were powerful and serious about causing a war. That could explain why she was so intent on fighting a war. Mei said. It would explain a lot of things, Fiona said as he raised his other hand, forming a hand sign before he spoke. Release, he said, using his chakra to break the Jinjutsu, freeing Pakura from the illusion she had been living in. Pakura's body suddenly went stiff, letting out a small yelp before she dropped to the ground, having fallen unconscious. Fiona, what does this mean? Mei asked, having a bad feeling. It means that someone else is controlling this war from the shadows, Fiona said, having a serious look on his face. And I think I know who. He then said, getting a gulp from May. Meanwhile, back in the Hidden Rain village. Obito stood high at the top of Pain's tower, looking out over the Hidden Rain village from above. It was raining as it always did in this land, giving him peace as he reflected on his plan. So you are back, he said, sensing that Pain and Conan had returned. I take it your mission was unsuccessful? He said, watching as Pain walked into the room with only 2 of his 6 paths. Yes. It appears you were right about this one. He is indeed a powerful adversary. Pain said. Yes, indeed he will pose a problem to our plans, Obito said, stepping down from his viewpoint. And how goes the war? Has our puppet Kage caused any damage overall? He asked, seeming amused. The war has pushed in the Mist and Leaf's favor, Conan said. Zetsu suddenly appeared from the floor next to Obito, seeing the 3 of them standing there. The battle is over. The Kage has been defeated and her forces surrendered, Zetsu said, updating them on the situation. And what of the stone forces? Obito asked. The Tsuchikage has chosen to retreat for now, but still believes in fighting against the Mist and Leaf, Zetsu said. Good. Things are slowly progressing in our favor, Obito said, smiling from behind his mask. Very soon, we will be able to put our plan into full effect, Obito said menacingly, getting a small nod for Pain. So be it. But before that, we will need to build the organization and recruit new members, Pain said. Obito also nodded. Yes, and I have just the candidates. 3 weeks had now passed since the battle between the Sand, Stone, Leaf, and Mist. Huge concerns had been raised over the information that Pakura had been under a powerful Jinjutsu, resulting in her declaring war in the first place. Of course, this was S-class information, and only the top officials and leaders of the Mist and Leaf knew about it. Pakura had been taken captive by Fiona as a war criminal, holding the Kazekage hostage in an attempt to get the Sand to stand down for now. It wasn't pretty, but it had been effective so far, preventing another full-scale battle from breaking out. No word had come from the stones so far, leaving both the Hokage and Fiona in the dark on what Inoki's intentions were. However, as things stood so far, the Mist and Leaf together would be able to stand against the stone, proving too much for them alone. Pakura had no knowledge of who or when she had been placed under Jinjutsu. In fact, she couldn't remember much of anything and was shocked to find out what had happened up until now. The last thing she remembered was the day she was supposed to meet Fiona in the secret meeting they had arranged. However, her memory went foggy after that, meaning she had been under Jinjutsu even at their summit. Only Fiona and the Hokage had been the ones to question her, with the Hokage insisting on Fugaku and Inoichi Yamanaka to investigate inside of her mind, looking deep to see if they could find any information on who had placed her under the Jinjutsu. Fiona of course had his suspicions but had chosen to remain silent about them for now, feeling it was not yet the right time to talk about the subject, and name-drop Madara or Obito, feeling like it would cause trouble between the Uchiha and Leaf even more. The main goal of holding the Kazekage was to help reveal who had caused her to start a war, and what motive they had in doing so. It was also to try and get the Kazekage on their side, hoping she would understand the need for peace between nations. Even though she had been imprisoned and her chakra sealed, Pakura had been more than willing to cooperate, having learned of the horrors she had forced her people and nation to commit in this war so far. Do you think this will really deter the Sand from launching another attack? Fiona asked, looking towards Hiruzen. The Hokage sighed as he exhaled a large plume of smoke. I don't know. All we can do for now is trust in our ability to hold the peace, no matter how fragile it may be, he said, hoping for the best. Fiona nodded, knowing there had been no word from the stone, and the Sand had backed down after having lost so many troops and their elders in the fight against him. What about the hidden cloud? Any news from the wreckage? Fiona also asked. No. It would seem the cloud have chosen to remain out of the fighting. For now anyway, the Hokage said, still seeming a little worried about their position. Very well. I will return to the mist for now, but if anything comes up, make sure to contact me," Fiona said, bidding farewell to the Hokage. Hiruzen nodded, also bidding farewell to Fiona, watching as he was about to step into his ice mirror. "Just one last thing, Lord Mizuki," Hiruzen said, getting his attention. "I would just like to thank you for all of your efforts in this war. I feel as if I am somewhat letting you down by not taking part in the fighting," he said, taking Fiona by surprise. "Please, Lord Hokage. You don't need to apologize. I am more than happy to do my part for peace," he said, giving the Hokage a smile. "I just want you to know, if it comes to more fighting, I too am prepared to do my part for peace, no matter what the cost," he said with a serious expression. Fiona smiled, looking into the Hokage's eyes with a serious look. "I don't doubt it," he said before he stepped into his ice mirror, vanishing from the Hokage's office. Things back in the mist had been a mix of sadness and celebration as the village mourned their dead, but also celebrated victory under Fiona's rule, who had been praised as a hero for his efforts in the battles thus far. However, it had been a long recovery for those who had been injured in the battle, with the hospitals in the village filling up and leaving no space for the everyday needs of the villagers, causing a backlog of people who needed medical care and attention. Kaga had also survived his battle with Pakura, having his life saved by Mei and Ganryu, who had been able to get into the medics in time. Still, his road to recovery would be a long one as his wounds would take time to heal before he would be back on his feet. Fiona had done his best to keep the village running, with the extra strain that the war had placed upon it and every villager, causing them to work like crazy to produce weapons and provisions in case of an invasion. He had even taken the time to visit as many families of the fallen as he could to offer his thanks for their sacrifice, something that had been greatly welcomed by the village. All Fiona could do now was try and keep everyone as happy as he could, feeding them rays of hope one day at a time, doing as much within his power to keep things running smoothly for everyone. "Sir, we have another report from the scouts in the Land of Wind," Ao said, bringing a scroll into Fiona's office. Ao had also been a big help in the war effort, providing a huge aid with his sensory abilities during the fighting with the stone. "Thank you, Ao," Fiona said, taking the scroll from him. Fiona read the report before putting it down on the table. "Seems like the elders from the sand are playing ball with us for now," Ao said. Fiona nodded. "It's understandable, after all, they already lost one Kazekage, and this time they don't have the military capability to afford to lose another by acting rash," Fiona said. Ao agreed, already knowing they were extremely weak after losing such a large amount of troops and their kage after the last battle. "Speaking frankly though, sir, I don't think we will ever see peace with the sand, not after all the damage you have done to them," Ao said, making a point Fiona already knew. "No," he said, feeling a tad guilty for it. "What about our spies in the north?" Fiona suddenly asked, changing the subject. "The reports say that the stone still remains strong in the hidden grass, holding the small nation captive from the looks of it," Ao said. "Also the leaf seems to be keeping a close eye on them, knowing that the Tsuchikage could launch another attack at any moment," Ao added. Fiona nodded as he interlocked his fingers, placing his feet on his desk so he could get comfy. "I guess the only thing we can do now is to wait," he said, running ideas and plans through his mind as to what the best course of action would be. Meanwhile, Haku, Kimimaro, and Koyoki, along with the other genin of the Mist Village, had all been tasked with finding the lost swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After their promotion to Chunin, Fiona had given them this top-level mission, knowing he couldn't spar any other men to the task. And although he had told them to locate and retrieve the swords, he had also told them to stay away from 2 of the 3 of them that were missing, meaning there was only really one they had to find. The report said that the person they were looking for went by the name of Raga, also showing them a picture of their target and his last known whereabouts. It also stated that he had been a rogue ninja, apparently sneaking back into the village after the 4th Mizuki had been killed to steal the Kiba blades, which he used to possess before leaving the village. So far the group had traveled deep into the Land of Fire, heading towards the west, which was the last known location of their target. Although the Mizuki had given them the mission as a group of 9. Each of them felt it was best if they split into their 3 original squads, seeing how each of them had 1 Chunin. Hattori, Kimimaro, Haku and Rokuro had all been promoted to the rank of Chunin after their display in the Chunin exams, giving them command and responsibility for each of their own squads. The group had all traveled to the Land of Fire together, deciding to split up from there, each taking a different route so that they could cover more ground and try to pick up any information they could along the way. Currently Kimimaro, Haku and Koyoki found themselves in one of the many towns that were scattered through the Land of Fire, enjoying some food at one of the many inns of choice they had there. So far we have had no luck in finding out anything about this guy. Koyoki shouted in frustration, taking a bite of her food to try and calm down. It's like he's a ghost, she yelled, biting down on her food. Haku smiled as he slowly picked at some chicken, using more manners than Koyoki. Don't worry too much, Koyoki, these things take time, he said, seeming cheerful as always. Kimimaro remained quiet, going over the information they had again in his head. The report said he was sighted south of this town 3 days ago. For all we know, he could be on the other side of the Land of Fire by now, Kimimaro said, putting a bit of a damper on the group. Koyoki frowned, taking another bite of her food. He had better not have, she said between mouthfuls, keeping the angry expression on her face and causing Haku to laugh. When we find him, I'm gonna kick his ass even if he does give us the swords back, Koyoki shouted, drawing attention to the group. It's a shame none of us specializes in tracking, Kimimaro said, sipping his tea, doing his best to ignore her behavior. Haku agreed before continuing to eat his food, knowing that no good would come of worrying. After all, this was meant to be a lengthy mission, with no one expecting quick results. Currently, Hattori, Miyako and Yuri found themselves south of the town around 2 miles that Haku and the others were in, having pushed forwards, and taking another route in an attempt to cover more ground. The report said this is where the target was last sighted, Hattori said, looking over the area from his vantage point. Yuri nodded as she did the same, seeing a small mountain range with caves dotted around the area. What you think? You reckon he could be hiding in one of the caves? Miyako said, baring her teeth as she thought about taking him down. Possibly, Hattori said, trying to look for any sign that someone was staying in the area. Still, we should tread softly, just in case someone is there. We wouldn't want to give our position away to the target, Hattori said. The target is an ex-member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. I don't think we will be getting the drop on him so easily, Miyako said, standing to her full height. We should go in guns blazing, take him by surprise with an all-out attack, she said, grabbing her bicep as she did. Yuri sighed, not needing to say a word for the others to know exactly what she was thinking. Hattori took another look through his spyglass, trying to make sure he hadn't missed anything, making sure to check every inch of the place, choosing to ignore her as usual. Hey, what's that? Hattori suddenly said as he spotted something, getting the others' attention. Looking for something, brats? A voice from behind them suddenly shouted, shocking all 3 of them having been taken off guard. Look out! Hattori yelled, doing his best to avoid the surprise attack coming from the enemy as he jumped back into the air. Yuri and Miyako both jumped out of the way, also doing their best to avoid the surprise attack that had come from the cloaked figure. Suddenly another cloaked figure appeared from the shadows, trying to take Hattori out as he was still falling through the air. Hattori caught the assault at the last second, quickly activating his steel release to turn his arms into cold hard steel, breaking the attack's kunai with his hands as the sparks flew across his face. I don't think so, Hattori said, knowing it was time to get serious. Chapter 118. It's time to get serious, Hattori shouted as he smashed the enemy's kunai with his hand, using his steel release. What the hell? The cloaked figure said as they quickly retreated, trying to get some ground between themselves and Hattori to reassess the situation. I don't think so, Hattori said as he quickly used his swift release, disappearing from sight, causing his opponent to do a double take, not believing his eyes. What the hell, he disappeared, he said, not being able to find him. I'm right here, Hattori suddenly shouted as he drew his sword, quickly dashing down from directly above him, cutting down hard and landing a direct attack, slicing right through the assassin. Yuri and Miyako had also jumped back into the air, dodging a kunai barrage that threatened to skewer them. Yuri had been fast to act, using her senbon needles to deflect any kunai she was unable to avoid before she threw a handful of them as a counterattack. However, the cloaked figure was able to block the senbon with ease, quickly dashing forwards to attack Yuri head-on, seeing an opening in her defense. "Yuri, look out!" Miyako shouted, dashing in front of her so she could stop the assassin's attack, blocking their kunai thrust with her own. "I don't think so, loser," she shouted, quickly grabbing their wrist and pulling them over her shoulder, using all of their weight to smash them into the ground, forming a wicked smirk on her face as she did. "It's over for you," Miyako said as she pulled a kunai from her belt, spinning it in her hand before she placed it against the assassin's throat, ready to slice it. "Wait, Miyako!" Hattori suddenly shouted, appearing next to them. "We should keep one alive to question," he said, getting an annoyed look from Miyako. "It's your lucky day," Miyako said as she put her kunai away and pulled the hood down that was covering the assassin's face to reveal a young man, not much older than them. "Who are you?" Hattori asked, seeing that he seemed scared. I won't talk, no matter what you do to me," he suddenly said, showing some balls. "Let's just kill him already," Miyako shouted, pissed at his response as she put the kunai back to his throat, pressing it in hard enough to draw some blood. "And no, please!" the man yelled, pleading for his life as he suddenly had a chance of heart. "You had better start talking. I don't know how long Miyako will hold off killing you," Hattori said, playing the good cop bad cop game with him. "Tell us where Raiga is," Miyako shouted, keeping the kunai to his throat. That's why you came. You're from the hidden mist," the man shouted, knowing he didn't really have a choice about talking if he wanted to live. "That's right, we are here for him. Tell us what we want to know and we will let you live," Hattori said, looking him in the eyes as he lied to his face. "No need to press him anymore, I'm already here," a voice coming from above shouted, catching all of their attention as they looked at its owner. A man was standing at the top of the cliffside with his arms folded over his chest, shadowed by the sun as he was standing directly in its light. Yuri squinted, trying to get a good look at who was standing there, but Hattori was pretty sure he knew who it was right away. "It's Raiga," Hattori said, taking a defensive position, not wanting to underestimate him. They get younger every year. 3 brats like you really think you can take me in?" Raiga said, watching them from his vantage point. "Think again," he suddenly shouted as he drew both of his swords, revealing the kiba blades as they reflected the sun's rays, glimmering in the light. "Lightning ball!" Raiga suddenly shouted, slapping both blades together in the air as they generated a large amount of lightning-style chakra. "Look out!" Hattori shouted, getting everyone to move out of the way of the attack, including Miyako, who dropped the assassin so she could get clear of the attack. "Arg!" the man screamed as he was hit by the electricity, burning him alive before he dropped to the ground dead. "He killed his own man," Miyako said, forming a smile as she said it. "He really is a blood, Miss Nin," she muttered softly after that. Yuri landed on the ground, having dodged the lightning ball. Pulling a set of senbon needles from her weapon's pocket, she threw them at Raiga, hoping to distract him. Hattori watched as the needles flew towards him, waiting for his chance to use his swift release and take him by surprise. "Now," Hattori said, quickly shifting into gear as he zoomed through the air, heading right towards Raiga as he drew his sword. "Take this!" Hattori yelled, slashing for the back of his neck with a downward swipe. Raiga smiled as he quickly blocked the attack, having already seen Hattori do this. "Did you think I didn't see your little trick the first time?" Raiga said as he allowed lightning-style chakra to flow through the blades, using them to suddenly cut through Hattori's sword, threatening to slash right into his chest. "Shit!" Hattori yelled as he used his steel release to block the attack. However, due to the lightning enhancement, he still felt the brunt of the attack, knowing those swords would be able to still damage him if they hit him head-on. Hattori was sent flying through the air after Raiga's attack hit home, causing him to slam into the ground hard. However, Thanks to his steel release he was unharmed from the fall, getting back to his feet and dusting himself off. Not bad, kid, Raiga said, examining his jutsu. I don't think I've ever seen a jutsu like that before. I take it that's your Keki Jinkai? Raiga asked, seeming interested. Hattori remained silent, choosing not to say anything and staying quiet as he looked Raiga in the eyes. Take this! Miyako shouted as she threw 2 kunai with paper bombs around the hilts, quickly placing her hands together and starting to form hand signs as she did. Raiga watched as the kunai came flying towards him, seeing the tags wrapped around them. Pathetic, he said as he swiped both of his blades, creating a small lightning barrier that the kunai hit, exploding harmlessly away from him. Water style, high-pressure blast. Miyako suddenly shouted, using the kunai as a distraction. Hattori watched what she had done, giving him time to launch his attack quickly from the side, using his swift release to close the distance again. I don't think so, little girl, Raiga shouted as he threw another lightning ball at her water style, zapping it in its tracks. Bet you didn't see this one, Hattori suddenly shouted as he appeared next to Raiga, using his swift style to deliver a powerful steel-style enhanced kick into the side of Raiga's head. The kick landed clean, knocking Raiga through the air before he slammed into the ground, kicking up a debris cloud that covered him. Did we get him? Miyako shouted, not able to see due to the debris. Hattori stood on the cliff where Raiga had been standing, looking down as he waited to see what was going on. However, to all 3 of their surprise, only a broken log remained in his place once the dust settled, causing all of them to go on the defensive. A substitution, Hattori yelled, turning to the others as he tried to look for Raiga. It's a trap, look out! He yelled, trying to warn them. Raiga appeared behind Miko, bearing his kiba blades before he cut clean through her, slicing her into 4 pieces as his blades cut through her body like butter. Yuri watched in horror as the swords cut through her squad mate, spraying her blood all over the ground before her body dropped into pieces. Nuu! Hattori suddenly screamed, moving so fast that even Raiga had been unable to follow his movements as he punched him in the face, hitting him with a clean blow this time. Yuri was too shocked to move, not being able to take her eyes off of her friend's mangled body. Miyako, she said, dropping to her hands and knees into the pool of blood that had leaked onto the ground. Miyako! Yuri screamed, feeling the pain and anguish wash over her. Raiga couldn't dodge Hattori's punch, feeling the weight behind it as he was sent flying back into the air. He's gotten faster, Raiga shouted as he tried to twist in the air to stop his fall. However, Hattori had other plans as he zoomed behind Raiga, smashing another punch into his body, sending him flying in another direction, repeating the same thing over and over, smashing Raiga repeatedly with blow after blow. Shit! If this brat keeps this up, he's gonna take me down for real, Raiga thought as he coughed up more blood after being kicked in the stomach. That's enough, Raiga suddenly yelled as he used his swords to call down a bolt of lightning, zapping both him and Hattori at the same time in a desperate attempt to halt his attacks. Hattori was hit hard by the fierce attack, with his steel style making him even more valuable to the jutsu than normal. Arg! Hattori yelled as he hit the ground, bouncing and rolling before coming to a stop not far from Yuri. Yuri looked up at Hattori, seeing her friend and savior beaten and lying on the ground. No. Not you too, she said, almost shaking in fear at the thought of losing him. Yuri! Run! Hattori said, doing his best to try and stand back up. Not a bad effort, that brat. But you won't be enough to take me down, Raiga shouted, suddenly appearing as he kicked Hattori in the ribs, sending him rolling across the ground like a ragdoll, clearly not having taken as much damage from the lightning strike. Yuri watched in horror, feeling her anger give rise and overcoming all other emotions. Arg! She screamed, quickly pulling out 2 Senbon needles as she charged at Raiga, intent on killing him with everything she had. Raiga smiled as he blocked her assault, using his swords to deflect each of her attacks away like child's play. What the matter, did I hurt your friends? He said, clearly toying with her, causing her to become even more infuriated. Yuri didn't say anything. Instead, she simply attacked as if she was a wild animal, forgetting all of her training as she became consumed by anger. Raiga snarled as she almost scratched his cheek with her throwing needle, deciding it was time to finish this fight once and for all. Time to die, brat! Raiga yelled as he leaned back, stepping to the side to avoid Yuri's attack, leaving the back of her neck wide open for his counterattack. Raiga lifted both of his swords, getting ready to slash them down and finish her off for good, however at the last second. Raiga noticed something flying towards him, feeling the killing intent behind it. Quickly pulling back and stopping his attack, he was able to dodge the throwing needle, taking a defensive stance as he scouted the area. More of you brats are there. Come on out if you don't want your friend to die. Raiga shouted. Yuri quickly recovered and jumped back to get some space, having snapped out of her frenzy, having almost lost her life. Nothing happened for a moment, leaving Raiga to get frustrated as he waited for another attack to come from the shadows, setting his sights on Yuri as she rushed to Hattori to try and help him. Fine, have it your way. Raiga shouted as he raised his swords together, creating a storm of lightning style that he formed into two large balls. Double lightning ball. He shouted, firing both of them towards Hattori and Yuri, intending to finish them off for good like Miyako. Look out! Yuri shouted as she covered Hattori, trying to use her body as a shield to protect him from the jutsu. Ice style, Ice Dome Jutsu. Haku shouted, using his ice style to put up a barrier that protected both Hattori and Yuri, stopping the lightning balls in their tracks. Fire style, Blazing Shuriken Jutsu. Koyuki shouted, unleashing her fire style from a distance towards Raiga. Raiga watched as a storm of shuriken that was on fire came flying towards him, quickly jumping back as he used his lighting swords to deflect them, being mindful of the flames they were surrounded in. Arrr! Kimimaro roared, as he suddenly appeared from above Raiga, taking him by surprise as he used a bone blade to cut down, aiming to rip him in half. Raiga was able to raise one of his blades in time to block Kimimaro's attack, feeling the strength behind his attack. Not bad, kid, he said as they came face to face, getting ready to use his free sword to impale Kimimaro. Kimimaro, however, smiled, suddenly allowing his bones to shoot out from all over his body, taking Raiga by surprise as one of them cut his arm and another pierced him through his shoulder. Raiga shouted in pain as he quickly dashed back, avoiding a killing blow from Kimimaro, who had certainly done his best to deliver one, yet had failed as Raiga had somehow countered him as if he had seen his ability before. That jutsu. Just like that brat, Raiga said, talking about Fiona. Brat, don't tell me you are related to him, Raiga said, feeling a sudden chill in the air as he looked around him, seeing ice mirrors starting to form in every direction. Ice too! Don't tell me he's here, Raiga said, becoming panicked as he believed Fiona himself to be there, only to regain his composure as he saw Haku's reflection instead. You are both just brats, who only share the same abilities, Raiga shouted, becoming increasingly pissed off. Haku didn't say anything, already in the mood to kill him after what he had done to the others, already seeing the devastation that had befallen Miyako. Koyuki was also horrified at the sight of Miyako's body. Even though they had fought in the Chunin exams and she had tried to kill her, she didn't want something like this to happen to her. What the hell is this jutsu? Raiga shouted as he watched Haku appear in all of the mirrors at once, not knowing if they were real or not. This is the end for you, Haku said with no emotion in his voice, raising his hand with Senbon needles in it. I don't think so, Raiga said, doing his best to hold both swords in the air, even with his injured shoulder. I still have one ace in the hole, he said, summoning a huge amount of lightning-style chakra that surrounded his body, even blocking the throwing needles Haku had thrown at him, halting them in the air due to the electrical current. What the hell is he doing? Koyuki asked as she watched from the outside of the ice mirrors. Kimimaro wasn't sure either, but he had a feeling he was about to use his strongest jutsu. Get back, Koyuki, Kimimaro said, knowing they wouldn't be able to counter this jutsu alone, being best if they pulled back to regroup and come up with a plan. Koyuki nodded as she jumped back to safety with him, deciding she should go and see if Yuri and Hattori were alright. Haku watched as Raiga started spinning violently, using the lightning he had created to move faster and faster, until the speed at which he was spinning pulled in its own air current, creating a huge tornado of lighting. Lightning style, Dragon Tornado. Raiga yelled from inside his jutsu, forming the tornado into a large dragon head that crackled with lightning. He still had such a powerful jutsu? Haku said, watching as the tornado dragon suddenly ripped through his ice mirrors, shattering them like glass as he moved through them one by one in an attempt to find the real Haku. Haku, however, was no pushover and had already gotten clear of the jutsu, knowing only a fool would try to take it head-on, leaving a clone in his mirrors so the reflection was still there as bait. Koyuki, we need to use a combined wind style. His lightning style is weak to wind, and if we can combine our jutsu to create one strong enough, we should be able to take him down. Haku said as he suddenly appeared next to Hattori and the others, taking them by surprise at how fast he had moved. Alright, Koyuki said, only needing a second to understand as she stood to her feet. Ready! She said, looking to Haku, who also nodded to her, each of them knowing the jutsu they would use. Wind style, breakthrough jutsu. Both of them said as they made the hand signs, taking in a huge breath of air into their stomachs before firing the concentrated chakra out. Raiga had smashed all of the ice mirrors now, realizing that the real Haku was not in any of them. That little brat, where the hell did he go? He thought, doing his best to look around from the inside of his jutsu. There you are! He suddenly yelled, having spotted all of them together, seeing the perfect chance to take them all out together. Haku and Koyuki unleashed their wind-style jutsu, watching as the air streams joined together to create one huge blast of wind chakra, hoping that it would be enough to stop his lightning-style jutsu. The wind style hit Raiga's tornado dragon head-on, smashing into it with a powerful force that knocked the jutsu back, seeming to do its job and cancel out the lightning, breaking Raiga's jutsu and blasting him back. We did it! They both shouted, watching as Raiga fell from the air, having taken some damage from their jutsu. Those brats used a wind style that powerful. Raiga thought as he fell, doing his best to try and flip over so he could land without taking any damage. It's too far away for us to land a clean strike in time, Kimimaro said, knowing he couldn't reach him. I'll leave that to me, Hattori suddenly said as he stood to his feet, picking up his broken blade as he did. No, Hattori, you are hurt, Yuri said, trying to plead with him. However, Hattori didn't listen and vanished using his swift style. Raiga was just about to land, still holding both of his swords as his arms were in the air. I can't take these brats on in this condition. I have to get away and recover from my injuries so I can kill them another time, he said, bracing himself for landing. It's over for you, Hattori's voice suddenly yelled, having appeared out of nowhere behind Raiga, taking him by surprise. When did he? Raiga said, knowing he didn't have enough time to stop his attack. For Miyako, Hattori yelled as he used his broken blade to slash clean through Raiga's body, feeling the blade hit his spine and still snap through it as he used all of his remaining strength to do so. No! Raiga yelled, feeling the blade hack through him, feeling his body separate into two before he hit the ground with a dull thud. Hattori had been moving so fast he hadn't had time to brace for his own landing, hitting the ground and rolling along it like a rag doll before he came to a stop, sliding on his back across the gravel, having a satisfied look on his face. I did it! Miyako! The others ran over to him as fast as they could, seeing that his attack had worked and that their mission was complete, leaving Raiga dead on the ground. Hattori! Yuri shouted as she dived into him, hugging him with her arms and not letting go. I'm okay, Yuri. Really? He said, wincing a little from the pain. Haku and Kimimaro nodded with a small smile, heading over to Raiga to make sure the task was done, while Koyuki kept an eye on Yuri and Hattori. We have both of the swords, Haku said, picking one of them up. Yes, mission complete, Kimimaro said as he picked the other one up, turning his attention back to where Miyako's body led. Complete at a price, he then said, not being able to help but wonder just how strong the other 7 ninja swordsmen were that they had been told not to fight no matter what. Let's get both bodies and head back to the village, Kimimaro said, getting a nod from Haku. Chapter 119. Fiona had been busy these past few months, having a war to fight and a village to run. Nevertheless, he was always able to make time for his family in some way or another. He found that no matter how much work he did, he should always make time for his home life, visiting Swearin and his children as often as he could. His son Shoto was growing big now, running around and bossing his sister around, Asami. Asami, on the other hand, had grown into a beautiful little girl, with great manners and sharp wit, each of them being 3.5 years old now. Fiona spent as much time with them as he could, always making an effort once he got home from the office, knowing that these younger years were precious and that he would never get them back if he neglected them because he had work to do. "Daddy, catch me!" Shoto shouted, jumping off the kitchen table that he had somehow managed to climb onto. Fiona was quick to react as Shoto dived into the air without waiting for his father to be ready, giving Swearin a heart attack as she thought he wouldn't get there in time. "Close one, little man!" Fiona shouted, lifting him into the air and getting a loud giggle from the boy. May smiled as she sipped her tea, watching them play together, looking to Swearin, who sat back down to drink her tea also. "Don't worry so much, Swearin, falling every now and again would be good for him," she said, causing Swearin to laugh a little. "I know, it's just," Swearin said, knowing that Shoto wasn't her child. "Please, Swearin, it's fine. We are all family here," May said, giving her a smile before she looked over to Asami. "I also see Asami as my own, and would do anything for her too," May said, watching the child as she sat with her back turned to them, seeming to be playing with something. Swearin noticed this and raised an eyebrow, wondering what it could be. "What have you got there, dear?" she asked, sitting up a little to get a better look. Asami turned around slowly, looking at both May and Swearin. "Look, mummies, I made a new toy," she said, showing them a small yet sharp bone that she was holding in her hand, using it to draw a picture on the wooden floor. "Oh my goodness!" Swearin shouted as she ran over to Asami and took it off of her, seeing that it was sharp. "What do you mean you grew it?" May also asked, taking a look at her, knowing it could only mean one thing. Fiona was still playing with Shoto, throwing him into the air, getting higher each time as he laughed and giggled until he noticed the commotion, catching him before he put him down. "What's going on?" Fiona asked as he walked back into the kitchen from the garden where they had been playing. "But mummy, that's my toy!" Asami shouted, getting upset that Swearin had taken it off her, causing both her and May to look slightly concerned. Suddenly Asami's small body started to produce bumps all over it until the bumps protruded from her body, revealing small yet sharp bones sticking out of her all over. "Oh my!" both Swearin and May said, watching their daughter look at her own body in shock, seeing that she had spikes all over her. Fiona had also seen what was going on, sighing a little as he had his suspicions this was going to happen at some point. "Oh my!" he said, laughing a little as he walked over to his daughter, kneeling down so he was eye level with her. "What's going on, Daddy?" she asked, looking at her hands and arms. "It's okay, Asami," Fiona said, lifting his own hand for her to look at. "You have the same power as Daddy, that's all," he said, allowing a bone to come out of his hand, causing Asami to look at him in shock. Swearin watched with May, afraid that it might have been too soon for her to find out about her Kekkei Jinkai, but she also knew that the sooner she could control it, the safer she would be. "I'm just like you, Daddy," she shouted, lifting her own hand and letting another bone come out of it, just as he had done, surprising Fiona a little. "That's right, Asami, just like your daddy," he said with a huge smile, looking into her bright blue eyes. "But just like Daddy, you need to control this power, as it can be dangerous to others around you," Fiona said, as he allowed the bone to return to his body in hope that she would be able to do the same. Asami watched as her father's bone returned into his hand in amazement, not knowing that she could do that. She then looked at her own hand and tried her best to get it to do the same, causing the bone to suddenly return into her hand, along with the rest of the bones that had been sticking out of her body. Fiona was impressed, knowing that was not something many children of the Kaguya clan could learn to do so early on, resulting in them being locked away from the others until they could control their power, just like Kimimaro had been. Fiona picked her up and gave her a small squeeze before kissing her neck, getting a loud giggle from her, quickly letting her sit on his arm as he looked at both of his wives. Swearin smiled and walked over to them, taking Asami in her arms and kissing her head. "Oh my child, what are you like?" she said, smiling at her. "I'm sorry, Mummy," Asami said, hugging Swearin. Shoto had also come in and was standing by Mei's leg, holding onto it as he watched the whole thing. "It's alright, Shoto, you don't need to worry about your sister," Mei said as she stroked his hair, putting him at ease. "Alright, kids, it's time for bed," Swearin said, looking at the time and seeing it had gotten late. "Ah, I want to stay up and play more with Daddy," Shoto said, hiding behind Mei's leg. Fiona smiled, kneeling down and looking at his son. "How about, I put you to bed and tuck you in?" he asked, getting an exciting look from him. "Really?" he asked. "Me too, Daddy," Asami said, reaching her hands out toward her father. "Alright, let's get you both up to bed," Fiona said, taking both of his children in his arms and carrying them up the stairs, and he said good night to Mei and Swearin. Fiona proceeded to carry both children into their room, having a shared room with 2 beds in it, one for each of them. Fiona placed them into their beds and tucked them in, placing the covers over them, and giving each of them a kiss on their foreheads. "Alright, you two, sleep tight," he said as he reached for the light switch. "Daddy, tell us a story," Asami said, not wanting to go to sleep yet. "Yeah, story time," Shoto said, copying his sister. Fiona frowned as he shut the door, knowing he didn't have a choice in the matter. "Alright, little ones, you win," he said, sitting on the end of Asami's bed. "What story would you like?" he asked, smiling as he watched them sit up, trying to think of a good option. "Tell us about some bad guys you defeated, Daddy," little Shoto shouted, sitting up from his bed excited. "No! Tell us about when you were little, Daddy," Asami said, giving other options. Fiona sat on the edge of Asami's bed smiling at both of them, trying to think of a good story he could tell them. Of course, none of them were good from when he was young in this world. His life had been filled with training, missions, murder, and hardship in this life. "Alright, I have a little story I think you might like," he said, causing them to sit up in excitement. "But you have to promise you will go to bed once I am finished," he said, making sure they knew the terms of his storytelling agreement. "We promise," both of them said, quickly lying back down and pulling the covers up to their chins. "Okay. It all started when I was young. I lived in a place far away from here, in somewhat of a different world," Fiona said, getting their attention. "I was a young man who had moved to a new city." "What's a city?" Asami asked, interrupting him. "A city is like a really big village," Fiona said with a smile. "So, here I was in this big city all alone, with nothing but the clothes on my back and my motorbike," he then said, continuing his story. "What's a motorbike?" Shoto asked this time, causing Fiona to chuckle slightly. Fiona smiled again, knowing that these things didn't exist yet in this world. "A motorbike is like a bike, with 2 wheels that can go super fast," Fiona said, getting a woo from both of them. "Anyway, I had no money and no job, which means I couldn't afford any food." "No way! What did you do, Daddy?" Asami and Shoto both asked. "Well, what I did was go and find the biggest and worst place in the city, knowing that there was bound to be an underground fighting area, where I could earn some money." Shoto looked at his father with excitement. "Did you beat people up for money?" he asked. "Not exactly," Fiona said, giving him a small smile. "While I was there watching some of the fights, I met a young princess, who was very strong," Fiona said, getting a large smile from Asami. "Did you love her, Daddy?" Asami asked. "What about mummies?" she then asked, shooting question after question at him. "Well, Asami, this was a long time ago before I met Mummy," he said, putting her at ease. "So what happened next, Daddy?" Shoto asked, wanting to know more. Well, it turns out that the princess was in fact not a princess at all. She was an evil witch, who tried to trick Daddy and steal all of his money with her friends. "Oh no!" Shoto said. "I knew it!" Asami said at the same time. "What did you do, Daddy?" Shoto then asked, looking at his father with wide eyes. Fiona smiled as he raised his hand, using his ice style to create little figures made of ice that started to dance and fight in the air, getting both of them to watch in amazement as they told the story. "I beat them all up, fighting like my life depended on it, showing them that I was no pushover. Defeating the bad guys and the evil witch at the same time," Fiona said as he jumped to his feet, putting a show on for them with the ice figures. "Yay!" Both children shouted, watching as the ice figures slowly melted and disappeared. "And what happened then, Daddy?" Asami asked, wanting to know more. "Well, Asami, after that Daddy decided it was time to come home. But that is a story for another day," he said, remembering that he had been killed a few years later, ending up in this world. "Ah, no fair," they both said, not wanting the story to end. "Alright kids, that's the end of story time. Remember you both promised to go to sleep after," he said, reminding them. "Okay," they both said reluctantly as they laid back down, pulling the covers up to their chins again. "Alright, I love you both," Fiona said, giving each of his children a kiss on the forehead before he said his final goodnight and shut the door, leaving them to go to sleep. With that he made his way downstairs, seeing that both May and Swearin were relaxing and chatting in the kitchen. "Hey, did they go down all right?" Swearin asked, seeing that he had returned. "Yeah, once I told them an old story," he said with a grin on his face. "Oh really, what was it about?" May asked, also interested. Fiona sat down at the table and placed his hands behind his head as he leaned back. "It was a story from a long, long time ago," he said, causing both of them to raise an eyebrow. "About when I defeated an evil witch and her lackeys," he said with a cheeky wink, causing them to laugh, realizing he was only joking before they changed the subject. Fiona also smiled, knowing that was best. After all, he had never explained to either of them in full detail about him coming from another world, or what his life had been like. He had guessed that it would only sound crazy and that it was never something he really needed to talk about. "Anyway, who's hungry?" Meanwhile in the Hidden Stone. "Lord Suchikage, we have reports coming in that the Hidden Leaf have blocked off the border to the Hidden Grass, also attempting to cut off our supply wagons," one of the advisors said as Inoki sat and listened to the reports. "Yes, we already knew they would try that again. How is our guard at Canopy Bridge? I don't want a repeat of last time," he said, remembering how the Leaf had destroyed the bridge, helping bring the war to an end. "As ordered, we have tripled the guard, keeping up the defenses of the bridge so our supply wagons can keep coming through," one of them said, getting a nod from Inoki. "Good, and what of the sand, have we had a response yet?" he then asked, looking around the room. "No. With the capture of the Kazekage, the sand have taken a step back, for the time being, refusing to answer our summons or make contact with us at all." "Cowards!" Inoki suddenly shouted, getting angry. "They started this war, and now they don't even have the guts to finish it," he shouted, slamming his hand onto the table. "The Hokage has called for a meeting once again, sir, requesting a meeting for peace," another advisor said, showing him the scroll that was signed by the Hokage himself. Inoki looked at it, knowing that the Hokage wanted peace between them at all cost, knowing that he was not prepared to lose more troops to war, like last time. "And what of the Raikage?" Inoki then asked, ignoring the scroll from the Hokage. "The Raikage has rejected our proposal to join the war against the Leaf and Mist, for now, saying he doesn't see the need to feel threatened by their alliance." Inoki remained quiet for the moment before he spoke again, having an idea come to mind. "In that case, let us give them a reason to join us," he said with a wicked smirk. Everyone looked at Inoki with interest, not sure if he was really proposing what they thought he was. Still, no one dared say anything until he was done speaking and waited for him to finish. I want an umbu squad assembled at once to my office. If it's a reason the Raikage wants, then a reason he will have. The Leaf and the Mist would not be allowed to form their alliance without facing the wrath of the other great nations. Inoki shouted. Chapter 120. Kimimaro, Haku, Koyuki, Hattori and Yuri sat on the ground in silence next to a fresh grave they had made for Miyako. The sun was low now and the sky was beginning to darken as dusk set in. I think it is time to move out, Kimimaro said, trying not to sound harsh. Hattori and Yuri looked at the grave and then back to Kimimaro, knowing he was right. After all, a shinobi was taught to suppress all emotions. Haku had already dealt with Raiga's body, having destroyed it so no one would be able to take it for information gathering. Koyuki had also taken his swords, having wrapped both of the Kiba blades up and placed them on her back to transport. We should regroup with the others and head back to the village. Haku then said, watching as Hattori and Yuri stood up, taking one last look at the grave. All right, he said, agreeing with Haku. Let's move out, Hattori then said, turning away from the grave as he looked into the distance. Yuri watched him as he did, knowing that Miyako's death had affected him. Does anyone have a location for Kujira and the others? Koyuki asked, wondering where their squad had gotten to. No. But I'm sure they can't be far, after all, we were all patrolling this area. Haku said, seeming confident they were fine. Anyway, let's head back to the meeting zone. We can wait there for them until the appointed time before heading back to the village, Kimimaro said, getting a nod from the others. Meanwhile, Kujiro, watch out! Chika shouted, watching as he was sent flying through the air, smashing into a tree trunk hard where he fell to the ground in pain. This guy is so strong, Kujira said, slowly standing to his feet as he held his injured arm. Chika looked at Kujira and then at Rokuro, seeing that he was also looking panicked. That's because this guy is Juzo Biwa, holder of the Executioner's Blade, Rokuro said, shaking in his boots, having read his profile. I can't say I expected to run into a bunch of mist brats that can't even wipe their snotty noses all the way out here, Juzo said, lifting his massive sword onto his shoulder. How the hell did he know we were watching him? Chika said, watching him carefully in case he attacked them. I take it you were spying on me for a reason, something about taking my sword? Juzo said, keeping an eye on the three of them as he did. He was currently wearing his black Akatsuki cloak over his normal clothing, keeping the lower half of his face covered by the collar. Just my luck, Juzo said as he lifted his sword off of his shoulder and pointed it at the three of them. Guess I will just have to kill you all, he then said with a straight face. Get ready! Chika suddenly shouted, feeling the killing intent that was now radiating from his body. Kujiro watched as his memory faded back to only a few moments ago, wondering how he had let this happen. Chika, did you read the map right? Kujira asked, seeing that they had been traveling around the land of fire in circles now. Of course I did! She shouted, pissed off that he didn't trust her. Come on you guys, we should head to the town where the target was last sighted like others have, Rokuro said, trying to keep the peace between them. The three of them were currently jumping through the trees, traveling at a half-decent speed towards their target zone, or around it thanks to Chika. The three squads had already agreed to each investigate a different area around the town, seeing how their target had been sighted there last. However, Chika had read the map wrong, even though she had denied having done so. How about we stop and take another look? I feel like we are just going around in circles. Kujira shouted again, looking to Rokuro, who was technically in charge, being the only Chunin. Chika scoffed, stopping on the branch she landed on. Fine, do what you want, she said, crossing her arms. Rokuro pulled out the map, smiling as he looked at the location, feeling the sweat run from the back of his head as he realized Chika had been taking them the wrong way. Well, tell me I'm right then? Chika said, daring him to disagree with her. Rokuro was about to say something, however, Kujira suddenly picked up a killing intent, quickly getting the others to take cover as he felt it approaching. What is it, Kujira? Chika asked, not knowing what was going on. Just be quiet, he said, being serious for a moment, causing Chika to remain quiet, as she never usually saw him act like this. A moment went by as the three of them waited, holding their breath as they tried to remain as quiet as possible. Another moment passed by before a man walked across the ground, taking all of their attention as they spotted the black cloak with the huge sword on his back. "No way, that's the executioner's blade," Chika said. The others nodded, with Rokuro checking the bingo book for their target and seeing Juzo's profile. "He looks dangerous," Rokuro said, taking another look at him from their vantage point. "We need to retreat," Kajira said, knowing they couldn't win this fight. "What do you mean?" Chika said, not used to seeing him like this. "I can just tell. He's too strong for us," he said, not messing around. "Why?" "We should tail him and send a message to the others, that way we can complete the mission," Chika said, looking to Rokuro for him to agree. "What's this about a mission?" a voice not belonging to the three of them said, coming from next to Kajira, causing his eyes to open wide in shock. "Look out!" Kajira shouted, trying his best to turn around, only to feel the sting of a boot hit him in the side, using his arm to try and block it before he was sent flying through the air. "Kujira!" Both Chika and Rokuro shouted as they jumped down to his aid, watching as he had slapped against a tree hard. Kujira's memory faded, seeing as he was all caught up to their current situation, watching as Juzo pointed his sword at them, getting serious. "I didn't think that the mist would resort to sending a bunch of snot-nosed brats after me, but whatever, I'll kill you like I killed the rest," Juzo said, getting ready to charge toward them and attack. "We have to fight. Rokuro, cover me!" Chika shouted as she pulled out a kunai and ran towards Juzo with a low stance. "No, Chika, don't!" Kujira shouted, trying to move, however, the pain in his arm caused him to flinch and stumble. Juzo watched with interest as Chika ran towards him, easily moving out of the way of her kunai thrust aimed for his neck. "Stupid girl," Juzo said as he sidestepped her attack, slapping her wrist in an attempt to dislodge the kunai from her hand. However, instead of Chika's wrist being slapped away by Juzo's hand, the force of his attack had caused her wrist to burst into water, causing his hand to go right through her. "What is this?" Juzo said, surprised as Chika used her ability to her advantage. "Now Rokuro!" she shouted as she suddenly wrapped her body around his, turning to water and holding him in place as she tried to restrain him. "What the hell is this?" Juzo shouted as he started to struggle in an attempt to get her off of him. Rokuro hesitated for a moment but knew this was probably the only chance they might get, and quickly dashed forwards, pulling a demon shuriken out from his weapons pouch, unfolding it. "Take this!" Rokuro shouted as he threw the shuriken towards Juzo, watching as it sliced through the air. Juzo also watched, surprised that these brats had managed to put him on his back foot. "A Hozuki member?" Juzo said, realizing what was going on. "Get off of me!" Juzo yelled, using his chakra to burst and rip Chika off of him, pulling his sword up with amazing strength at the last second as he used the edge of it to block the shuriken. The shuriken smashed into the executioner's blade as Juzo was holding it above his head, upside down so that the blade was in perfect line with his body, slicing the shuriken in two and allowing it to fly off into the distance harmlessly. Juzo turned his attention to Chika, watching as her body became solid again as she tried to attack him once more. "Give it up! I know that trick!" he yelled, lifting his sword into the air before slamming it down into the ground, causing the ground to erupt and send chunks of debris at Chika, sending her flying and negating her ability to turn her body into liquid. "Oh no, it didn't work!" Rokuro shouted, watching as Juzo smashed the ground with his sword before charging toward him. "Oh, shit!" he said to himself, knowing he couldn't do anything. "You die first," Juzo said, lifting his sword and getting ready to slice him in two. "Look out!" Kujira suddenly shouted, charging in as he shoulder barged the side of the sword itself out of the way, causing Juzo's slash to miss Rokuro and hit the ground next to him. "Why you?" Juzo shouted, using the sword to hold his weight as he spun around and kicked Rokuro in the stomach, sending him flying and out of the way before he landed and pulled his blade out of the ground, getting ready to cut Kujira in half with it. HAA. Kujira roared, using a hammer fist strike to hit the flat of the blade again, forcing it into the ground and taking Juzo off guard. No way! He said, watching as Kujira loaded up another punch before he unleashed it, slamming it into Juzo's chest and sending him through the air into a tree. Kujira was breathing hard now, knowing that his attack would not be enough to put Juzo down for long. We should take the sword and get out of here. Kujira shouted, seeing that Chika had recovered and Rokuro could still move somehow. Alright, I get it, let's get the hell out of here. Chika said as she grabbed the handle of the executioner's blade, doing her best to pick it up and jump up onto a tree branch above. Come on, let's go! She yelled, getting both Kujira and Rokuro to follow her, despite their injuries. Juzo pulled himself out from the trees he had slammed into, watching as the three brats made off with his sword. How in the hell did this even happen? He roared, dusting himself off before he dashed forwards, having had enough of messing around. Come on guys, faster! We have to get away from him before he catches up. Chika said, looking back to see if he was chasing them yet. It won't matter, he's a Jonin and ex-member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, there is no way we can outrun him for long, Rokuro said, clutching his ribs from where he had been kicked, feeling that some were broken. Get back here! Juzo shouted, appearing behind them as he jumped forwards, reaching a hand out for Rokuro who had fallen a little behind the others. Oh shit, Rokuro! Chika shouted, coming to a halt on a tree branch and turning as fast as she could, using the weight of the sword she was carrying to help turn her and charge towards Rokuro. Arg! Juzo yelled as he went to grab Rokuro by the neck, only to feel the sudden cut of a sword go right through him. Chika had charged and taken him off guard, using his own sword to cut right through his body, taking all of her strength to do so. Rokuro and Kujira watched in amazement as Chika landed, still holding the sword, hearing Juzo's body drop to the ground. You did it! Rokuro shouted. He's done. Kujira also said, looking to where his body had fallen. No! He suddenly said, looking back to his teammates who also looked at him, seeing the expression on his face. Did you really think I would fall for something so pathetic? Juzo's voice suddenly said, coming from behind Chika. Chika, look out! Rokuro shouted, watching as Juzo slammed a punch into her so hard that half of her upper body exploded away from the force, causing the water she was made of to scatter far away. I have faced members of your clan before, and I already know how your ability works. He roared, watching as Chika went flying in a puddle of water, trying to gain as much of it back as she could. Chika! Rokuro shouted, seeing his friend hurt by his attack. Shut it, you brat! Juzo also shouted, jumping over and backhanding Rokuro so hard that he flipped in the air before hitting the ground like a ragdoll. No! Kujira shouted, watching as both of his teammates had been taken down in the space of a few seconds. Juzo watched as his sword flipped through the air, lifting his hand to catch it by the handle and twirling it around before he rested it on his shoulder. Now, it's your turn. Juzo then said, showing his jagged teeth. Kujira looked at both Chika and Rokuro, who were both lying on the ground now unconscious. I can't let them die here. I need to do something. Kujira slowly spread his feet across the ground as he widened his stance, sitting in a horse stance before taking a deep breath. I can't let this be the end for any of us. Kujira said, taking another breath causing his skin to darken. I'm not waiting for you to mess around, kid, time to die. Juzo said as he suddenly appeared in front of Kujira, raising his sword above his head so he could take a full power swing at him. I won't give up. Kujira shouted as his skin suddenly turned black, raising both of his arms into the air as he performed an X-block, somehow stopping Juzo's blade without taking any damage. What the hell, kid, how did you? Juzo said, trying to push down even harder, but feeling a powerful resistance from Kujira as he fought to hold him off. You can't stop my blade like that. Juzo said, watching as he increased the pressure, cutting Kujira's skin ever so slightly. Blast it all. I'm not strong enough. Kujira said to himself, feeling his body give way under the weight of the sword. It's over, Juzo said, feeling the last of his strength give out. Your life is mine. Suddenly Juzo felt something strike him, feeling something cold thrust into him in the back, feeling it go right through him in one motion. What the? He said, coughing blood as he slowly looked down to see a sword sticking out of his chest. Why would you? He then said, looking behind him to the person responsible. You left yourself wide open, Juzo. The man said, pulling his sword out of Juzo's body and standing clear from any danger. Zabuza. Why you? Juzo shouted, falling to his knee as he used his sword to lean his weight on. I'll be taking that blade, Juzo, and I will be taking your life along with it. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.